Welcome to this compilation of videos and interviews on seasteading. Our first interview is a very early interview from 2020 with Ocean Builders. Brendan and Adam interview Chad about what Ocean Builders is and what they are trying to do.
All right, guys, welcome to another episode of Colonize the Ocean podcast and video show. Now that this is our second episode of doing the video format as well. Like always, I am Adam Jewell. I am the social media manager for Atlanta Sea Colony and one of your gingeriest podcast hosts for this show. And with me, as always, is Brendan. He is the owner and founder of Atlanta Sea Colony. Brendan, how are you doing?
Doing well.
And for those that are watching, you guys are seeing a little third window down there. With us is Chad Elwertowski. He has quite an interesting backstory, and if you guys want to look into it, go ahead, because you'll be able to read about it, all about it. But we want to talk more with Chad about some of the stuff that's going on now and in the future, and just more about Chad himself. So, Chad, thanks for joining us on the Colonize the Ocean podcast / video show.
Hey, thanks for having me, Ed.
I appreciate you getting not reaching out to me, but responding to me when I reached out to you about it, because you are kind of a big name when it comes to the seasteading community. You know, obviously there you have a interesting history with that, but just in general, like, how did you get into seasteading, and like how did all that kind of pique an interest with you?
Well, yeah, you guys mentioned you discuss underwater colonizing as well. Going back, I think it was sixth grade. That was for me. That was the Cold War time, and my teacher was telling me about Russia. We're all scared of Russia dropping bombs, and he was saying how every U.S. would drop bombs, Russia would drop bombs, and we'd have nuclear bombs all over the world. The only place safe is like 1,000 meters under the water. So, while everybody else is so like, oh, we're doomed, we're gonna die. I'm like, okay, I guess we need to live 1,000 meters under the water. We need to start figuring out how to live underwater, because it's nothing I could do about it as a kid, but it's like start thinking about life under the water. So that kind of has been my interest for a long time. I always designed like living in spheres down on the bottom of the ocean, right. And thought that would be really cool. And so when the whole seasteading concept came up, I was like, oh, cool, there's this other group of people thinking similar things. So yeah, back in 2008, I saw Patrick Friedman give a speech on seasteading, and basically the whole concept of being able to float with your boat, float with your house. You kind of vote with your house. You just you don't like community, you just take your house and you float to the next community because you don't like your government. So I like that concept for the longest time, and followed everything that they were doing. And I was fortunate enough in 2017 to retire thanks to Bitcoin. And at the time, Blue Frontiers was working on their seastead in French Polynesia. That was the plan. So I actually quit my job and moved to French Polynesia to be part of their big project. And unfortunately, that didn't work out. But this engineer down in Thailand contacted. Well, yeah, we're emailing back and forth about seasteading, and so he basically said, come on down and check it out. So I went down and saw what he was doing. So it's pretty exciting because he actually had something in the water already. Yeah, most people don't know, but he already had done a concrete version of what I eventually lived in. That was his test first. So he proved the concept with that for a floating spar, and then he decided to make one out of steel that was bigger. So that's when I got down there, was when he's already started working on the steel structure.
So now was he associated with Ocean Builders? Is that a separate thing?
It became Ocean Builders as we kind of sat over time. He was just doing his project. His name's Rudiger Koch. He's a German aeronautical engineer, and this whole thing for him is about going into space. So he's a genius on this whole. Yeah, it's way beyond anything I could explain, but he needs to create a hyperloop, or he wants to create a hyperloop, which has been discussed by many scientists in the field, and it would be basically a way to launch things into space cheaply and quickly and easily. Of course, he can't build it on land, so I mean, he was in the process. He works with these superconductors, and he's always working on this project. So he was just building this big thing in the water because he figured, okay, I'll do a test of like a 300-meter wide prototype in the water. So he was just building a little watchtower, so he could watch the prototype as it was being built. So as he was working on his space program, I was like, how about I just live in the thing, because you're gonna be gone, and I can just live in it. He's like, oh, that's cool. Kind of helps him out. He didn't want to just leave it out there sitting, nobody in it. So and he kind of contacted me because he's like, I'm building this thing, and you seasteaders are just talking about stuff. It's like, you should really see if this is viable for seasteading. So I went down there, and I kind of got excited about it. It's like, yeah, let's do this for seasteading.
So with the designs that are out there right now, which are absolutely beautiful, is that his design? How do those come around?
Well, we took what we created in Thailand, which was kind of the prototype. We proved the concept, so the genie's out of the bottle. The ocean is ready to be lived on. It's real estate out there. So once we proved it, and that's most of the comments we were getting was, I don't think I can live in a 6-meter wide box, basically, is what it was. So we definitely wanted it to look better. We had our current CEO, Grant Roman. He come out and he stayed on the Seastead with us, and he was ready to. He's semi-retired as well. Thanks to the Bitcoin as well. So he wanted to get involved with the project, but he always wanted. He's like, it needs to be sexier. It needs to be sexier. So his plan was to buy a couple and make like CB&Bs out of them. So he said, if I'm gonna rent these out, I want tourists to be able to say, okay, yeah, I want to go live there or stay on there for a week or whatever. So he worked with architect Cohen Otenhuis. I probably said that wrong, but it's this guy from the Netherlands. He designs just floating vessels in the Netherlands. There's a boat down in Miami. Well, it's not a boat, it's a floating house in Miami that sits up on stilts.
Yep.
You guys probably saw that one. So he designed that one. So he helped us design this new version.
Very cool.
So
we in the past, talking about Seasteading, we've had Carly Jackson on a podcast early, one of the first episodes we got her on because we've been talking to her. So we got her side of the whole seasteading thing, but hers is very different from what your thing is. And going back to you're interested in underwater colonization and living underwater and stuff like that. So what were you watching to get into I mean, obviously Patry, but how did you find about him?
I was part of the Ron Paul revolution.
Okay. Very
I was
cool.
on the Ron Paul forums, and everybody's talking about different ways of being free. So
Gotcha.
I mean, that's how I found out about Bitcoin. I found out about seasteading. So yeah, that's is interesting that the same year as 2008, 2009, that seasteading and Bitcoin are born. You know, basically the same year that Ron Paul's advocating liberty. So he's definitely sparked something worldwide by running.
Very cool.
It's kind of funny how one of the common themes when it comes to the seasteaders that we've talked to, and just a lot of the people in general that we talk with when it comes to just underwater colonization or whatever, is one of the key similarities is libertarianism, it seems. And there's a lot of similarities in that, where it's just people kind of wanting to live free, whether it's, you know, seasteading or like what we want to pursue, underwater structures and stuff. It's kind of funny how that's one of the common themes amongst all of us.
Yeah, because there's no options. I mean,
No.
there's also been, I mean, I've been involved with it quite a bit. So there's also the extreme socialist, almost communist side as well. But I'm all for it. It's like, create your communist seastead. We'll create our libertarian seastead, and you know, enjoy it. Nobody needs to to fight over it, and as long as you have a choice, it's all good. Yeah, it's definitely been. I mean, there's a vacuum, I guess, needs to be filled.
Yeah.
Right.
And I think with the polarization of politics, especially in America, if not everywhere, it's becoming, you know, people are looking for something. So I think that's definitely helping. Everybody's here at the right time at the wrong time, I guess. But you know.
Right.
So that's very cool.
Yeah, I keep wishing I was still out on that seastead, you know, away from all this madness. But unfortunately, didn't work out.
How's Panama?
I love it. I mean, it's I'm living on the water right now. Yeah, we're under total lockdown, but for me, it's not that bad. I'm always at home anyway, and Nadia's always cooking her great meals, so it's not too bad for me. And we're still working. We're putting up the building. We're building a factory, which actually I started thinking recently about the underwater stuff, and I definitely need to contact anybody that wants to start building underwater, because we're building a factory. We've got a 3D printer. It's the largest, I guess we can say it's the largest in Latin America. It's a 20-foot by 16-foot, 8-foot tall. So we'll be able to build molds and use that to build our fiberglass structures around it.
Yeah, as soon as I saw that you guys had that 3D printer, I started drooling. That's like,
Yeah.
I could build some cool underwater habitats with that sucker. And
Right.
So definitely, it's something that, you know, let you guys do your little thing. But I definitely, you know, I was even telling Adam, I said I wasn't going to mention this, but I said, man, I got vacation. I'm going to go down to Panama and just hang out for a little bit, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, no,
Exactly.
it's very cool.
No, for all of these seasteads, I've always wanted to do like maybe a half dome or something on the bottom of the water under the seastead, so everybody's like, you know, hanging out at their seastead. They do scuba diving down to the bottom and have like a bar at the bottom.
That's cool.
Nightclub.
Very cool.
You could jam out and, you know, crank up the music. It's not going to bother anybody.
Right. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we'll need to talk or something like that, because I definitely want to check that out at some point in time. So that's cool.
Right. It seems like underwater solves a lot of the political difficulties that we're running into, because especially if you're mobile.
Yeah.
I did as I was researching all the laws, which, you know, Thailand claims I didn't know any laws, but I was researching all the UN CLOS laws of the sea. One of them said that if you're in a submarine and you're within the territorial waters, you have to be not submerged, opposite of submerged, but on the water, you have to be up over the water. So, because that was going to be one of our options for getting to the seastead, because once we got out there and we were living, we're like, how the heck do we park our boat? Because
Right.
yeah, we have a great concept for architecture of a house to sit in the open ocean, but your transportation. So I was like, we need to build a submarine and just go out there in the submarine, and then. But that's when I read that we would have to be floating on the surface within territorial waters, which probably driving a submarine on the surface is probably not that fun. It's probably very bumpy, and it completely defeats purpose.
Defeats the purpose then, yeah.
Not much of a submarine at that point.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's kind of. Go ahead.
Yep. No, so I was definitely think that's underwater, and Panama is not like we're not doing true seasteading. I consider seasteading as having some sovereignty or some freedom. We're focused mainly on the engineering, the manufacturing, the process of let's build things and sell them, and develop the concept a bit more. We're not going hardcore like we did in Thailand and just going for it, going out 12 nautical miles.
Right.
So we'll be in the shallow water, 4 meters or 7 meters deep, in the leeward side of an island. So we're fairly protected as far as the waves go. So we're mainly focusing on just getting the house right. So we're actually to a point where people would want to live in this, get it sustainable, get all the the power and everything, getting everything working first before we start worrying about going out 12 nautical miles and worrying about the sovereignty part.
You are on the Atlantic side, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Which is a bit more difficult because Panama is weird because it goes kind of east and west. So we're on the northern tip of Panama, and the further north we go, the more we get closer to the hurricane zones. I initially thought the Atlantic side would be fine because we could just go east and go further and further east. But yeah, Panama is kind of weird. If we were going straight out right here, we'd be going north. So we can't go too far north. And the waves over here are really probably too much for having our spar. It's not like the Andaman Sea where the highest waves are 2 meters a year. Here the highest waves might be 3 or 4 meters. So we'd have to build really much bigger structures, and having lived in it, I wouldn't recommend living where you have 4 meter waves.
Yeah.
Unless you have something to dampen the waves. That's why I keep thinking about, oh man, we should do something submersible.
Yeah.
There's also the option, we are considering working with the Panamanian government, and just like they did in French Polynesia, get some sort of a special economic zone or some sort of concession that we can start working on having a small community and all that.
Very cool. Very cool. When you were talking about studying all the laws and stuff along those lines, is that the hardest thing that's been as far as this whole thing is the legality of everything? We knew being over 12 nautical miles out would give us more freedom. We wanted to, check the laws to define, okay, how much freedom. And the reality is the project was all about getting Rudiger being able to do his experiment. So, I had no reason to do anything that was not legal on land myself. I just wanted to test out the concept of living in the ocean. Right.
So it wasn't so much we were worried about what could we do. We just wanted to make sure that we weren't breaking any laws. And like with the submarine thing, had we built a submarine and we're driving under the ocean, then yeah, definitely we would have been breaking laws. But so we want to cover races. Being over 12 nautical miles, you're not under territorial laws, but you are still you're in the contiguous zone, which means you can't harvest oil, and we couldn't even do like commercial fishing, which we had some people that want to do a fish farm. So we're like, okay, well, you'll probably have to get a license and work with the government to do that. So, but there was all these things that were just like, well, that's nothing we'll ever do. One law was you can't interfere with customs. Like, okay, no problem.
You were going to get in front of some boats and tell them what they could and couldn't bring into the mainland.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. There's so few laws out there that we need to follow, and there's also more laws out there that you're kind of, it makes things difficult because governments can board your vessel if they suspect something or whatever. So it's a different world in the maritime law area, but you know, I think we're focused on the engineering at this point, and let the lawyers hash out. Actually, we discuss once in a while with Tom Bell of the Seasteading Institute. He chimes in on some of the matters, and he mentioned how a lot of this is just. Sorry, my dog's going crazy. A lot of this is just unknown because it's unknown territory. How many houses have been built in the open ocean that have had to have some legal process go through. So we would like to actually be able to address all this stuff in court and define some things, but that likely will come. But until at the moment, they have a case open on us, so it comes with a death penalty. So we're not going to be going to court to argue whether or not a house out in the middle of the ocean constitutes anything legal until they aren't trying to basically kill us.
Yeah. One of my questions, it kind of segues into this, but being a pioneer in any field comes with tons of unknowns and tons of risks too. So being sort of this pioneer into this new avenue, is there, any suggestions or advice or anything you would give to somebody that maybe it's not seasteading, maybe it's space exploration, which has got a whole lot more traction on it, or even underwater colonization? What would you tell somebody?
I'd just say incrementally, just do it. Do the smallest viable thing that you can do. Like with underwater, like I wanted to build a dome maybe 3 or 4 meters wide and just go underwater and see how it is, and test things out, because there's such a learning process of doing something new. Like I said, I've been doing seasteading or involved for over 10 years, and once we're out there and we're actually doing stuff, there's just all these little things that you don't know about. So do something super small and just do it. Otherwise, I keep seeing these super mega structures that get planned in seasteading, and I'm like, there's no need to even talk about it, because it's, unless you have the one floating platform out there that's 10 feet wide, and you're not even getting started.
Yeah, I've said that about underwater. I said, that on multiple occasions. I've said the reason they don't happen is everybody's got these grandiose ideas of these giant things, and it's like, no, you're not laying any foundation here. It's just all talk at that point in time. And It looks great on paper and it's really pretty, but whatever. And similar to you, I came up with this idea back in 93, 94 when I was in whatever grade that was, 11th, 10th, 11th, something around there. That's where I came up with the idea of the dome as well, and started drawing and started researching and stuff pre-internet days, so we didn't have all the information we have now at our fingertips to really look it up. So it's interesting that you had a very similar, probably around the same time. I'm not sure how much age difference we got here, but yeah. That's very cool.
Which our engineer, Rudiger, he suggests not doing it curved and not doing it dome shaped.
Yeah, I shied away from that, probably 15, 20 years ago, as far as in the designs, just, at least at this point in time. Down the road, maybe, but right now, no. So. Yeah,
there's probably a way using computers and stress testing, whatever, everything, but yeah. But I think it'd be easier reaching the ultimate goal of freedom, especially if you're mobile. You're under the water and you're mobile, and if some country starts, I don't know, they're like, oh no, there's somebody far out under the water that we can't see that's doing living free. We can't have that. And then first news article that comes out where they start claiming you're scary people, then
something about
boom,
that?
next week you floated out. Yeah. Next week you're floated out to the next country, and when the uproar finally, let's go get them, and then they go over to wherever you were, like, oh, where are they? Where'd they go?
I think one of the important things with both seasteading and what we're trying to do with underwater colony is that both communities, even though in a sense we're all one big community as far as living independently at sea, whether it's above water or below, that having a big enough community that is willing to support you or that wants to pursue it themselves, then you have a large enough, I guess, populace that's willing to, defend you and back this kind of thing up. Because the fewer people that are doing it, the less it's known. And like you said, when a news article comes out, the wrong message is going to get portrayed about whatever is going on, because there's not going to be that group of people behind them to back them up, to where, yeah, I could easily see that kind of thing happening no matter where you go, whether you're in North America, South America, wherever, that if someone just doesn't feel comfortable with what you're doing, that they're going to write their own narrative about it.
Right. And being libertarians, we're also going to have the crazy ones come out too and do some really crazy, weird stuff that it's a little uncomfortable even for us. So
Adam and me have had that conversation multiple times.
Yep.
Yeah, I was part of the Free State Project as well, and we formed also a Free City Project for Grafton, North New Hampshire, and we were all talking on discussion groups, like, yeah, let's buy a bunch of land in this little town in New Hampshire, which eventually word got to those guys that they're coming to take over our city, and all the locals were in a big uproar. And one of the more vocal members of the group, I guess he ran some sort of mail order bride company out of Puerto Rico, and he was just way out there, and he was talking about, oh, I have a list of all statists, and you're gonna make my list, and you're making my list, and he had his own website of all the bad things he was gonna do to all the statists in that little town, and he just made us all look so bad. So yeah, that's I think for company moving forward, we're trying to be apolitical, and I tend to fortunately not the mainstream media. I tend to only do interviews with the alternative media, because mainstream media, they know I like freedom, so they focus on that, and nobody in the mainstream media understands that freedom is good. So I hand off the MSM interviews to the CEO, and he gives them the pretty nice pictures of what's to come and the technology and all that. So, we try to be apolitical for now, but we
sometimes there's no running away from it.
Exactly.
And like you were saying,
and I've shot myself in the foot because it's like, yeah, I can't be covert in my my way of saying, oh no, I'm just like you. I'm a regular guy who likes government and all that. No, you don't have to paint me into a corner of being this guy who likes liberty. Like, it's too late. I've I've shown my cards.
And like you were mentioning with Ocean Builders, we're focused on the engineering, and in a similar way, that's kind of our philosophy: is we'll build the habitats. You do with what you want to do with them. At that point in time, you can do what
right.
We're just wanting to be a catalyst in ocean colonization. Right. Obviously underwater, but we'll sell it to you. You can do what you want to do with it. It's kind of philosophy we're looking at with the whole thing. Obviously, we're still not 100% on that business model, but that's what we're looking at. So similar to looks like what Ocean Builders is doing.
Yeah, we want to stay definitely apolitical. We're building houses. That's all we're doing is building houses. So.
Yep.
I was also thinking with the underwater habitats, because a lot of the difficulty with that comes from electricity and how do you get the air down there. If you're in cooperation with a seastead that's on top of the water, they're just feeding down the electricity, feeding down the oxygen, all that. You could always detach from. You have like little thing you can detach and like, okay, it sucks here. I'm gonna go move to the next seastead and be under them. So I could see definitely a coordination between the two types of living.
Yeah, the Seasteading Institute, and the seasteading in general, I was completely unfamiliar with until just a couple, 2 or 3 years ago. It was actually my dad who was telling me about Peter Thiel and his involvement and stuff like that. And so that's how I got involved with the whole thing. And I was like, man, I wish I knew about this years ago, but very cool.
Right.
A lot of the same technologies and stuff can be partnership between both of them. So yeah, it's very interesting.
And then if there's like a hurricane coming, it's gonna, or even just really bad seas, like it's gonna destroy the homes, or it's gonna be really tough up on the surface. Like, okay, hey, come on down.
Yeah.
Stay down with us.
Exactly.
That's been one of the coolest things since I've been a part of this, is just being able to build that relationship with the seasteading community and being able to learn from them and just make ourselves aware to them too, and talking with people like you who are, even through this interview, you're giving us a lot of good things to think about and talk about too. So I mean, that's what's been awesome about all of this.
Yep. I went to a meeting in French Polynesia in Tahiti of underwater community, so they're also working on it as well.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was mainly in French, so I didn't really understand. But
which one was that?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I think it was a French group, so. But they had cool pictures and that sounds cool.
Okay. So we're talking about the media and stuff along those lines. What do you think is one of the most misunderstood aspects about seasteading for people who are coming on? What's
let's see. Well, the biggest one that always comes up is, what about the pirates? What about the waves? So, yeah, it's the pirate thing is the thing that everybody always focuses on. Come to find out, the Navy is the pirates. So it's,
and all these things are answered on the Ocean Builder side, or Seasteading has answers to all this stuff on their YouTube channels and social media and stuff anyway too. So
yeah, Seasteading Institute does all those, answering all the questions. It's hard with the pirate question, because if you indicate that you're willing and able to defend yourself against pirates, then the Navy start wondering if you're a threat. It's like, they can protect themselves. They can protect themselves from us too, probably. So you have to kind of, ride that line.
Right.
So what's in the future now for you and Seasteading? Like, what do you? Obviously, you're doing some work with the, engineering and construction of the new style and whatnot. But I mean, what's your long-term plan, and what are you hoping to see here near and far future?
Near term, we should have this summer built the first home. We call them SeaPods. So we'll have one built like the model. We're hoping by August or September, and then we'll be able to start replicating them. We're hoping to do maybe one a month, but I'm not sure if we're ready to discuss it yet. But with this whole pandemic thing and the reaction of the government, we're wanting to ramp things up quickly, and we are kind of understanding that most likely the cruise ship industry is going to crash hard, and we think that we could leverage that being a cruise ship cheap, like almost for steel, this price of the steel cheap, and get started. I mean, we need to, like I said, it'd be taking like a month or so per home that we're building here. So if you think in 1 year, okay, we have 10 homes, that does nothing for all these people that are like, oh, my government is oppressing me and I need to get out and go somewhere.
Right.
So we're like, okay, let's look into buying a cruise ship and work with Panama to see if they can set us up a sea zone to allow us to do that. So that's one of our strategies, but use this cruise ship so that we can have people that can help us build more of these homes. So yeah, a lot of different avenues, and even with building our SeaPods, we will look in building and hopefully get faster and be able to build more, because I think basically all we would need to do if we get enough demand is just buy another printer and build another building. So you just expand. And as we do plan on doing a deep water version out in open ocean.
All right, guys, welcome to another episode of Colonize the Ocean podcast and video show. Now that this is our second episode of doing the video format as well. Like always, I am Adam Jewell. I am the social media manager for Atlantis Sea Colony and one of your gingeriest podcast hosts for this show. And with me, as always, is Brendan. He is the owner and founder of Atlantis Sea Colony. Brendan, how are you doing?
Doing well.
And for those that are watching, you guys are seeing a little third window down there. With us is Chad Elwertowski. He has quite an interesting backstory, and if you guys want to look into it, go ahead, because you'll be able to read all about it. But we want to talk more with Chad about some of the stuff that's going on now and in the future, and just more about Chad himself. So, Chad, thanks for joining us on the Colonize the Ocean podcast / video show.
Hey, thanks for having me, Ed.
I appreciate you not reaching out to me, but responding to me when I reached out to you about it, because you are kind of a big name when it comes to the seasteading community. You know, obviously you have a interesting history with that, but just in general, like, how did you get into seasteading, and like, how did all that kind of pique an interest with you?
Well, yeah, you guys mentioned you discuss underwater colonizing as well. Going back, I think it was sixth grade. I was that was for me. That was the Cold War time, and my teacher was telling me about Russia. We're all scared of Russia dropping bombs, and he was saying how every U.S. would drop bombs, Russia would drop bombs, and we'd have nuclear bombs all over the world. The only place safe is like 1,000 meters under the water. So, while everybody else is so like, oh, we're doomed, we're gonna die. I'm like, okay, I guess we need to live 1,000 meters under the water. We need to start figuring out how to live underwater because, it's nothing I could do about it as a kid, but it's like start thinking about life under the water. So that kind of has been my interest for a long time. I always designed like living in spheres down on the bottom of the ocean,
Right.
and thought that would be really cool. And so when the whole seasteading concept came up, I was like, oh, cool. There's this other group of people thinking similar things. So yeah, back in 2008, I saw Patrick Friedman give a speech on seasteading, and basically the whole concept of being able to float with your boat, float with your house. You kind of, vote with your house. You just, you don't like community, you just take your house and you float to the next community because you don't like your government. So I liked that concept for the longest time and followed everything that they were doing. And I was fortunate enough in 2017 to retire thanks to Bitcoin. And at the time, Blue Frontiers was working on their seastead in French Polynesia. That was the plan. So I actually quit my job and moved to French Polynesia to be part of their big project. And unfortunately, that didn't work out. But this engineer down in Thailand contacted. Well, yeah, we're emailing back and forth about seasteading, and so he basically said, come on down and check it out. So I went down and saw what he was doing. So it's pretty exciting because he actually had something in the water already. Yeah, most people don't know, but he already had done a concrete version of what I eventually lived in. That was his test first. So he proved the concept with that for a floating spar. And then he decided to make one out of steel that was bigger. So that's when I got down there, was when he's already started working on the steel structure.
So now was he associated with Ocean Builders? Is that a separate thing?
It became Ocean Builders as we kind of sat over time. He was just doing his project. His name's Rudiger Koch. He's a German aeronautical engineer, and this whole thing for him is about going into space. So he's a genius on this whole. Yeah, it's way beyond anything I could explain, but he needs to create a hyperloop, or he wants to create a hyperloop, which has been discussed by many scientists in the field, and it would be just basically a way to launch things into space cheaply and quickly and easily. Of course, he can't build it on land, so I mean, he was in the process. He works with these superconductors, and he's always working on this project. So he was just building this big thing in the water because he figured, okay, I'll do a test of like a 300-meter wide prototype in the water. So he was just building a little watchtower so he could watch the prototype as it was being built. So as he was working on his space program, I was like, how about I just live in the thing, because you're gonna be gone, and I can just live in it. He's like, oh, that's cool. Kind of helps him out. He didn't want to just leave it out there sitting, nobody in it. So, and he kind of contacted me because he's like, I'm building this thing, and you guys, you seasteaders are just talking about stuff. It's like, you should really, see if this is viable for seasteading. So I went down there, and I kind of got excited about it. It's like, yeah, let's do this for seasteading.
So with the designs that are out there right now, which are absolutely beautiful, is that his design? How do those come around?
Well, we took what we created in Thailand, which was kind of the prototype. We proved the concept, so the genie's out of the bottle. The ocean is ready to be lived on. It's real estate out there, so once we proved it, and that's most of the comments we were getting was, I don't think I can live in a 6 meter wide box, basically, is what it was. So we definitely wanted it to look better. We had our current CEO, Grant Roman. He come out and he stayed on the Seastead with us, and he was ready to. He's semi-retired as well. Thanks to the Bitcoin as well. So he wanted to get involved with the project, but he always wanted. He's like, it needs to be sexier. It needs to be sexier. So his plan was to buy a couple and make like CB&Bs out of them. So he said, if I'm gonna rent these out, I want tourists to be able to say, okay, yeah, I want to go live there or stay on there for a week or whatever. So he worked with architect Cohen Otenhuis. I probably said that wrong, but it's this guy from the Netherlands. He's he designs just floating vessels in the Netherlands. There's a boat down in Miami. Well, it's not a boat, it's a floating house in Miami that sits up on stilts.
Yep.
You guys probably saw that one. So he designed that one. So he helped us design this new version.
Very cool.
So
we, in the past, talking about seasteading, we've had Carly Jackson on a podcast early, one of the first episodes we got her on because we've been talking to her. So, we got her side of the whole seasteading thing, but, hers is very different from what your thing is. And going back to, you're interested in underwater colonization and living underwater and stuff like that. So what were you watching to get into obviously Patry, but how did you find about him?
I was part of the Ron Paul revolution.
Okay.
Very cool. I was on the Ron Paul forums, and everybody's talking about different ways of being free. So, gotcha. That's how I found out about Bitcoin. I found out about seasteading. So, yeah, that's is interesting that the same year as 2008, 2009, that seasteading and Bitcoin are born. Basically the same year that Ron Paul's advocating liberty. So he's definitely sparked something worldwide by running.
Very cool.
It's kind of funny how one of the common themes when it comes to the seasteaders that we've talked to, and just a lot of the people in general that we talk with when it comes to just underwater colonization or whatever, is one of the key similarities is libertarianism, it seems. And there's a lot of similarities in that, where it's just people kind of wanting to live free, whether it's seasteading or like what we want to pursue, underwater structures and stuff. It's kind of funny how that's one of the common themes amongst all of us.
Yeah, because there's no options. There's also been I've been involved with it quite a bit, so there's also the extreme socialist, almost communist side as well. But I'm all for it. It's like, create your communist seastead, we'll create our libertarian seastead, and enjoy it. Nobody needs to fight over it, and as long as you have a choice, it's all good. yeah, it's definitely been. I mean, there's a vacuum, I guess, needs to be filled.
Yeah.
Right.
I think with the polarization of politics, especially in America, if not everywhere, it's becoming, people are looking for something. So I think that's definitely helping. Everybody's here at the right time at the wrong time, I guess. But
Right.
So that's very cool.
Yeah, I keep wishing I was still out on that seastead, away from all this madness. But unfortunately, didn't work out.
How's Panama?
I love it. I mean, I'm living on the water right now. Yeah, we're under total lockdown, but for me, it's not that bad. I'm always at home anyway, and Nadia's always cooking her great meals, so it's not too bad for me. And we're still working. We're putting up the building. We're building a factory, which actually I started thinking recently about the underwater stuff, and I definitely need to contact anybody that wants to start building underwater, because we're building a factory. We've got a 3D printer. It's the largest, I guess we can say it's the largest in Latin America. It's a 20-foot by 16-foot, 8-foot tall. So we'll be able to build molds and use that to build our fiberglass structures around it.
Yeah, as soon as I saw that you guys had that 3D printer, I started drooling. I like,
yeah.
I could build some cool underwater habitats with that sucker. And
Right.
so definitely, it's something that, let you guys do your little thing, but I definitely, I was even telling Adam, I said I wasn't going to mention this, but I said, man, I got vacation. I'm going to go down to Panama and just hang out for a little bit,
Yeah.
But yeah, no,
exactly.
it's very cool.
No, for all of these seasteads, I've always wanted to do like maybe a half dome or something on the bottom of the water under the seastead, so everybody's like, hanging out at their seastead. They do scuba diving down to the bottom and have like a bar at the bottom.
That's cool.
Nightclub.
Very cool.
You could jam out and crank up the music. It's not going to bother anybody.
Right. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we'll need to talk or something like that, because I definitely want to check that out at some point in time. So that's cool.
Right. It seems like underwater solves a lot of the political difficulties that we're running into, because especially if you're mobile.
Yeah.
As I was researching all the laws, which Thailand claims I didn't know any laws, but I was researching all the UNCLOS laws of the sea. One of them said that if you're in a submarine and you're within the territorial waters, you have to be not submerged, opposite of submerged, but on the water, you have to be up over the water. So, because that was going to be one of our options for getting to the seastead, because once we got out there and we were living, we're like, how the heck do we park our boat? Because
right.
Yeah, we have a great concept for architecture of a house to sit in the open ocean, but your transportation. So I was like, we need to build a submarine and just go out there in the submarine, and then but that's when I read that we would have to be floating on the surface within territorial waters, which probably driving a submarine on the surface is probably not that fun. It's probably very bumpy, and it's completely defeats purpose.
Defeats purpose then, yeah.
Not much of a submarine at that point.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's kind of. Go ahead.
Yep. No, so I was definitely think that's underwater, and Panama is not like we're not doing true seasteading. I consider seasteading as having some sovereignty or some freedom. We're focused mainly on the engineering, the manufacturing, the process of let's build things and sell them, and develop the concept a bit more. We're not going hardcore like we did in Thailand and just going for it, going out 12 nautical miles.
Right.
So we'll be in the shallow water, 4 meters or 7 meters deep, in the leeward side of an island, so we're fairly protected as far as the waves go. So we're mainly focusing on just getting the house right. So we're actually to a point where people would want to live in this, get it sustainable, get all the the power and everything, getting everything working first before we start worrying about going out 12 nautical miles and worrying about the sovereignty part.
You are on the Atlantic side, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Which is a bit more difficult because Panama is weird because it goes kind of east and west. So we're on the northern tip of Panama, and the further north we go, the more we get closer to the hurricane zones. I initially thought the Atlantic side would be fine because we could just go east and go further and further east, but yeah, Panama is kind of weird. If we were going straight out right here, we'd be going north, so we can't go too far north, and the waves over here are really probably too much for having our spar. It's not like the Andaman Sea where the highest waves are 2 meters a year. Here the highest waves might be 3 or 4 meters, so we'd have to build really much bigger structures, and having lived in it, I wouldn't recommend living where you have 4 meter waves.
Yeah.
Unless you have something to dampen the waves. That's why I keep thinking about, oh man, we should do something submersible.
Yeah.
There's also the option, we are considering working with the Panamanian government, and just like they did in French Polynesia, get some sort of a special economic zone or some sort of concession that we can start working on having a small community and all that.
Very cool. Very cool. When you were talking about studying all the laws and stuff along those lines, is that the hardest thing that's been as far as this whole thing is the legality of everything?
We knew being over 12 nautical miles out would give us more freedom. We wanted to, check the laws to define, okay, how much freedom. And the reality is the project was all about getting Rudiger being able to do his experiment. So, I had no reason to do anything that was not legal on land myself. I just wanted to test out the concept of living in the ocean.
Right.
So it wasn't so much we were worried about what could we do. We just wanted to make sure that we weren't breaking any laws. And like with the submarine thing, had we built a submarine and we're driving under the ocean, then yeah, definitely we would have been breaking laws. But so we want to cover bases. Being over 12 nautical miles, you're not under territorial laws, but you are still you're in the contiguous zone, which means you can't harvest oil, and we couldn't even do commercial fishing, which we had some people that want to do a fish farm. So we're like, okay, well, you'll probably have to get a license and work with the government to do that. So, but there was all these things that were just like, well, that's nothing we'll ever do. One law was you can't interfere with customs. Like, okay, no problem. But,
you were going to get in front of some boats and tell them what they could and couldn't bring into the mainland.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. There's so few laws out there that we need to follow, and there's also more laws out there that you're kind of, it makes things difficult because governments can board your vessel if they suspect something or whatever. So it's a different world in the maritime law area, but I think we're focused on the engineering at this point, and let the let the lawyers hash out. Actually, we discuss once in a while with Tom Bell of the Seasteading Institute. He chimes in on some of the matters, and he mentioned how a lot of this is just. Sorry, my dog's going crazy. A lot of this is just unknown because it's unknown territory. We've, how many houses have been built in the open ocean that have had to have some legal process go through. So we would like to actually be able to address all this stuff in court and define some things, but that likely will come. But until they, at the moment, they have a case open on us, so it comes with a death penalty. So we're not going to be going to court to argue whether or not a house out in the middle of the ocean constitutes anything legal until they aren't trying to basically kill us.
Yeah. One of my questions, it kind of segues into this, but being a pioneer in any field comes with tons of unknowns and tons of risks too. So being sort of this pioneer into this new avenue, is there, any suggestions or advice or anything you would give to somebody that maybe it's not seasteading, maybe it's space exploration, which has got a whole lot more traction on it, or even underwater colonization? What would you tell somebody?
I'd just say incrementally, just do it. Do the smallest viable thing that you can do. Like with underwater, like I wanted to build a dome maybe 3 or 4 meters wide and just go underwater and see how it is and test things out, because there's such a learning process of doing something new. Like I said, I've been doing seasteading or involved for over 10 years, and once we're out there and we're actually doing stuff, there's just all these little things that you don't know about. So do something super small and just do it. Otherwise, I keep seeing these super mega structures that get planned in seasteading, and I'm like, there's no need to even talk about it, because it's, unless you have the one floating platform out there that's 10 feet wide, and you're not even getting started.
Yeah, I've said that about underwater. I said, that on multiple occasions. I've said the reason they don't happen is everybody's got these grandiose ideas of these giant things, and it's like, no, you're not laying any foundation here. It's just all talk at that point in time. And It looks great on paper and it's really pretty, but whatever. And similar to you, I came up with this idea back in 93, 94 when I was in whatever grade that was, 10th, 11th, something around there. That's where I came up with the idea of the dome as well, and started drawing and started researching and stuff pre-internet days, so we didn't have all the information we have now at our fingertips to really look it up. So it's interesting that you had a very similar, probably around the same time. I'm not sure how much age difference we got here, but yeah. That's very cool.
Which our engineer, Rudiger, he suggests not doing it curved and not doing it dome shaped.
I shied away from that, probably 15, 20 years ago, as far as in the designs, just, at least at this point in time. Down the road, maybe, but right now, no. So. Yeah,
there's probably a way using computers and stress testing, whatever, everything, but but I think it'd be easier reaching the ultimate goal of freedom, especially if you're mobile. You're under the water and you're mobile, and if some country starts, I don't know, they're like, oh no, there's somebody far out under the water that we can't see that's doing living free. We can't have that. And then first news article that comes out where they start claiming you're scary people, then
something about
boom,
that?
next week you floated out. next week you're floated to the next country, and when the uproar finally, let's go get them, and then they go over to wherever you were. Like, oh, where are they? Where'd they go?
I think one of the important things with both seasteading and what we're trying to do with underwater colony is that both communities, even though in a sense we're all one big community as far as living independently at sea, whether it's above water or below, that having a big enough community that is willing to support you or that wants to pursue it themselves, then you have a large enough, I guess, populace that's willing to, defend you and like back this kind of thing up. Because I mean, the fewer people that are doing it, the less it's known. And like you said, when a news article comes out, the wrong message is going to get portrayed about whatever's going on, because there's not going to be that group of people behind them to back them up, to where, yeah, I could easily see that kind of thing happening no matter where you go, whether you're in North America, South America, wherever, that if someone just doesn't feel comfortable with what you're doing, that they're going to write their own narrative about it.
Right. And being libertarians, we're also going to have the crazy ones come out too and do some really crazy, weird stuff that it's a little uncomfortable even for us. So
yeah, Adam and me have had that conversation multiple times.
Yep.
Yeah, I was part of the Free State Project as well, and we formed also a Free City Project for Grafton, North New Hampshire, and we were all talking on discussion groups like, yeah, let's buy a bunch of land in this little town in New Hampshire, which eventually word got to those guys that they're coming to take over our city, and all the locals were in a big uproar. And one of the more vocal members of the group, I guess he ran some sort of mail order bride company out of Puerto Rico, and he was just way out there, and he was talking about, oh, I have a list of all statists, and you're gonna make my list, and you're making my list, and he had his own website of all the bad things he was gonna do to all the statists in that little town, and he just made us all look so bad. So yeah, that's I think for company moving forward, we're trying to be apolitical, and I tend to fortunately, not the mainstream media. I tend to only do interviews with the alternative media, because mainstream media, they know I like freedom, so they focus on that, and nobody in the mainstream media understands that freedom is good. So I hand off the MSM interviews to the CEO, and he gives them the pretty nice pictures of what's to come and the technology and all that. So, yeah, we try to be apolitical for now, but
sometimes there's no running away from it.
Exactly.
And like you were saying,
and I've shot myself in the foot, because it's like, yeah, I can't be covert in my my way of saying, oh no, I'm just like you. I'm a regular guy who likes government and all that. No, you don't have to paint me into a corner of being this guy who likes liberty. Like, it's too late. I've I've shown my cards.
And like you were mentioning with Ocean Builders, we're focused on the engineering, and in a similar way, that's kind of our philosophy: is we'll build the habitats. You do with what you want to do with them. At that point in time, you can do what
right.
We're just wanting to be a catalyst in ocean colonization, right. Obviously underwater. But do what we'll sell it to you. You can do what you want to do with it. It's kind of philosophy we're looking at with the whole thing. Obviously, we're still not 100% on that business model, but that's what we're looking at. So similar to it looks like what Ocean Builders is doing.
Yeah, we want to stay definitely apolitical. We're building houses. That's all we're doing is building houses. So.
Yep.
I was also thinking with the underwater habitats, because a lot of the difficulty with that comes from electricity and how do you get the air down there. if you're in cooperation with a seastead that's on top of the water, they're just feeding down the electricity, feeding down the oxygen, all that. You could always detach from. You have like little thing you can detach and like, okay, it sucks here. I'm gonna go move to the next seastead and be under them. So I could see definitely a coordination between the two types of living.
Yeah, the Seasteading Institute, in the Seasteading in general, I was completely unfamiliar with until just a couple, 2 or 3 years ago. It was actually my dad who was telling me about Peter Thiel and his involvement and stuff like that. And so that's how I got involved with the whole thing. And I was like, man, I wish I knew about this years ago, but very cool.
Right.
A lot of the same technologies and stuff can be partnership between both of them. So yeah, it's very interesting.
And then if there's like a hurricane coming, it's gonna, or even just really bad seas, like it's gonna destroy the homes, or it's gonna be really tough up on the surface. Like, okay, hey, come on down.
Yeah,
stay down with us.
Exactly.
That's been one of the coolest things since I've been a part of this, is just being able to build that relationship with the seasteading community and being able to learn from them and just make ourselves aware to them too, and talking with people like you who are, even through this interview, you're giving us, a lot of good things to think about and talk about too. So, I mean, that's what's been awesome about all of this.
Yep. I went to a meeting in French Polynesia in Tahiti of underwater community. So they're also working on it as well.
Yeah.
I think it was mainly in French, so I didn't really understand. But
which one was that?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I think it was a French group. So, but they had cool pictures and like that sounds cool.
Okay. So we're talking about the media and stuff along those lines. What do you think is one of the most misunderstood aspects about seasteading for people who are coming on? What's
let's see. Well, the biggest one that always comes up is, what about the pirates? What about the waves? So, yeah, it's the pirate thing is the thing that everybody always focuses on. Come to find out, the Navy is the pirates. So it's
and all these things are answered on the Ocean Builder side, or Seasteading has answers to all this stuff on their YouTube channels and social media and stuff anyway too. So
yeah, Seasteading Institute does all those, answering all the questions. It's hard with the pirate question, because if you indicate that you're willing and able to defend yourself against pirates, then the Navy start wondering if you're a threat. It's like, they can protect themselves. Oh, they can protect themselves from us too, probably. So you have to kind of, ride that line.
Right.
So what's in the future now for you and Seasteading? Like, what do you? Obviously, you're doing some work with the, engineering and construction of the new style and whatnot. But I mean, what's your long-term plan, and what are you hoping to see here near and far future?
Near term, we should have this summer built the first home. We call them SeaPods. So we'll have one built like the model, we're hoping by August or September. And then we'll be able to start replicating them. We're hoping to do maybe one a month. But I'm not sure if we're ready to discuss it yet. But with this whole pandemic thing and the reaction of the government, we're wanting to ramp things up quickly. And we are kind of understanding that most likely the cruise ship industry is going to crash hard, and we think that we could leverage that being a cruise ship cheap, like almost for steel, this price of the steel cheap, and get started. I mean, we need to, like I said, it'd be taking like a month or so per home that we're building here. So if you think in 1 year, okay, we have 10 homes, that's that does nothing for all these people that are like, oh, my government is oppressing me and I need to get out and go somewhere.
Right.
So we're like, okay, let's look into buying a cruise ship and work with Panama to see if they can set us up a sea zone to allow us to do that. So that's one of our strategies. But use this cruise ship so that we can have people that can help us build more of these homes. So yeah, a lot of different avenues, and even with building our SeaPods, we will looking and building and hopefully get faster and be able to build more, because I think basically all we would need to do if we get enough demand is just buy another printer and build another building. So you just expand. And as we do plan on doing a deep water version out in open ocean. We actually just put a prototype in the water last week, and I just created a video and put that out on YouTube and library. But we have a deep water version that we want to make it dynamically moored. So you have like 6 motors on it so that you can stay in the relative same position while you're out in, you could have 2-mile deep water and you don't have to anchor, because you can just be on the surface.
Right.
So we're working on that. We're also working with these guys out of St. Lucia that are working on a wave dampening device that produces electricity. So
Very cool.
As it hits higher waves, it dampens and also makes electricity. So we want to be able to be in the open ocean while using those guys to dampen the waves, so that we're not in the huge 5-meter waves. We can be in 2-meter and be just fine. So fortunately, there's a lot of people in seasteading that are finally getting the point, like, okay, let's start doing things. So there's engineers out there, like, let's throw out a prototype. So that's all I've always said. I wanted in French Polynesia, I was getting frustrated with all the talk and the politics. I was like, okay, just stick something out there, put a barge or put a floating dock in the middle of the water, and let's all get started, because I know people they're really excited and they want things to happen. We have well, not right now during the lockdown, but when it gets lifted, we have a maker space here for people. We rented a house that has 6 rooms, so we want volunteers to come down and start a little incubator house, start your business and get things going, because we're all about making things fun. We're all about doing. And like, okay, we've talked long enough, and it's time to start doing things.
Right. I'd like to volunteer my services. I have an extensive background in lean manufacturing, as far as like being able to build things and build them efficiently and quicker. So I mean, if you're all about, once you get all that going and you want to figure out how to run or make your factory run faster and get more product out, I'll gladly quit working for Brendan and I'll come down and help you out and do whatever.
Awesome.
I don't know if my wife and kids would like it,
Awesome.
but I mean, I'll work a way out.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, just invite them down to Panama.
Yeah.
I mean, I want to be able to enjoy the time.
Yeah.
So
I'm not gonna let them watch this, by the way.
Right.
So one thing when we started this thing, I said I didn't want to talk about certain things because I'm sure you're tired of talking about them. So is there anything that you don't get to talk about in interviews and stuff like that that you have a passion about, that you like to get out there? Maybe not. I just want to throw it out there.
Yeah, I'm not so sure.
Yeah, no, that's fine. It's a question I ask every once in a while. Nobody doesn't have an answer for, but I'm just curious if it was like, man, nobody ever asked me this question. I want to talk about this, or there's a passion I've got that I think, which I think we've kind of dug into anyway, just the conversation as it is. So, but yeah.
Yeah, there's one aspect of it. I'm not sure if you guys have come across this part of it yourselves, but we've been working on. You've probably heard of BioRock. We've kind of enhanced the concept, and we call it Coralcrete. So we're actually have an experiment going right now. We did some experiments in Thailand. It's basically running electricity through a metal mesh, which attracts the calcium carbonate in the water, and it builds basically rock. And if you put coral onto it, coral actually, it kind of thrives on calcium carbonate, which and there's processes of chopping the coral into tiny pieces, and then it grows to the exact same size as it was started as. So there's ways to grow coral quickly, and that way that's part of our process for the steel, because our spars are made out of steel. That actually protects the steel from rusting, and also, since we don't have to move, having coral on your home is actually really cool. So we're both building. That's why we're calling it ocean builders, because we feel like we're building the ocean. We're building coral. We're building ecosystems on the water. So plus, when we were out there in Thailand, just the amount of fish that came to our it acts as a fish aggregate. So you get all these fish around your home. So if we can combine having coral and just drawing fish, it's going to make every place that we are just thrive. And I think once people can see this, and we can show that, this is basically, we're growing cities of coral out in the ocean. And as you guys probably know, the open ocean is just a vast desert of nothingness. There's no life out there. So if we're building life in the ocean and pulling carbon out of the air. So it's like, you could be super hardcore socialist, environmentalist, or whatever, and you should still support what we're doing, because I actually maybe don't want solutions to global warming, because it helps your narrative, but we're actually providing a solution that could actually do something really good for the planet. So their models of the carbon better be right, because we're going to be pulling carbon out of the air.
We talked with Carly Jackson about the same thing, and you had to have dealt with it a lot of times when talking about this, but same with us. We get this left and right when it comes to our social media, is that everybody thinks that seasteading, or I shouldn't say everybody, but seasteading, or what we're trying to do, underwater colonization, is going to destroy things. We're going to go out there and destroy the ocean. And so it's good to hear, like, when you come out and say that, and like, obviously you've lived it, you've seen it, where you can actually build the ecosystem in a sense, to where people think we're going to go out there and just throw giant bags of plastic straws in the ocean or something.
I know, right? Dumping nuclear waste. That's the best activity. Yeah, we're not doing BioShock. You don't. Nobody watching this video has to throw down in the comment section BioShock or Waterworld.
Which we get that a lot too. Both of those.
Exactly.
So, I guess, Brendan, I don't have anything else. Is there anything major you wanted to ask him?
I mean, I think this has been a really good, this has been great.
So but like, as kind of as a parting, tell people how they can keep up with you, how they can keep up with Ocean Builders, just how they can be involved, just promote whatever you want to promote. The floor is yours.
Definitely. Yeah. Just go to oceanbuilders.com. We have we have on there, you can sign up for our incubator house. We have an affiliate program for people who want to help us sell our homes. We're actually able to, you can reserve your home now. You just put $100 deposit either with PayPal or Bitcoin. And we've already got a couple of people reserving their homes. So as it's first come, first serve. So like I said, we're hoping to have, one every month or two. So if you want one in the next year, if you're tired of your government and you need to get away, yeah, you better go reserve it. There's a Facebook group, Ocean Builders, and yeah, definitely we're always putting videos up through the Seasteading Institute. Watch the first Seasteaders series. It's almost to the point of they have enough time for like a full documentary movie.
Right.
It's quite a lot of footage.
Well, and we'll make sure to throw that in all of our
Yeah.
show notes and everything too, link to the YouTube and all that. But yeah, thanks again for taking time to talk to us. I know things are crazy in the world right now with being locked down everywhere, and you're obviously keeping busy with all this. So I mean, thank you for taking time to talk with us. And obviously we're going to stay in touch, because now that we know that you got that 3D printer, we're gonna send you some questions here. So,
definitely come on down.
I wouldn't say that unless you actually wanted to show up, because we're very unpredictable. We'll just come knock on that door. but yeah, once again, thank you for doing that.
Yep.
This next video was one of the more popular ones the guys over at ASC hosted. Carly from the Seasteading Institute joined them to fill viewers in on who the Seasteading Institute is and what they do.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Atlanta Sea Colony live stream. My name is Adam Jewell, and with me, as always, is my handsome friend, Brendan. Brendan, how you doing?
I'm fine.
And we have a surprise guest because of my amazing planning abilities and my impromptu invitations. We have Carly Jackson from the Seasteading Institute. Carly, how are you doing today?
Doing pretty well. How are you all doing?
We're doing all right. I'm going to speak for Brendan and just say we're doing okay. So, yeah, like I said, it was kind of a last minute deal that I, shot you an invite earlier today. But we figured it's been a while since we kind of got to hear about what Seasteading Institute's up to. And also, we mentioned last week on the live stream that Brendan will be doing a speaking engagement with your guys' is it live stream podcast? What is it?
No, it's a Zoom event.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's free and online. We do record it and then put it on our YouTube channel. But we've been hosting monthly events. We call them Seasteading Socials, to just build a community of people who want to learn about how to live on the ocean. So yeah, they've been going pretty well.
Yeah, and we talked right before we launched it that we had you on our podcast back in 2019. So it's been a minute since we got to chat with you. But also, I guess in the silver lining in that is that now we can talk about everything that's happened since then. So, but I guess it's a broad question, but what's been new with, I guess, the Seasteading Institute since 2020, I'd say, meaning it was probably towards the end of 2019 that we talked.
Sure. So earlier this year, we partnered with Ocean Builders. So Ocean Builders is a company building SeaPods in Panama. So they have a very futuristic looking design for a 2-bedroom home that sits on a spar. And their more recent design has 3 arms that come out, and on one of those arms can be like an outdoor patio area, or what I would like to see is like a garden area. So they are building those in the Linton Bay in Panama, and they have launched an incubator. So the incubator has a list of very intense projects related to every aspect of on the ocean living, like generating energy, purifying water, Internet of Things management of your kitchen or shower. So they have a wide range of projects listed, and they've expanded to be able to allow people to work remotely. But they do have an incubator space in Panama where people can go and stay and work on the projects. So we are partnering with them. Many of their projects are going to be open source, and we are offering a scholarship to people who want to go and work on an open source project. So we successfully raised $55,000 this summer, so we can start sending people to Panama. Or if they can only work remotely, we can provide a stipend so that you're not. It doesn't have to be just those hours in the middle of the night where you don't have family or work obligations. We provide a stipend so you can maybe take some time off and focus on the open source projects. So, and I hope to see that program expand beyond Ocean Builders. They have an online platform to help people collaborate wherever they are in the world, and we'd love to see that expand.
Very cool.
Yeah, I know. I've been following Chad and Nadia since Singapore or wherever it was.
Thailand,
Thailand, that was where it's over there somewhere. So it's been fascinating to see that progression from that to where they're at now, and the website itself has just grown. I mean, it's a beautiful website. I just love the aesthetics of their website now too. So for the Seasteading Institute, I see, I understand, with us, we've seen a bunch of designs and ideas come along for a long time, decades, and nothing ever comes of it. But then you've got something like the Ocean Builders who've actually come around, and they've actually doing something. How important or how big is that for the Seasteading Institute?
Well, it's great. It's we could see just with our fundraiser, giving followers a tangible, substantial goal is very inspiring. And that's why we were able to raise $55,000. So, and I'm excited to follow up with anyone who participates and have them, send video of the projects that they're working on and talk about it and have real things floating in the water. It's been 13 years since the Seasteading Institute has been founded, and so it's been a long time coming for many of our supporters.
Yeah. So with the whole incubator program, we probably need to get like the Chad or somebody back on with somebody for the Ocean Builders at some point in time. But the whole I found the incubator aspect of the whole thing fascinating when you guys had that on a month or so ago, or whatever it was. So can we talk a little bit about that? Because I think that's a huge part of that, as far as how does somebody get into the incubator program? And I'm not sure how much you know about it as far as we will talk about it or not, but talk a little bit about that maybe.
Sure. So I'll share what I know. I don't know everything because I'm not there, but I guess it was 2 years ago, someone reached out to the Seasteading Institute, who does a makerspace, and was explaining his whole project. And I was like, this would be amazing for seasteading, because one of the big barriers is that we have one person in British Columbia, Canada, and another person in Singapore, and another person in Brazil. And it's like, they all have great ideas, but how do we get their resources together to actually build something together? And so we tried to work with that person on creating a seasteading project within their platform, but they ran into a few things that they didn't end up completing that. But Grant, who is the CEO of Ocean Builders, saw the value in that idea, and he went ahead and built it for Ocean Builders independently. So I mean, it's great. Grant, he's taken the project and run with it, right? Like he has business experience, which I don't think Chad or Nadia or Rudy, who is the engineer, I don't think that they had a lot of experience just starting a business from scratch and launching it. And so when we could connect Grant with them, Grant just like knew how to turn their design and ambitions into a business. And that's what you see with him, with the incubator, being able to just bring people together with the right talents and organize the projects, because even if you have people with the right talents, you need to someone to keep them focused and accountable. And so Grant was able to pull that together. Oh, and as far as you apply, oceanbuilders.com/incubator, there's a contact form. I know that they're very open if there isn't a project currently listed, but you have something else in mind. They're open to creating new projects, but they do have, a time frame in which they want to put SeaPods on the water. So they may prioritize their own, projects to facilitate that. But I do know that they're open to creating many different kinds of seasteading technology and just making it available.
Yeah. I don't want to focus too much on the ocean builders because there's a whole lot more going on with the seasteading besides just them. I guess my question when I first heard you were going to be on is how, and kind of changing gears here a little bit, but how did the Seasteading Institute and all of its partners and stuff like that, how did it fare through the last year with the pandemic and stuff like that? What do you guys see from that?
I really didn't see much of a shift. I mean, we were already a fully online organization. And so, we launched the monthly Seasteading Social, which would have been a great idea before. It just was a matter of getting ducks in a row to be able to do that. I think maybe we were helped in that Zoom meetings became very normalized, and so that the idea of logging in to an online meeting became a lot less intimidating for people who may not have been used to it. So that helped us, I think, with our online events. But I haven't seen, it's hard to say because we were working so hard to build out community. I've been working on the back end to create systems and software to keep track of people and keep connected with people. And so it's hard to say if the pandemic had any effect or if it was a result of what I had already been working on to try and just broaden our reach and keep sustained, community as we've always been a very dispersed group, right? Like people are all over the world. And so how do we get folks talking to each other and working together? That's been our challenge.
And I know for me, your Discord community is huge. And I recently joined that. I mean, instantly, I've been having multiple conversations in there alone. And I think that's a beautiful thing. I mean, there's a lot of people in there. There's a lot of knowledge in there too.
Discord. So someone created the Discord, and I still don't know his real identity. And it had just sort of been there with maybe like 20 or 30 people. And we have a new part-time virtual assistant, Alexander, who's been fantastic. So he was, as soon as he was hired, I was like, figure out if we can get admin privileges on this Discord, because, I'm always a little bit nervous about inviting people to join a community if we're not moderating it, But we got invited as moderators, and then we launched our role-playing game. And that's when people started visiting and joining the Discord, and then all of these other conversations started. Okay. So that was pretty awesome. So I can talk a little bit about our role-playing game.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, so so Joe Quirk, our president, had been he's spoken to many conferences. In 2019, he and I traveled so much. We went to a lot of conferences, sometimes together, sometimes separately. And we had played this game at conferences, when we had a group of people, we'd say, okay, now we're going to play a seastead game, break up into groups, write some general rules for your seastead, write how are you going to provide food, how are you going to generate energy, what's your governance structure, and then we'll throw out scenarios like challenges. And I got to do this at Acapulco in 2018, where we had a breakout room and I had little slips of paper. And actually one of them was a very contagious virus start spreading on your seastead. What do you do about it? We had ones like pirates come and steal your energy generator, or it's various challenges that we expect to see on real seasteads. And people have loved playing that game. I remember Joe told me at one conference they had a potstead, where marijuana.
Yeah.
They would just grow marijuana and sell marijuana, and that was gonna be their main revenue. And
it's going to happen too.
Right. Oh, of course, yeah.
Yeah.
Or I like the idea. I'd like to see a scenario or a simulation of like an all women seastead. Like, how would that work? So we decided to put this game online on Discord, and luckily Alexander has some experience with text-based role-playing games and Dungeons and Dragons, and so he was able to take the role of game master, and we did our first scenario in June. So we had he created some character profiles. I created 3 seastead types. To start out. Like, eventually in the game, we'll have people create their own seasteads, but we thought just to get started, we should have some more structure. So there's one that's on a cruise ship, and they're called the Constitutional Cruise, and I wanted to base their constitution on the Freedom Haven Project, which Anthony Charles Olson has been on my podcast and has been involved. He on Facebook, he has sort of crowdsourced a constitution. And so I thought that was really interesting. Like, let's take that constitution and bring in the role-playing game and see if people can play with it and work with it. And so that was our first seastead in the game. And then the second one is the Crypto Anarcho Citadel, which is based on one of the seasteads that was created during our conference, because they were all crypto enthusiasts. And they're like, every decision will be made on the blockchain, and, all resources and will be tracked on the blockchain. Like, you will pay, instead of insurance, you will pay into a fund. And so if you accidentally damage someone else's seastead, then you will, that out of that fund of crypto, you will pay damages. So they had everything managed through the blockchain and through cryptocurrency. So that was the second one. And then the third one, I wanted to model after the Venus Project, which I happened to visit in Florida right before everything was shutting down. And they call it a resource-based economy. So it's a very intensive planned economy, very purely socialist, if I'm understanding correctly. I might be misrepresenting the Venus Project, so I do apologize. But the Citadel, I wanted it to be based more on the co-ops and the third seastead is the co-op, and I wanted it to be based on the more hippie, sharing resources type community that I've run into a lot of people, a lot of anarchists or agorists who come at self-governance from that other political history. So we created the third seastead as the co-op, which I thought would be more socialist, but I don't think socialism is used in that way. It's more of a pure socialist or old-fashioned form of socialism. And then people could choose which seastead they wanted to join, and we had a scenario of a hurricane hitting their seastead. And we saw how they responded, and it was fascinating. And I want to see it grow and see how realistic we can play out the potential challenges that seasteaders will face when we're actually out floating in the water.
So it sounds like a place you can spend a lot of time then.
Yeah, it's been really fun to sort of try and think up. And I love organizing the game. I got some spreadsheets to get to design, for keeping track of things.
Yeah, I haven't
do something like that, Brendan.
No, I don't want to put that kind of time into it. Yeah, I've seen it there. I haven't even clicked on it yet. I didn't want to go down that rabbit hole. One of these days. But yeah, no, I threw the links in our thing. I'll throw links out there on our social as well for anybody that wants to join that Discord, because there's a lot going on. And yeah, the owner of the thing, him and me have been talking quite a bit about what he's planning on doing, stuff along those lines. So yeah, there's anybody's involved in any aspect of ocean, that's the place to go.
Mm-hmm.
So, what else we got? So what is, I guess we never did it. I assumed most of our listeners and stuff like that listen now or later know what the Seasteading Institute is. But if you want give a elevator speech or whatever to familiarize those who don't know, what is the Seasteading Institute and what are you guys doing?
Sure. So we are a nonprofit working to educate the world about the concept of seasteading, which is living on the ocean. So it comes from the word homesteading, which is also another, that's a hard word to translate, but I figure most of your listeners are American and understand the concept of homesteading. So as a nonprofit, there's, we're not actively building seasteads ourselves, but that's why we're trying to support companies like Atlantis Sea Colony and Ocean Builders, however we can to educate the public about what y'all are doing. And then, of course, the incubator scholarship, I'm really excited about that. I think that has potential to grow, to support people who, well, open source is really important because we do want to make sure that anything we create is available to anyone who's interested, right? So nothing proprietary, but yeah, educating people about the concept. My boss, Joe Quirk, has written the book called Seasteading. It's 3 or 4 years old now, but he goes through and talks to people who can develop farming, seaweed, fish farms that are more environmentally restorative instead of the existing fish farms, or like commercial fishing now, as it is now, is not restorative to the environment. How to generate energy through solar or ocean thermal energy conversion. And then sort of the governance aspect, which is one that we talk about the most, the idea that if people are living out on the ocean and their community has a governance structure that isn't working for them, they can separate and find another community, and your cost of moving is greatly decreased when you can bring your whole house with you, your whole farm with you. And so that will create a market in governance that will require governments to compete for citizens rather than just imposing any laws that might benefit a few, but at the expense of the many.
So, as you said, it's been around for 13 years. Obviously, it's a labor of love and a lot of patience that goes into this thing. We've seen that as well. But, with Ocean Builders and other organizations like that, and with your finger on the pulse of what's going on out there, how close do you think we are to actually having the first seastead in any fashion out there?
Are you asking out there as far as like high seas outside of territorial water, just out there?
Yep.
I think Ocean Builders will have a SeaPod in the within 6 months. I mean, if the pandemic did affect them, like if we hadn't had all the shutdowns, then they would already have a SeaPod out there. I'm pretty confident. So, yeah. So, or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe everything takes longer to build than what you plan. But yes, I would say in the next 6 months to see a SeaPod actually floating out in Panama.
Very cool.
Yeah.
They're utilizing large 3D printers, aren't they? With their how they build, isn't?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think Chad shared a video of one of their printers. The thing's amazing, just because I just think 3D printers in general are pretty cool, and seeing those large scale ones that people are using to build structures is just awesome to see. So yeah, it's a really cool, I guess, manufacturing concept too.
Sure. No, they have the largest 3D printer in Latin America. So
nice.
Yeah.
I was wanting to head down there, and then of course the pandemic hit, and so that threw everything into couldn't get down there for anything. So it's that's on the back burner now, I guess. But here we got a question from one of our viewers here. Wants to know, what is the biggest hurdle to overcome to begin actual locating a habitat on location anywhere?
The biggest hurdle, well, it's either your neighboring country making sure that you have the political goodwill and permission that they're not going to send out a Navy to come and stop you and take your seastead away. That's what happened in Thailand. Or the waves, right? So there's a band across the equator where in many places you can have very low waves. So that is probably the first step to building a seastead is you want one that can handle the lower waves. And then as you develop the technology and iterate, you can get out where there may be higher waves. So I'm going to go with two things. Those are my two big hurdles.
What if kind of going off of that, and it's one of the things that I've been trying to do some research on is, and obviously like the ocean builders are working out of Panama right now, but the legalities of a lot of things, like just she's cutting out for a second. We're going to give her a second. She did mention before the live stream that she has a thunderstorm rolling in, so she might cut in and out. So we'll give her a second.
Yeah, while we're waiting on that, hey, Glenn, thanks for joining us tonight. I was wondering where you're at because usually you pop in there at some point in time. So
Glenn's just chilling. Glenn's watching the live stream, just hanging out with us.
Yeah, so I'm sure you'll get a message from Carly as soon as she can and see if she's coming back or not. And if the storm hit and took out her power or whatever.
Yeah. She was saying that one just rolled in right before we started.
Yeah. But if you're just joining, the reason we got Carly on here is because I shared it today on our Facebook, but we'll share it again for anybody that wants to join the Seasteading monthly Zoom call, which I'll be talking on August 14th, which is a Saturday. I'll be, and Babe's got a question here as well. That's a good question. Hopefully Carly can get back on here, and if she can, we'll definitely ask her that.
Oh, just about got back on. Yeah, that's actually, Babe, that was one of the questions, kind of what I was about to ask. So once if she can reconnect, we'll.
Yeah. I think this is just these questions alone. I think we definitely need you, Adam, you can do that. Reach back out to somebody at Ocean Builders and try to get them on there. And I was telling Adam beforehand, Babe and Glenn, or anybody else is watching, that I've reached out to Dan as well, Divers Alert Network, and they're actively going to be getting somebody, but it'll probably be like September or something along those lines.
Hello.
Hey.
Hi. Sorry about that.
We gave him the warning that you had a storm rolling in and you might lose connectivity there.
Yeah. Sorry.
So you want to ask your question, Adam, or you want to go to Babe?
Well, okay. So mine is similar to his. I'll just ask his. I'll pop it up there. Said, feeding off of Glenn's question, has Ocean Builders streamlined a government process for all the legal aspects?
So as far as I know, they are working very closely with the Panama government officials who are involved with approving structures in the ocean. And one hurdle had to do with a flag. So, and I think, if I remember correctly, I think that they had to alter their design a bit, or the specs somehow, so that their SeaPods can be flagged as a houseboat. Again, double check everything I'm saying. This is from my memory of conversations. So a seastead flag, I think of it as kind of like registering your car. So you have to go to your state office, DMV or whatever it's called in your state, and say, I have this kind of car, whether it's commercial or not commercial, how old is it? Does it meet emission standards? Very simple to register a car. But you similarly have to register vessels that are on the ocean, and that's called flagging them. And so to develop a flag that would allow a SeaPod in a previous design would have been very expensive. And so they were able to negotiate with Panama and figure out, okay, we'll flag it as a houseboat. So luckily, I mean, that's why they settled in Panama, because the folks there are friendly to their business. But the Seasteading Institute, we're working on getting a seastead flag so that it's a very long and complicated process. But we are having an event on September 3rd to talk about that, and I'm still putting everything together online to promote that. But we will be promoting that the next couple years. That's going to be our main focus, is getting a flag so that anyone who wants to build what fits this criteria of a seastead will be able to do it. They won't have to sort of slip in as like a barge or a houseboat or, you know, whatever the existing categories are that don't really fit what a seastead is.
Yeah, is what have been, I guess, maybe in your experience, or I know that Joe does a lot of traveling and meeting with a lot of people and doing a lot of speaking engagements. Stateside, what are kind of the hurdles with that? Obviously, like ocean builders are working in Panama, but is there like a lot more challenges? I mean, obviously, I'm sure there is, but like to try to do something like that within the United States oceans.
Well, I think it would be more expensive, and that's why we haven't seen anyone really try to seastead in the United States. There is Ventive Float House. I'm not sure what their status is now. I talked to them maybe about a year ago, and they were looking at selling their design in the San Francisco area because of the shortage of housing there. But I don't know if he had researched what the legal restrictions would be. So you would have to consider, if you're close enough, there's a certain distance, and I don't know what it is, where the state has jurisdiction, and then beyond that, it's the federal government. And so it's a matter of which government officials do you talk to, and how complicated is that? I do know, I have been following a fish farming project. Neil Anthony Sims, who is featured in the Seasteading book, has been trying to launch a fish farm in Florida, and he ran into some hurdles with like aquaculture regulations. And I remember reading a news article a few months ago about, you know, going through Congress for the aquaculture regulations, because our current farming and fishing, it just does not fit what he wants to do, right? Like there are regulations for commercial fishing, and then there are regulations for farming, and farming is not fish farming the way that Neil does it. So right. It's a matter, and I think the U.S. government, I think most governments, the process is tricky. So when we look for allies, the first thing we ask if they want to launch a project is like, do you know anyone in the government? Because we need their support.
Yeah, that's, like I said, one of the things that I've been trying to figure out, because it's just, politically, I mean, we could just say it's BS that we have to go through government officials to do it anyways. But yeah, it's so tricky because, like you said, a certain amount is, state proper or state rights or whatever. Then it's federal. Then it's like whatever. So it's, I'm assuming that, the seasteading runs into the same issues where it's like, it's a revolutionary type project. Same like what we're trying to do. And it's just like trying to explain that to someone and like trying to, I guess, get permission and get, make sure we're not doing anything illegal. I mean, it's crazy because you're trying to launch a business that has not been done before, or launch a real estate project in a sense. And so there aren't really laws or regulations. There aren't guidelines in place already to go off of. It's something that has to be kind of like, you're doing what and how are you doing that and what do you like, so then they're going to drag their feet because they don't know how to license you or whatever it may be. So yeah, that's the headache that Brennan and I don't want to deal with, but I mean, like, eventually are going to have to.
Well, that's one thing that we as a nonprofit, we want to help with, right? So, this is Joe's work. He's been talking to flagging registries. He's been talking to the certification, the companies that go and certify vessels to meet the requirements of the flagging registry. And then there's like the maritime insurance. And so he has the fun job of like talking to all those folks and trying to translate their language into what makes sense for like the innovative creators that we work with, right? And being that translator between, we don't want our engineers having to pull out their hair talking to an insurance bureaucrat, right? Like we want them building and designing and iterating. So that's one role that we can really take on as a nonprofit, you know. And so that's what we're going to do. That's what we're focusing on.
And he actually, maybe I'm misremembering this, but like he actually has talked to some politicians and all that, like, and trying to introduce the concept to them in the past, hasn't he?
Yes. So Joe actually went to Panama before Ocean Builders finalized their decision to launch their business there. He did meet Panamanian officials with our legal counsel. And then before I worked for the Seasteading Institute, I volunteered for Blue Frontiers, which was working in French Polynesia. And so they, you know, the Blue Frontiers folks went to French Polynesia and met with the president, met with a number of officials and talked to them about seasteading. So unfortunately that plan got delayed to the point of it's not happening because of politics, unfortunately. So, you know, we learn from every experience, but Joe has the experience of like talking to people. And I will say that we have a very promising group of seasteaders in Brazil, and there was legislation being considered in their, I want to say parliament, that might not be the right word, but they were considering a nationwide law for special economic zones, which may or may not have included language to allow a zone on the ocean. So I'm still waiting to hear back from our friend there who was watching that legislation. So it is possible, but you know, I was a political activist before I worked for the Seasteading Institute, and it's an infuriating process sometimes. Right. I mean, I really like, it's supposed to be, right? Like we don't want people to just like impose their will on a law that affects the whole country, right? We want it to be slow. We want there to be lots of conversations and lots of room for compromise and hearing from any interested parties. So yeah, you have to keep that in mind and you know, make sure you make the right allies, the ones who are going to stick with it.
Right. And that's a great thing about how like we've we've been able to get to know you guys and your community too, because I mean a lot of you guys have already like did a lot of the footwork already, like in finding a lot of these answers of, you know, people have already fought certain fights and learned certain things to where, you know, we can kind of keep contributing to that, but also learning from all that as well. So I think that's been one of the biggest contributors is, like I said, just learning and communicating with the seasteading community. And, you know, and we've made contact with other people that are in the underwater habitation venture as well. So, I mean, the communication has been great and being able to learn from one another and see, you know, what we can progress. Now it's a matter of like, let's get it done.
Yeah. Well, that is really great to hear. I mean, that's, I think, the best thing that we can do at the Seasteading Institute is provide a platform where folks can find each other. And the founders of Ocean Builders found each other on our old forum. And now I think that Discord is going to be the next place where our next seasteading companies flourish.
Sorry, I was reading my comments there. But I think that, you know, even though I understood the seasteading before and we've talked before and stuff along those lines, I don't know, just something you said something, I don't even know what it was, but it triggered it in a different light too. I can't even put it into words, but I think it's important that people get behind entities like yourself. And since you're pretty much the name of the game as far as this field goes, how do people support your guys' movement and support the Seasteading Institute?
Well, thank you for asking. We accept donations, and I think that's the best possible way. So having donations so that we can pay our legal advisors, pay the staff to continue working and maintaining all of our online platforms, and then hopefully to grow into more in-person events. So seasteading.org/donate. We also accept cryptocurrency, and that has been a huge benefit for us because I think the crypto people really they grok Seasteading right away because oh man, Joe has this great phrase and I can never remember it correctly, but it's something along the lines of like cryptocurrency decentralizes money, and Seasteading will decentralize community or society or something along those lines. Like it's that same concept in the physical realm. So yes, donate. You can donate directly to our incubator scholarship if that's what you want to support. I will be launching a flagging campaign page, or if you just donate and leave a note like I want this money to be for a specific project, we will honor it. So
perfect.
Yeah.
Glenn just commented, he said, whatever country starts the ball rolling will have great rewards from tourists, scientists, media, etc. Some government should jump in on it and make a bundle early. Yeah, that's what I've always thought too, Glenn, is that, we talked last week, obviously, a lot about Jules Undersea Lodge there. And with them being the only entity out there of being able to, for the common person to be able to go stay underwater right now. And just, to me, that's like, that should be a no-brainer for a lot of places to jump on opportunities, whether it's seasteading or doing the underwater thing like we're trying to do, is that it's such a unique and like fascinating thing. So whether it's your own personal home that you want to make out of it, or if it's like a vacation destination, if it's for research and all that, it should be a no-brainer that this should be something that people should support, because whoever is hosting this, whether it's a seastead or an underwater habitat, whoever's hosting it, they're gonna like rake in on that too. So like, say you stick this in the state of Florida or wherever, Panama, people are gonna start acknowledging these places with the associating with this kind of like adventure, so to me it shouldn't be like a hesitation from local, state, or federal entities, whatever it is, and it should be something that they're encouraging, because at the end of the day, most of the time the government's going to get their cut of whatever you do anyway, so they might as well try to support it so that they can get their cut anyways. Mm-hmm. Until we can get outside the economic zone, then they don't get their cut anymore. But
so, Glenn, I comment about this. We actually have a project. If you go to seasteading.org/active-projects or active projects page, have one called Atlas. They are looking at starting a seasteading community in Texas, but they're just getting started and looking for new members to help them craft their growth plan and build membership and all of that. So yeah, there's definitely people interested in Texas. But
Texas has been a good aspect for a lot of people are jumping to Texas because of their tax codes too right now too. So that's that alone would be a good place for business too.
And as far as how profitable it will be for the first host country, I've been seeing a lot of seasteaders are jumping on the X Prize for carbon. I think it must have been announced recently. I've been hearing it third hand from a bunch of people who are like, oh yeah, we're doing a project for the X Prize for carbon capture, and they're all doing seaweed. So, and then also the coastal communities dealing with flooding and dealing with the water encroaching on property, if they can convert to homes that can be in the water, then they won't have such severe losses if with storms or other flooding or all of that. And I can see, in my news searches, there are some places that are banking on like walls, like New Orleans has. But I think people are looking at the floating structures. Oh, and then also in New York City, they just opened up a park that's on these pylons. My mom was just there visiting. I was like, send me some of those pictures. But that's an interesting project just to get people used to the idea of being on the water, that it's, you build a park. Doesn't mean that you're dredging up soil. We can build floating things, and they're kind of modular in a way too. They're really interesting. They're almost shaped like a SeaPod. They have this like sort of rounded shape, and then they're flat that connect so that you have this big park on top, but they're modular, which is really interesting. So just projects like that was just sort of gently introduce the idea of like, oh, humans can be on the water.
And the big thing I think too is that with any of these fields, that unless it's almost a seamless transition from the way of life most people know and their home and stuff like that barrier is too great for, I think, the average person to want to give up those creature comforts to help fund the way or make the way into the inevitable future. And so whether it's Ocean Builders, I think it's what's great about their design is because it has all those creature comforts, and it looks good too. So it bridges that barrier from what people are used to living on the water as well.
Mm-hmm. Babe said Norway has floating homes for flood areas.
Cool. I wasn't aware of Norway. We do have partners in the Netherlands, and they have really interesting. It's funny. So they have a bunch of like floating architecture, but they also have regulations that have sort of atrophied, I feel, so that it's more and more difficult for floating homes to move to different locations. And so they became overly regulated, but they have a separate regulatory system for floating homes versus homes on land. And I find that fascinating, that they've had to develop it. But of course it's been around long enough to have sort of atrophied, which is also fascinating.
Right. Yeah, it's where was I? I had a thought and now I lost it already. Brendan, think of something while I'm trying to regain the question.
No, I was going to say, I was going to, she's start wrapping it up here as far as our time goes, but I think I just want to, in my closing here, I appreciate you, Carly, jumping on for us here tonight and filling content for us, because what I was going to talk about was not this exciting. So,
well, I'm excited to have you present at our Seasteading Social. So that's August 14th, 10 a.m. Pacific. It's free to attend online on Zoom. So, yeah, we'll hope to grow your audience there.
Already, just in the last couple of days from you guys posting it out there, we've had several new likes on LinkedIn and all this kind of thing. So people are, and once again, and like I say, and me getting involved in the Discord community has definitely been beneficial as well too. So.
Yes, and I have to say I'm not good about remembering underwater habitation, and so I want to bring you in. We need to have that.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks, Glenn. That's a nice comment.
Glenn's awesome.
Yeah. Glenn's been around with us for quite a while, so.
Yeah, I mean, Glenn's one of our biggest supporters. We love having Glenn. He always joins us every Tuesday. Him and Babe always join us. You know who we haven't heard from in a while? I can't think of his name now, but the guy that's like traveling the world on his on his boat.
On a boat.
Yeah, and he's like he like stops in and like if he just thanks, Glenn. You know what, Glenn? We just said a lot of nice things about you. And, we just had to do that.
But there's a guy. I don't remember his name either. But he's testing out some living on a boat, basically some seasteading aspects. Some things he was I don't even remember what it was now, but he stops in everyone and will pop in here and tell us what he's doing and stuff too. So
it'd be cool to like sync it up sometime where we can have him come on and join us, just because like he's just traveling the world, just doing whatever, which is, man, that's the dream for a lot of people, is just to be able to have that carefree lifestyle and just be able to check everything out. I don't know if I'd want to like travel like across, because it's not a big vessel that he's on. Like it's a small boat. That would terrify me, being on a small boat and just like traveling wherever. But that's just me though. But so, and I'll get the links from you, Carly, and we'll post them on our social medias for Brendan's thing next Saturday. And just I know we already posted some in here already for.
And I shared it on our page today because they put it out on the Seasteading page today as well. And I shared it on there as well. So
so obviously we already shared the links. So Ocean Builders is a group that you work with. So oceanbuilders.com. We have seasteading.com, or I'm sorry, www.seasteading.org. Who else? Where else and who else would you recommend people check out to kind of keep up with everything that is going on right now?
Well, we try to put everything on seasteading.org, so that's a great place to start. And if you scroll down, you'll find all of our social media channels. We have a lot. All of a sudden, we had some ambassadors step up and volunteer to run these new social media channels. So we just had a bunch more. So Discord, Telegram, but we've mentioned before, Discord is a great place to have like real meaningful, productive conversations from people who are actively looking for solutions to build. So, and then of course our role-playing game, which I hope people will join and enjoy and help us figure out how to do realistic simulations. I see the role-playing game as a way of training people to think like a seasteader, right? Like so many people, I think we are used to thinking about, if something goes wrong, I call the fire department or the police, or my rights are defined. Like we have our current situation in our current society, and so training people to think about like what sort of problems you're gonna have to solve, especially those first pioneers. We're gonna have to figure out, where do we get our electricity? It's not as simple as just calling the electric company and switching your name into the account, So like, I want to get people used to thinking about, this is what we're going to have to do to make living on the ocean a reality and a successful reality.
Yeah. And there's so many things that, it's the simple things that we just assume are the ones that are going to come back to bite us. So
and like you said, it's a good way of like learning too, because that's one of the biggest things that's helped Brendan and I, is that just having people ask questions, be like, hey, so what about how would this work? And it's like, oh crap, well maybe we didn't think about that. It's just like so putting it in a more fun way of how you're doing it, I mean, is a good way to prepare for like, once this does become a reality, that okay, we've explored that scenario, this is how we're going to handle it, rather than just you're out there and it's like, oh, we never thought of this before, So it sounds like a lot of fun way to learn and prepare for it, rather than just be caught off guard too.
Sure. And when you have 40 players, half of them are going to think of things that are out of this world. Like the thing that surprised us the most was someone decided to build a church as like their first step on their seastead. We're like, oh, we didn't expect that would be the first thing someone does, but okay, sure. Let's see how this works.
Cool. So we'll throw out all the links and we'll put up on our social. So, Carly, thank you for joining us, and we're gonna close this out, and then we'll catch you after the credits real quick. But Brendan, I'm gonna go through our closeout. Is that all right?
Oh, okay.
All right. Here we go. All right, guys, you can go to atlantaseacolony.com. From there, you're going to be able to catch all of our socials. You can find us on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, LinkedIn, YouTube, all that good stuff. And it's a beautiful website, by the way. I give credit to our designer, Brendan, on that. So good going, Brendan.
Yeah.
Also, we do have our Patreon for anybody that, that is capable of donating, whether it's like $1 a month or $5 a month. You can go to patreon.com/Atlanta Sea Colony and you can sign up there. Or if you have $8.76 laying around and you want to donate that $8.76, you can go to paypal.me/Atlantis Sea Colony and donate that $8.76 to us, and we would gladly take it. And we're, obviously all this is going to help us get put towards our habitat, all of our ventures that we're getting into. And also, Brendan, show that gear that you got on you, buddy.
It's getting a little worn. But you can wash yours.
You got to wash it inside out. Have you known that?
I have, yes.
Okay, well.
It's already, I did it. Anyway, show yours off. Yours is the newer one.
I got the new. It's covered in cat hair because if you guys didn't know earlier, I was petting my cat when she was like walking by while I was doing this. But yeah, this is the newest shirt. Brendan, I'm going to launch a challenge real quick. Not a challenge. So we're always like putting out new merch and new designs and stuff. I think we should put up a vote on which animal should be the next Atlantis Sea Colony logo animal.
I'm fine with that.
We have the octopus, we have the hammerhead, and then now we have this design. But I think we should do another animal. My vote is with either a stingray or a sea turtle. That's what I'm going to go with.
I'm fine with those.
Okay, so also thanks to our patrons, Edward Haas, Brian Acosta, S-Babe Hive. Once again, check out seasteading.org and also oceanbuilders.com. Carly, thank you again for joining us, and we will see you guys next Tuesday. Bye.
Ben from ArkTide talks to Brendan about the progress on his floating structures, and where he sees not only his company going, but seasteading in general. This was a fun one.
All right, guys, we have got Ben Saloni. Did I get it right?
Yep.
All right, good. We got from ArkTide here, and we are going to talk about what his company is doing. It's a company I've been following for, quite a while now, and it's exciting stuff in the seasteading realm. But also, we'll talk about how that relates to what we're doing and stuff like that too. So, Ben, how are you doing?
Doing good. I'm here in a studio in Tampa, Florida right now. And excited to chat. We have something in the water and lots of big stuff happening. So it's exciting.
Yeah. I say anybody that's been following your social media stuff, hopefully people are. It's going from cool 3D renders to actually something that actually looks like the 3D renders too, which is sometimes an anomaly.
Yeah. And this is your as far as following us or communicating, I don't know. I think we talked pretty early on, but it's 2 years now, right after years that we've been bouncing around the world and different locations and different ideas and things like that to get where we are now. But
very cool. So I guess we'll step back here and we'll talk a little bit about you. We'll lay the foundation here. So who are you? Where did you come from? And why are you doing all this?
Let's see. I'm originally from Ohio, which is way too cold, and gradually made my way down to Maryland and then Virginia, and now in Tampa, Florida. And most of my background has been in project management. I've done a lot of overseas work, lived around the Middle East. Spent about 2 years probably working with mix of nonprofits and DoD and that sort of thing. And so a lot of this actually started, I've been following things on and off in seasteading and ocean-based tech and just general, it's fascinating, right? Like following SpaceX and things like that. So, but it actually started when I was talking with a friend who was a businessman, and we were talking about Haiti and what can you do to help people in Haiti. and dug into it. Could we start a factory, create jobs, all of that, and realized that it is so corrupt. And now it's I think it still is, I don't know if something changed, but it's a I don't know, governmentless state, basically a failed government, failed state. And so the only thing I ended up coming to from that, and I did some stuff with like human trafficking out of Venezuela and things too. And the only real thing you can do to help in those places, I feel like, is to help people get out. There's really nothing you can do inside. And so that got the ball rolling on looking really seriously into it. I flew down to Panama and met up with the Ocean Builders guys, who were great, and spent a week there, traveling around a bit. And so joined a bunch of the groups and was just trying to figure out how can I start something. And then that's when my co-founder, Mike Doty, contacted me through Discord, I think it was originally, and we just started talking and said, hey, we should just start a thing. He was in Florida. I wanted to move to Florida anyway. And yeah, I think that's, I guess the other early piece of that was we hopped on the Carbon Removal X prize after Elon Musk funded that $100 million prize to remove gigatons of CO2. And so that was something that we very quickly were like, well, we want to do all this ocean-based stuff anyway. We want to increase life in the oceans through aquaculture and all this stuff. So let's just roll with, like, tie all that in together. That's a piece of the puzzle. If somebody leaves Haiti, comes to a floating island outside of the land, and start aquaculture, not only are you providing food, you're providing jobs, but you're also helping the environment through plankton and algae and things. So, yeah, I think that's maybe a long version for the intro.
No.
We're winding road.
So it's more like a humanitarian issue that really spurred this, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. And Mike had the same kind of thing, talking about, like, what do you do with the refugee situation out of Syria from a few years ago, still ongoing maybe, into Europe and things like that. You have people who are displaced or people who need to get out of really terrible situations in their countries. What do they do? And so that's something that we're both a lot more passionate about, which has also led us to have a really big focus, really primary focus maybe, on being inexpensive and affordable, because anybody can build $1 billion floating city. That's really not that hard. Oil industry does it. Cruise industry does it. Anybody can do that if you have enough money and enough millionaires that'll come to it, or enough people buying the gasoline or whatever. So from day one, all of our research has been on inexpensive materials that we can quickly and easily scale up and produce floating islands, or, as we're starting out now, floating modules for floating homes.
Yeah, which I'm very minimalistic in my taste, and so I love the look of what you guys are doing. It's like I just look at those pictures, like oh, this is just it's harsh angles and it's like clean. It's like, oh, this is beautiful. So yeah, it's definitely my cup of tea.
Yeah, it's a lot of people really love it. We've got some folks in North Carolina who are interested, and, like, one of the guys is a woodworker, and so he has a much more traditional, like, the town the marina is at has like a 1940s downtown, and so there's different kind of niche locations. Sure. I think where we have people who really want to do something, which I think would be awesome. But most people, really love it, and how flexible it is, and it's kind of IKEA-ish.
Yeah, absolutely. So first of all, how was so I wanted to go down and hang out with the Ocean Builders as well, but then right when I was getting ready to do that, the pandemic hit. So that put a hold on everything. I just never had a rope back around to get, because they took off after that anyway. So it's like they're super busy now. I'm not going to bother them. But how was, so I guess that's a two-edged question. Why United States versus moving to, like, Panama or Honduras or something along those lines that might be a little bit more friendly to that, versus sticking here in the United States?
Yeah, I mean, we bounced all over the place. When I first talked to Mike, he was really interested in the Zeddy Free City stuff in Honduras that was happening. We were following stuff in El Salvador with Bitcoin and all of that, and looked at places around Singapore, which I think is an amazing market for floating anything, as they're really out of land. Huge potential there, but obviously they're incredibly expensive, but they're surrounded by lots of countries with lots of water and lots of people that lots of labor. I guess it's less expensive. So the most recently we were trying to do a thing in Puerto Rico, and everything just kept falling through. It became incredibly difficult, from anything from just starting an LLC to getting a lease on a piece of land, to just doing anything. And just to say, like, Puerto Rico, I had some amazing contacts. I really love it down there, the university and the government actually. But when it came down to, I need a lease on a thing, and we have to go through lawyers back and forth, and we spent months and months and months trying to do that. So at the end of the day, I got invite through a friend of a friend, totally random thing. I met a guy at an airport in Puerto Rico who introduced me to another guy who introduced me to another guy. And so I ended up at this random meeting in Panama City. And that guy owns warehouses and knows lots of people, and introduced me to some really key people, including our first hire there, who knows everyone from like the mayor to the city manager to marina owners to boat manufacturers to like everybody under the sun. So within like 1 month, I think it was maybe a month and a half, we had a lease on a 28,000 square foot facility in Panama City, and we have just it's so much easier access for the materials that we need. We know a guy that owns a concrete plant 45 minutes away from there, which we're doing a lot of geopolymer and concrete-based materials, and so that was huge. Just everything fell into place really, really well. So, and there's a lot of benefits to working in other countries, and we'll certainly branch out to that at some point. But for start, even though there's a cost bump, definitely, it's just so much easier to get stuff done than a place like Florida than anywhere else I've seen. So.
It's all about who you know. So I mean, it makes a big difference there too.
Yeah, definitely. That's been huge. So I feel like we have a really good network there of people and supporters. And I actually, the first meeting I went there, for Puerto Rico, there isn't a lot of protected water, so we were going to build the larger structures off the west side of the island. And I was showing that. I was doing a little presentation at this meeting I came to, and as soon as I had I think I had one slide that was a small floating home for New Orleans, because we talked to some folks there. They wanted something that could go in the bayou or on land and rise up with the surge for the next hurricane. And as soon as I came to that, everyone was like, "Wait, stop!" like the big stuff is really cool. We had like floating hotels and all this cool stuff, right? But as soon as they sold out, they're like, "Whoa, wait! Like Airbnb all day, every day. Like I could put that at my dock. I could put that at the marina. I could put that out by this park, by the barrier islands, by this island, yada yada yada." And so immediately we had this like huge number of people that were really interested in buying them and are like, "How quickly can you build that for me?" And then through some design, we were able to very quickly share a lot of those early renders back and forth with these customers, who ranged from anywhere from like a realtor to a marina owner to a businessman to a developer, et cetera, and refine the idea down to like, what do you really want? Like, what would really make the most sense for this market? And so the modular components give people that flexibility to sort of design what they want out of the Lego bricks that we build.
Very cool. So you've already got a healthy potential client list growing as it is then.
Yeah. We've got about we've been taking reservations without deposits. We're not asking for anything until we get a little bit more in the water and more verified. We want to be 100% on the price, especially. But right now we're at about 6 or 7 million in reservations and sales.
Wow.
So people are, and we have this sort of like pocket group of people that are like, as soon as I stand on one, I'll buy it. Like I just want to be able to stand on it first. Everybody wants to feel it. What's it feel like when there's a wave? How do I feel safe on this thing? Like, does it feel like a boat? Those sorts of questions. So, so I think we'll have a pretty good flood of people. That whole, really everywhere from, really from Tampa, maybe even the whole East Coast, I guess, all the way over through Alabama and all the way around to Texas. Like, there's so much protected water, which is a whole lot easier to deal with, bays and things like that. The difference for like a Cat 5 hurricane in a bay is you get about 5 or 6 foot max wave height. You go out of the bay and you get about 40 foot. If you go out, if we go out I don't know, 10 miles, 20 miles out into the Gulf, the wave height difference is enormous.
Sure.
So
So talking about design there, because you're talking about the people talking about how much it sways, is like that. Ocean Builders has a huge spar that goes underneath the water to help to level that off. How do you guys design around that? You guys go with a similar design element, or how you combating that?
Yeah. So we spent a lot of time on spar-based designs. We've had, I don't know, I think every design there is, we've run through some kind of simulation or another. And there's all kinds of cool, crazy stuff out there. But the spar design, what we ended up with is, especially for shallow waters, so much material goes into just the spar that it costs more material-wise, material costs in all of that structure than the actual living space. And so that's when we started looking at how do we maximize our cost per square foot of living space, for example. So the spar is certainly the only way that you can be out in the ocean with a single family home or something like that. If you're out in the ocean, you're either going really deep or you're going really wide. Those are the two options. You have to go below where the wave effect is, or where it's reduced enough, and put your center of gravity way down there, or you have to be so far apart that you're basically peak to peak, where the troughs are between, which is about 100 meters if we're down by the equator. So 100-meter diameter floating island would handle any kind of wave, because they don't get hurricanes on the equator. And
Right.
so that's that situation. And so that's where we were like, well, again, we're putting, especially for ocean, you're looking at maybe 6-meter waves out on the equator max ever. And so you can certainly design something that's 6 meters up off the water, but that spar is going to be about, I don't know, 20, 30 meters deep probably. And so you're putting, I don't know, 75% of your materials in a spar. And so that's when we came to, well, if we want, our goal is not necessarily to make a floating $1 million home. It's to make something that everybody can afford to live in. And so that's scaling that down. That's where we're in the bays, and the water is so shallow in a lot of these places that you couldn't even do a spar if you wanted to. It just doesn't, we're at 2-foot draft right now, which is too shallow for some areas. That's, It's like the bayous in New Orleans and things like that. So, so those are kind of the different design things. It definitely makes sense in some situations, but for the most part, as again, we've run through dozens and dozens of simulations on these things, is if you add a lot of weight and you spread it out as wide as you can in each dimension, then you increase stability significantly. And so that's kind of what it comes down to. Obviously, there's hydrodynamics and aerodynamics and things like that to factor in. So, and we will probably have some modules that attach. Obviously, square isn't very ideal for those hydrodynamics and aerodynamics. That's the big downside to our design.
Yeah.
The upside is it maximizes the space for something that's road transportable. But if we have some like deck modules that help curve out that bottom a bit, it'll help with the hydrodynamics too. But right now we just have a 12-foot by 12-foot single module, deck module, floating in the water, and it's about 20,000 pounds, and it doesn't really move when waves hit it.
Yeah.
It just stays there. So
I guess I didn't understand, and so from what you're telling me is that your initial focus, your immediate focus, is just like low coastal areas, bayous, coves, whatever like that. You're not focused on going too far out at this point in time. Now, eventually, I'm guessing you will, but right now it's all closer to land.
Right. Yeah. So basically the steps that we see right now is we build these, which again, 12-foot by 12-foot modules that are square. You can piece together as many as you want. So you can make a pretty massive structure. At a certain point, the connections, which will be really rigid between those modules. But if you try to I think we'll be able to go out in the Gulf at times, but it's not going to be like hurricane survivable out in the Gulf. I mean, we're still testing that in the bays even. Which everybody asks about hurricanes. Of course, that's a huge question.
But you can move it around. So I mean, if it comes, just move it around.
Right. Yeah. And I always tell people, I'm like, if you put anything in the path of a Cat 5 hurricane, it's probably not going to thrive, short of like a bomb shelter. I mean, that's just reality. But yeah, you can tow them around. So, but the next step, what people are interested in this area is a floating amphitheater that we can, there's just like these strings of tiny beaches all the way along. And so obviously not every little beach town has the ability to have a stage and have all this, set up for it. But if you have a floating platform that can just float beach to beach and be an amphitheater, and people can raft up to it on their boats, you can pull it up to the beach, have a party on the beach, that kind of thing, with a concert or show a movie or whatever. I think that's what takes us from these smaller modules that can be anything from like a floating tiny house to a small floating hotel in protected waters to the large dome style floating islands that we will be able to put out in the Gulf. And eventually, again, if it's big and heavy enough, it will survive everything, including a Cat 5. You just have to be big enough. That's kind of the key point. And,
right. So folks, so we're starting to look down the road a little bit. So where do you see, I mean, realistically, everybody says, where do you see yourself in 5 years? But the 5-10 year, what you guys is planning for that?
Yeah. And that's the thing, my biggest concern with when we first started going into Panama City and having all this interest in these smaller structures is I don't want to get sidetracked from the bigger picture stuff. I think it's really cool. I'm really excited about what we're doing right now, but all of the materials that we're using and a lot of the methods that we're using will transfer to larger scale structures. It's just on a smaller size. So we're trying to, as we design it, keep everything we do now at a small scale in mind for the large scale so that we can quickly scale up to those larger structures. Because when you do that, then you can get into energy generation and aquaculture and actual like big environmental changes that are beneficial and things like that. So yeah, I see right now we're trying to scale up our manufacturing of the small units as we have all these customers and get a couple more prototypes in the water. That should be over the next couple of months. And I would like to be delivering to customers by the end of the year, certainly November, December timeframe. And then, so once we get that rolling, then we'll be able to fund our larger structure. That first amphitheater float will be the first big one. And for that, we'll have to build it all in the water, obviously, since it'll be so large. So that'll be a step up. But I would like to be in a position to do that next year and then move up to ocean scale stuff. Again, that's pretty much ocean scale at that point. So so next year, and then so in 5 years, yeah, I would see a thriving business with the small modules that will be able to go in lakes and rivers and all over the country. We'll probably have a bunch of manufacturing plants around the country for those, as I envision it, and then we'll have basically island building fleets out in the oceans that will be constructing these large islands. And again, they can be, I always say, like, I have no problem selling a billionaire a private island. Like, that's what everybody says, what you're building for. No problem selling to that guy, as long as I can fund. And I don't even have a problem telling him, like, hey, I'm going to charge you an extra $10 million so I can fund, a cheaper island off the coast of Haiti. And so if you don't like that, then you don't buy it. I don't know. I don't have a problem with that at all. So I think the cruise industry and aquaculture industry and energy, those industries will be buyers certainly of our first islands, and then places like Singapore, Dubai, Maldives, South Korea, Japan. There's a lot of countries that are really interested in floating structures already. And so yeah, I see us having mobile fleets in each ocean, really. Because those islands will be transportable, but certainly not. You don't want to drag that thing around the world. So yeah, that's the plan. And then I guess I'll put it in the 10-year plan. But I'm really excited about SpaceX has they bought 2 floating oil platforms to turn into launch pads, and then they bailed on the project. I think beginning of this year because they weren't going to work out. But that's been their stated goal and still is their stated goal, is because they want to have launches all over the world all the time. The only way you can do that realistically is if you're on floating platforms on the water. So I would really like to be building floating spaceports around the world for SpaceX and whoever else. which we can also do cool stuff like generate electricity from ocean, convert it to hydrogen, get methane, or take algae, get methane, and then have effectively free fuel for Starship also. So yeah, that's exciting.
I'm really surprised that he bailed on that, because with all the political issues he's had trying to get stuff launched, I figured he's just going to ditch trying to do land and go out to international ocean and just keep on doing it. But I think that they were a little small for his needs too. But
yeah, and I think usually when an oil company is done with these platforms, or mining company is done with these platforms, it's because the maintenance is so incredibly expensive that it's not worth keeping. And so I don't know. That's why, because people have talked about that. Oh, let's refurbish an oil platform and turn it into a floating city or something. And it's like, there's a lot of steel. There's a lot of stuff that, salt water is like straight acid to a lot of stuff. It's incredible how destructive it is to most things. So.
Yeah, 100%. So, quick question, falling back here. So your 12 by 12 is going to be like the 1 mile, but you're planning on a bigger one. So like for the amphitheater, it's not going to be like a bunch of 12 by 12s tied together. It's going to be a different design element.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that's where we go to these very large scale, which I'm sure you've seen, the big dome, floating communities, floating hotels, that kind of stuff. Yeah. So the amphitheater will basically take the exact same construction method and dimensions. Even it'll just be probably mostly one giant open space, more like an arena or something like that, or it's an outdoor amphitheater, so it'll be partly covered with a huge opening on the side. So again, that'll be the next stage up, where we're going to take the same materials that we're using now on the small ones, and we'll just have a slightly different method of constructing that, but we'll have to do it all in one giant piece out in the water.
Sure.
And then from that, stepping up from that to actual like floating communities, floating cities, floating aquaculture, whatever it is, that'll be a short jump, I guess, from the amphitheater to that. So again, it's handy because the amphitheater can be in protected water still. So if we learn something about how to increase the stability or something like that, then we'll be able to learn that in that environment, and then take what we learn from that out to the ocean for the following one. So
very cool. That's exciting.
Yeah, I'm excited about that.
So what is probably you went into this with an idea. You said you tried, looked at different spars, stuff like that. What's been probably the hardest designing element of doing this for you?
I think,
or maybe the one that you didn't think was going to be as hard that ended up being harder than you thought it was going to be.
Yeah, I mean, we spent a long time on materials. That was certainly a key. The main thing we got was like even moving to Tampa, talking to shipyards, or trying to talk to shipyards, and shipyards don't really want to talk to anyone with less than $100 million or something. If you need to pull that thing in and refurbish it, it's like $100,000 a day or something. If you need to do anything with steel, you got to paint a little square on the underside of it or something. It's probably $100,000. So and that was one of the things we got from the X Prize too, was going back to that. A lot of these teams had and have really brilliant marine biologists and scientists and people like that who we will need to partner with, certainly. But nobody really has a good scalable way to do anything in the ocean, because everything from ships to buoys to whatever is incredibly expensive. And if you do anything in coastal areas, it's really environmentally sensitive, so you can't really scale that. So we have to have something inexpensive and go on the ocean, which is really stone-based materials. That's the only thing that's going to survive. So that was the first step. And then after that, I think we spent a long time wanting, the problem, of course, with a giant structure out in the ocean is your upfront cost is still millions of dollars or tens of millions of dollars, even if you get the cost down a lot. And so that was the hurdle of going from, okay, we want to make something that anybody can buy, a single family home, for example, that can go out in the middle of the ocean. But again, with the materials and things like that, if it's like $500,000 to $1 million in that range, how many people are actually going to be able to afford that? Nobody wants to be the first person. That'd be pretty lonely. And so that kind of like, how do we make the first sale? How do we make it affordable enough, but also how do we, I don't know. It's just, we just bounced around. We bounced around so much between the large structure, small structure. And that's where, like when I talked to folks in New Orleans first, that was really exciting because we could potentially make something that was really small and inexpensive and have a first buyer right off the bat. And then once we prove that at a small scale, it's a lot easier to say, hey, we're using a lot of the same stuff. We're the same company. We're building a big structure. Do you want to buy a room on this? Reserve a room, on our 500 unit, 200 unit, whatever it is, floating island. At that point, it's easy. But when you first throw that out, and I think part of it too is again, I think a lot of people in the seasteading movement are well-intentioned, certainly, but there's just been so many great ideas that have never gotten off the ground. And so asking people, hey, can you put in $10,000 deposit on your room on a floating island? It's like, I did that 5 times already.
Yep.
So that's the whole like design thing, because I love the idea of just like, let's just be able to slap something together. It costs $100,000 for a person to buy a thing, and it can go out in the ocean. And that idea, that was kind of the goal. And I don't think there's a way to do that realistically. I think you get what we're doing now is $100,000 off-grid tiny home that can go in, again, bays, rivers, ponds, lakes, whatever. I think we can do $100,000 per unit when we get to the large islands, but we need, again, at least a couple hundred people to buy a unit on that. If we just have 2 or something, it doesn't work. So, so that's, I think that's been the design challenge.
That was my next question. Is I knew you talked a little bit on social media and stuff like that about price. I didn't know how much how secure you were in your pricing at this point in time. But you're thinking $100,000 for a 12 by 12. Is that what you're talking?
No. So yeah, the minimum tiny home, which we're calling the coquina, which is a little clam shell. If you've seen, it's like got the angel wings, like two halves of it. So yeah,
I'll throw a picture up over here so people can see it that are watching the video and stuff like that too.
Yeah, a lot of people, I didn't know what it was when I first heard it, so it's cool. And so a lot of people were interested in, again, this like Airbnb floating hotel room kind of thing. And so when we started showing people things, that's when we got not only those people, but also the whole tiny home movement, of course, is a big deal, and being off grid is a big deal. And so 4 of those 12 by 12 units together, 2 of them are outdoor units. So it's 144 square foot per 12 by 12, right? So 288 square feet on the lower deck part that's open, 288 square feet on the upper deck. So we'll have stairs going to an upper deck. The other side of the upper deck will have solar panels, so you won't be able to go on that. And then 288 square feet indoor. That'll be air conditioned, small bathroom, open like studio bedroom kind of thing, which is similar to like a hotel room, basically. But obviously, if you're out on the water, you're going to value that outdoor living space a lot more than you otherwise would. So we're, however you want to factor that into the whole thing. So all of that off-grid, solar, battery, as far as like waste, how often you have to remove it, and no matter what system you use, at some point you have to remove a little bit of human waste. So, so there's a couple options for that, but that's the package that we're working on putting together for $100,000.
Wow. Okay, that's a whole lot better than I thought it was going to be, man. That's a steal right there, man.
I know a lot of people are like, "Oh, you should charge more," but again, our
right,
kind of driving focus is that you drop $1 million, you can go buy something awesome. You drop $5 million, you can buy something awesome on the water. I don't need to reinvent the wheel on that. It's something that anybody can afford, and we've had a lot of people, economic development directors and city managers and that kind, even with military housing, that have, as soon as we say that, they're like, oh, workforce housing, base housing, like everyone needs affordable housing. That's a huge deal. And it's not just like, I mean, they're like these beach towns around Panama City and really everywhere in Florida, because real estate prices have skyrocketed, right? Yeah. So you have your resort or whatever, the people who work at the resort or teach in the schools or are on the fire department or whatever, like they can't live in the beach town that they grew up in anymore, because it's all driven by tourists, and all the real estate prices have skyrocketed. So they all have to live 45 minutes away to be able to afford a place, which is, that's how an economy works. But I think people are really excited about the potential to live near these beach towns in an affordable way. And so I'm not really interested in trying to max out profits on it or something like that if I can have an opportunity for anybody to live on one of these. So
yeah. I was just talking to somebody yesterday. And we were talking about profitability of this, especially like underwater habitats like that. I said, I'm not necessarily. I've never been here to make money. It's all about getting as many people into the ocean as possible. I think once people experience that, it'll PR itself and do the same thing. I think same thing with you guys. Once you start getting some, boots on the ground out there and actually get people on it, it'll sell itself too. Because you got that breeze coming off the ocean, you got that view, you've got that peace and quiet. I mean, all those things are, especially in the hubbub and the busy life we're all in, it's attracting. And if you can do it at $100,000, it's been nice knowing you, because you're going to be blowing up here pretty soon.
Yeah. I think we're going to have a lot of interest from that. I'm really interested. Again, a lot of the initial people have been on the Airbnb side, hotel side, that sort of thing, which I think is great, and it'll be a huge market. But I'm also interested to see how groups of people, which we've talked to a few, who are interested in having a small community that's living out in the water together and actually, doing things with aquaculture and vertical gardening, and you can do lots of cool stuff like that. And what's interesting too is if you do something like that on a lake, for example, which you could buy whatever, large pond or a small lake, you can get that anywhere for very cheap. And obviously there's just lots of water everywhere else, but there's a lot of opportunity. It's a lot, it's a lot easier to start on a blank slate like water, I feel like, than it is to buy a piece of land somewhere and try to make that gardenable and build your houses and dig out foundations and all this stuff. Like it's, I know it's unconventional, and a lot of people don't really understand it, but it's really it's really working with a blank slate when you're on the water, and you can put what you want there without. One of the other interesting things is, I like to compare it to, if you bought that piece of land, you're going to go in, you're going to cut down some trees, you're going to dig up the soil, you're going to put in your foundation, you basically tear up everything, you drive away all the wildlife, everything like that. Typically, when you go into the water, you could go into water that has life in it or doesn't have life in it. It could be the dead zones out of the Mississippi where we pump all our agricultural waste, or out in the middle of the oceans that are just giant deserts. There's very little life out in the middle of the ocean. A lot of people don't realize that the biggest deserts on Earth are the middle of the oceans. But once you put anything, you put a log in the water, and fish and every other form of life in the water is attracted to it. They want to have some kind of habitat. They want to have nutrients. They want to have some place like that. And so anywhere that you put something in the water like this, obviously, I'm not talking about dumping plastic or something like that, but a stone-based material, basically, where you can have habitats on the underside, life will come there immediately and thrive. So that's the other, like, I think one of the things I find frustrating is this concept where either humans can thrive or nature can thrive, and they're they're opposing each other, and it's like, no, we have solutions, I think, and I think in the water is a big part of that solution where we can both thrive together.
Yeah, so. And that's actually, I was saying before we hopped on here, I just did a podcast about the thing. People are saying, "Oh, stay out of the water because you're already ruining the land." I think that from a business standpoint, it's in our best interest to want to bring as much life to what we're building out there, for one thing, because it adds value to it to have that sea life around it. And as you just said, anything we put in the water builds a new community. So whether it's above the water or like us underwater, we're building new artificial coral reefs. Sure, it may get disturbed what we're doing, especially at first when you're putting the thing there, but after the fact, what you're adding to the area should at least double what you took away from it.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's going to the ocean-based, if we have a floating island and we have this frame underneath of it that can support floating coral reefs and fish habitats and all of this stuff, if it's a resort, for example, or even if it's a community of people who just want to live there, obviously they are not interested in some kind of monoculture, mass production, how tight can we pack in as many fish as possible, one kind of fish or something like that. They want to have diversity. They want to be able to dive down there and enjoy the life that's down there. And so there's an incentive to have a polyculture, a mix of all kinds of different life, and have shrimp and crabs and oysters and all these different things, both as a food source and to dive down and see visually.
Yeah.
And so it's the highest and best use of that upper structure benefits the nature on the underside of it. Whereas on land, I mean, there's subsidies and there's all kinds of factors at play as to why we do mass production, monoculture kind of stuff. But it's I don't know, it's just a different everything is different, I guess. You can't really apply land logic, I guess, if I could say that, to the water. Everything is different. So
and so with being a floating structure like that, getting into like some of the regulations and legal aspects, you're just pretty much classified as a boat then, pretty much, as far as how.
Yeah, for the small structures we're with now, we've talked to tons of people about it. We're continuing to talk with people about it. It's technically classified as a barge, which doesn't even really require registration. But we will probably go through the process to get it registered as a boat, which it typically you have to have some kind of motor on it itself. But those are, the people that we're wanting to work with from the get-go are the environmental side of it. We want to make sure that we're improving the environment under and around these structures, not having a negative impact in any way, which I think we can do, especially when you look at a lot of these areas like oysters, for example. The whole panhandle of Florida used to be one of the biggest oyster harvesting areas of the country, and now all the populations are like 5-10%. But anyway, so that's a huge deal. And the other piece of it is, a lot of these will be for tourism. They'll bring in tax dollars by bringing down tourists and having bed tax and whatever the normal taxes are, that kind of thing. But we also want to make sure that we're not parking like a city of these out front of someone's house or something like that. So we're trying to make sure that we, just talk through all of those things with everybody from the get-go, and how can we make sure that everybody's on the same page and everybody's happy. And so there's a couple elements to that. Once we get out in the ocean, I don't know. I mean, I think there's enough ocean-based barges. They're just large floating structures that don't have any means of propulsion. I don't really see there being a big obstacle there. But I don't know. I'm fine with finding something else. Just I haven't really seen a big need for making a big push for that. But again, we have a little bit of time until, I think for like the amphitheater, when we build that, a lot of that is so local, all these beaches along here, and we have tons of great contacts and people who really are excited about that I don't think would be a problem to just have it as a barge. So yeah.
So do you see a way for these to be attached to the land by any ways, or are always going to have to like take a boat or something out to them?
For the small ones?
For any of them, I guess, at any level.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the bigger you go, the more drafts you're going to have on it, and the shallow areas are going to be the biggest issue. Even for like an amphitheater, that's one of the biggest. There's a lot of really shallow sandbars and seagrasses and things like that. So that's probably the hardest part with that. For the 2 foot, some people, I mean, one of the first people we talked to wanted just a little office. They lived up north somewhere in New England, I think, and they have a vacation home on the water, and the guy just wanted an office on the water so he could get out somewhere quiet, his kids, and so he I think he just wanted wants a 12 by 12, glassed in, air conditioned little office space right off his dock, and I think like boat houses and things like that. But we also, again, we have a lot of interest from marina owners who want to put these in, and people could even be full-time residents, but a lot of it would be Airbnb. We actually had someone too that was looking at putting floating homes down in Key West, because they're obviously don't have any more room to build anything. And so you could just put a dock out and put these units out and have basically hotel rooms or something like that out in the water. So yeah, we have a lot of different use cases. Some people love the idea of it being by the barrier islands or the beaches and things like that. And you boat out there and you've got a paddleboard and a kayak and stuff on it, and people can go wherever they want, or most people probably rent a boat for the weekend or whatever. And then then we get into the other cool thing that we have coming in January or February is Jetson. I don't know if you've seen the Jetson Aero out of Italy. It's an ultralight single pilot quadcopter, and so you will be able to fly from land and land on top of your coquina with this little ultralight. It doesn't. I don't know what the rules are exactly. If it's a single pilot ultralight, you don't need a pilot's license for it even. So that'll
Very
be
cool.
just cool. That'll just be cool.
Yeah.
I don't know. Anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. So here's as you're talking about. So I'm thinking. So with the, this is kind of backtracking, kind of off the path there. But with the technology you guys are using to build these and stuff like that, could you have done this 20 years ago?
It's possible. It was definitely a lot of these materials and things were definitely in their infancy.
Yeah.
The getting into really high strength concretes and geopolymers has been there's been a lot of research in the past, I would say 10 years, especially. A lot of it, unfortunately, is in Europe. I mean, it's not unfortunate for Europe. It's unfortunate for America.
Yeah.
We're pretty far behind on building materials technology, unfortunately. But yeah, so lots of research. What's that? Yeah, the roads.
Just look at the roads.
Yeah, I think there's way better solutions to all of that. I actually grew up in construction. I forgot to mention that part. My dad was a contractor, so building homes, and everything about like stick built fiberglass insulation, like all of that just drives me crazy. We have really bad building methods that are designed to build a house as quickly as possible, and doesn't matter if it falls apart in 50 years. So I'm not a fan of that. I will say too that the materials that we're using, if you get into ultra high performance concretes and again geopolymers, those have life expectancies of 200 to 300 years in salt water.
Wow.
And so that's another piece of it, is we don't want to have a disposable home or a disposable piece of tech. And again, we don't want people to have to pull it out of the water and have to paint it or something like that. The white that you see on there is with white Portland or white pigments or whatever built into it. So it's not, you don't have to go back and paint it unless you want a different color, of course. But we want to, people say like, well, what about stuff growing on it? And we're like, great, like we want life on it. It's not going to be destructive to it. It's actually going to add, because we want heavy, we're not trying to be streamlined and go through the water. That added weight just increases the stability. So we love it when life attaches and grows and creates these habitats and all this stuff on the underside. That's kind of our goal. So very different. Even that was one. Going back to the design challenge, that was a huge challenge. Actually, I should have brought up early on, is talking with anyone in like naval architect kind of space where it's all steel or fiberglass, and the design, I don't know, the foundational kind of assumptions of what you want to do in the water is completely different for us. I guess it's more on the oil terminal side of things, but not many people do that. And that is, again, that's a very industrial focus. So so it just doesn't really apply anything from that space, it feels like. But we don't work with like civil engineers is an entirely different space, but everything's compressed load down to ground and down to earth, and our situation is entirely different from that. So we don't really fit with any like engineering discipline exactly, which has been a hurdle, definitely.
Yeah, I'm sure. So I guess here I'll skip. I got a bunch of notes I sent over you as well, but one of the ones. So what's the, obviously you talked humanitarian purposes and stuff like that. Is that what, when people look back, 50 years from now, is that what people want you remembered as? Ben alone, but as far as the company too, how do you want people to view, I guess even currently now, how do you want people to view you and ArkTide?
I mean, ultimately the driving goal is to make the world a better place. I think that this is sort of a philosophy, I guess, for a lot of, well, really everything in the country, in the company, looking at just this idea that a lot of people have, or at least if you go on social media, it seems like everybody has this view that the world is getting worse and worse and everything's falling apart and all of that. But any metric you look at really over the past 100 years, especially at a global scale, if you look at poverty or education or infant mortality or starvation, or again, any level, any serious level like that is just drastically better. I mean, it's 100 times better in a lot of cases. And so a lot of people don't realize that, don't really look at that, because in the current moment of things, especially when you're watching the media and it's bad, all that's the 100% the focus. It's hard to think about, oh, actually things are pretty awesome. I mean, air conditioning is pretty great. We didn't have that. I was looking up stats on that kind of stuff. Like, people, we can't even fathom. I mean, I don't even, I think, you've seen Gladiator, right? Probably.
Yeah.
The movie. Yeah. So like when the emperor's children are in the wagon in the beginning, son and daughter, and it's like freezing cold out, and they just have some blankets, and the wagon's doing all this and stuff. Like, that's inhumane today. Like, you would call that like abusive or something. And those were the most powerful people on earth. Like, in the moment, we just, I don't know why we have a hard time with that. So I view the world as getting better and better. We'll continue getting better, massively better, especially as we have AI and robotics. So one of the long-term things is that a lot of people don't realize also is if you're in the ocean, saltwater, seawater has basically every mineral from land washed into it and dissolved into it. So if you can filter those minerals out of seawater, which we can do with a lot of things, right now, and you can, in theory, pull all the materials that you want out of the water underneath your home and ask your AI, hey, I want a new pair of sneakers. It helps you design them, and then it collects the minerals that you need, and then it 3D prints them out, and you have whatever you want from the water. Same for food, clean water, energy, all of that. So that kind of not just provide some housing or something like that, I guess, but in a very drastic, significant, like, what do we really want the world to look like 100 years from now? I mean, you can look at Star Trek for replicators and cool tech like that. That seems outlandish, but it's really, a lot of that stuff is really not that far out. So I don't think we can really envision what the world will be like 100 years from now. I think it'll be drastically different, and I think the poorest in the world will be the most benefited by that. So I hope that I'm remembered as playing a part in that.
Yeah.
And again, like building spaceports, like there's so much tie between it. A lot of it is I don't know, like why do people want to go to Mars? Like, I don't know, it's cool. It's a new world. It's something to discover. We don't know hardly anything about our oceans. We don't live on them. We don't utilize them for anything, hardly at all. It's a new place to create new worlds and discover new things. And I think everything we do in that regard makes the world a better place for both humans and nature. So, yeah.
Yeah, I've said, I think that the difference is, you've got the Elon Musk and the Jeff Bezos and stuff like that making space sexy and it bringing all the attention to it, whereas there is nobody for the ocean. I mean, you've got the Custos and stuff like that, but they're not even doing anything really that much for it, who used to be a big name for it, look at the ocean. But now there is nobody. So we're kind of just, and I also think the fact that you can go out and touch the ocean, you drive and you touch it. So it's not as big of an anomaly and a mystery, even though it is an alien world and it's, 70-some% of our Earth, and yet we just don't care. It just take for granted. But yet, I mean, the possibilities are endless with what we can do with it. Especially, it would take so long for us to even make a minor impact on that. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I mean, by my estimates, we could take about 2% of our planet. That's about what humans live on now. We live on about 2% of the planet. We use a lot of land for agriculture and mining and that sort of thing. But people, 8 billion people. Yeah, we only use a couple percent of the planet. So if we take that out to water, 2% and everything's vertical, underneath of that 2% is all of the energy, water, food, minerals, everything else that we need. You know, we have some orchards and things on land still, but you know, I don't know, we're not even close to that. Like, we're not even touching that. And what the oceans can provide, we don't need to like take over all of the oceans. Like, a lot of people, I feel like a lot of the response is like that, like, oh, you're gonna just go out to the ocean and take everything you can. But that's what we're doing right now. I mean, we're out massively overfishing our oceans. China sends their fleets to Peru because they've overfished everywhere around China already. Same for a lot of countries. They have to go across the oceans to try to get some fish. And so the current state of things is not like some kind of environmental paradise where we're going to go in and do something. Like, we're going to go in and add life to it, or create the base for life to grow.
Yeah. And I think that's the misconception a little bit too, is, you know, that I saw one time is like, you can fit everybody in the world into, like, the state of Texas comfortably. And so it's not like we don't have a population issue, we have a resource issue. And I think that the ocean can fix that resource issue, well, even land could, if it was used properly. And so, yeah, 100%, if you could start using, you know, floating houses, floating islands, is like that to pull those minerals, like you're saying, or whatever, it solves a lot of issues.
Yeah, there's just no, I don't, again, I know maybe it sounds outlandish to say, but I don't see any good scenario. Like, I know there's vertical farming, and we can do stuff with human waste and water we can get from the atmosphere, or we can desalinate and bring it in, or something like that. But the solutions on land are far more complicated, and again, still have some kind of negative against the environment. Whereas out in the ocean, it's really, again, it's a blank slate. It's such a simple solution. I know that sounds a bit outlandish. It's so much easier to go out in the ocean and create even housing for 8 billion people. Like, I don't, you know, you could, and again, that's part of the question. Like, okay, if you can go out and draw these materials up and you have everything automated, then why can't you just print out new islands in the future? Like, we can just generate land for free. And again, we're not saying we're going to cover all the oceans and destroy everything. We're covering a very tiny proportion of our oceans. So at what point does it not even make sense to live on land unless you just feel like living on land? But as far as you know, the cost situation, if you could live out in the water and have everything, all of your needs met for free, that's a very realistic future scenario, I think.
And you're also doubling the real estate for the ocean to grow onto as well, and for life and stuff like that. So, I mean, what more are you giving back at the same time as taking? So yeah, it's you know, people have laughed at me for decades about this idea of living underwater and stuff along those lines, but it's first off not a crazy idea, and it's not as hard as I think people make it out to be. Same thing with this. It's the technology's there. We've done it before. It's just simplifying it and bringing it to the masses.
Yeah, and I think that's like we were saying before, like you know, I think, I don't know, maybe it took a week or something, and people were like, what about an underwater room underneath my floating house so I can see life down there? Like, people love that. Like, and I love that. Like, people want to see there's a whole world down there that nobody can experience typically, or it's very difficult to. And so yeah, that whole like above water, floating underwater, down all the way underwater, I mean, all of that is a single very related kind of thing. So I'm excited about all those elements. And yeah, I think, I don't know. I mean, our slogan is the ocean is our future. And I think it is. I don't really, again, I hate to sound too outlandish with it, but I don't think that we have an abundant future without utilizing our ocean in some way, some significant way. And again, that's not to say, in addition to land, it's to relieve pressure on land by going out to the ocean and helping the environment while also helping humans.
Yeah, 100%. So have you guys started designing like an underwater room?
We had some initial designs on it. Yeah. A lot of the tricky thing again is the sandbars and things there. If you put even 8 foot down, somebody could stand up in an underwater room, then you're pretty restricted on even getting in and out of some of these bays. So we'll, I mean, honestly, on our demo unit, we'll probably do that pretty soon, or probably our second unit, because we won't be able to move it as much. That's the only real restriction in it, is it's kind of where it's going to be. but yeah, I mean, I already have ideas on how to do that. So
Yeah.
I think it'd be awesome. So
Very cool. Yeah, I'll be curious to see those too, because that'll be cool. I was talking to some guys over in, I think it's Sweden, contacted me, and they were building a floating gazebo, and then it turned into like an underwater room on a floating gazebo and type of thing. They were wanting to get my ideas and stuff like that. So we talked for quite a while. It sounded like very similar to what, it was just like a square room underneath. There was windows around it type of thing, like everybody does. But I think you could do some unique things, especially when you've got that floating surface above it.
Yeah, I think again, a lot of it is the if we can real world prove that we are benefiting the environment around us, not just theoretically, but we're actually proving that in the real world, then that's a lot of the obstacle. I mean, I'm not saying it's unreasonable to have a huge concern about harming the environment by putting stuff in the water. We're very, very, very conscious of that. But I think that a lot of times it goes from being very concerned to just saying, well, you shouldn't do anything ever. Like, let's just ban any, like, an underwater structure forever or something. It's like, wait a minute. Like, I think we can go in and have a positive net impact on the environment. So, but yeah, I'm excited.
100%. Yeah, very cool. Was there anything else? So, obviously I have notes and stuff like I want to talk about. I'm curious about. Was there anything that you think that people don't ask you, or you think is exciting and stuff like that that you want people to know about, or whatever?
I think I mean, the big stuff right now is just because I don't think I said some of the details, but as far as what we're doing in Panama City, we just hired a couple people in the past couple of weeks, growing our team there, and we'll be setting up the building that we got the lease on has been getting some repairs, and so yeah, we're basically working on ramping that up to be able to deliver ultimately about 50 of those tiny homes a month. So that's another thing of it. Like, there's even tiny home, container homes, there's all these different companies doing that kind of thing. A lot of them are very custom and very one-off. And so we're, again, with the cost being a huge factor, we're looking into how do we scale up the production so that we can benefit from the cost reductions from doing that. And so we'll be going from prototype phase to pretty significant manufacturing very quickly. And because that's how we hit that $100,000 price point. And so, so we're looking at being able to deliver a lot of these very soon. Again, once we deliver the first one, going into next year, we want to ramp that up. And we're talking with someone about another manufacturing facility. So that's probably going to happen next year, I would say, if we do that. So yeah, so those are the big parts there. Just keep an eye out on social media. We are taking reservations. I can share a link with you on that. Again, not asking for any money until we get the full thing in, and then people can put in a deposit if they want to be, first in line and that sort of thing. But we want to make sure that we go through all the proper phases of testing and answer all the questions and allow people to actually get on it and see it, the full thing, before we ask for a penny from anybody.
Yeah.
And then I think the other thing that we didn't really talk about, I mean, I talked about energy a little bit, but if I can explain a little bit about OTEC, because a lot of people don't know about it, and I think it's the most amazing ever, and you know all about it. But it's just such a key part of a lot of the ocean-based tech. So if you go down about 1,000 meters, you draw up cold water, and the surface temperature in the Caribbean and equator is about 40 degrees warmer. So that temperature difference, you can generate electricity 24/7. You don't need batteries or energy storage. It's just always there. And so you can think of the ocean as a giant thermal battery, and stores more energy than we could ever, I don't know, I don't want to say we could ever use, but certainly far, far more than we use now. The other thing about that is when you go down 1,000 meters, that water is very mineral rich. And so that not only benefits if we extract minerals, but also for sea life. They've done a lot of studies on this. Upwelling is the term for that when you bring up deep water. So it mimics when glaciers crash into the ocean, and it stirs up, it aerates the water, and it stirs up those deep sea minerals. And so that's why there's a lot of life up north and in these really cold areas, because it's really mineral rich. And that's why in the middle of the oceans, a lot of times they're deserts, because not only is there no habitat, there's no physical place for a fish to hide or something, but it also doesn't get stirred around with those minerals and things. So that is like this key component, because we can generate a massive amount of electricity. It's really easy to desalinate water at that point. We can extract minerals from it, and it's really good for again, life, creating sea life, or allowing sea life to thrive. And so it checks off so many boxes. We can also generate hydrogen easily at that point, which again, there's the idea of the entire shipping industry, navies, all of that, switching to hydrogen and refueling at sea. They're a huge polluter. And then also, again, rockets, that's our future, switching things over to hydrogen and methane. So that's like a core piece of the technology, I feel like, for both above water and underwater, that we can utilize. And it's, I don't know, I would say it's like taking any other power generation method, like coal or even nuclear or something like that, and your waste product is fish food and clean water. like there's nothing else there. And so that's another piece to why I feel like in the future, going out to sea and having OTEC powered and OTEC cooling and water and all of these things, that it's just going to be really tough to compete with that on land. It's exciting.
Yeah, no, I've been wanting to do a video just on OTEC, just because of how, nobody knows about it. And it's like, I think it's, everybody looks at solar or wind and stuff like that. I'm like, we got OTEC, man. It takes care of all these issues, and it's 24/7, and it's just like, I don't know.
And I will say on that too, they've had OTEC plants. The one in Japan is, I think they rebuilt it, but the first one was in the 70s, I think. They have one in Hawaii now, 105 kilowatt OTEC plant in Hawaii. And we've talked to the engineering company that built that, and they basically said that the pipe's the most expensive part. It's also the hardest to run along the seabed to get down to 1,000 meters from land. And they said that they probably wouldn't do that again. What we need to do is have an inexpensive platform floating that can have 1,000-meter pipe go straight down, and then you just have your power plant on the platform, and then you cable power back to land. So all of these like Pacific Island nations and things like that, a lot of those run off of diesel or something that has to be imported in. It's incredibly expensive. Even Hawaii has incredibly expensive electricity. If we can solve that piece of it, then all of a sudden, all of these island nations and coastal cities that are deep enough, I mean, honestly, Tampa is a terrible place for it because it doesn't get deep until you go out hundreds of miles. But even Miami, for example, it gets deep enough within, I think it's like 12 miles or something. So potentially all of these coastal areas and island nations could be powered off of OTEC. And for the rest, you can generate hydrogen. So it's a pretty key component to that. And I think, and again, that might be one of our first markets, because I think there's a lot of funding kind of already there, if there's a good and cost-effective enough solution for it.
Very cool. Yeah. I think unless there's anything else you want to go over, I think we'll pretty much wrap her about there. How can people find you guys?
Yeah, ArkTide.org is our site, and I think we have plenty of links on there. We're actually redesigning it so that it's easier to get to the coquina stuff, because we've been focused on the big stuff before that.
It's kind of hard to find it. Last time I was on your site, I had to click a bunch of different places to get to it.
Yeah, you can do arktide.org/coquina, which is COQUINA, and you'll get right to that. But yeah, again, we're doing a redesign on that. And you can reach out to me, Ben Saloni at arktide.org. Probably include some links, I guess, right? Yeah, I would love to talk with anyone that's interested in any of this kind of stuff. We are looking to hire more people in the Panama City area. Those will be physically located there. So that would be awesome if there's anyone there specifically. Yeah, reach out. I mean, I'd love to chat with people. So just,
All right. Well, Ben, thank you very much. I think I could talk about another half hour with you on this type of stuff. It's fascinating. I definitely want to try to get down there and check out what you guys are doing. If not, I'm sure we'll meet up at some point in time somewhere else.
Yeah.
Yeah, I maybe have to follow up with you again once you start guys getting into full production and talk on site or something.
Our next one should be both of us in person on our floating tiny house once we get it together.
100%. I love it.
And after that, we'll be on the floating island together.
Yeah.
So
awesome. I'm definitely down.
Awesome.
All right, Ben. Well, I'll let you get going. Thank you again for coming on here. I'll get links to everything for what you guys are working for. We'll throw some images up and we'll let people know what you're doing.
Awesome. Appreciate it, man.
All right.
ArkPad is taking the idea of glamping to a whole new level, while offsetting costs through fish farms. Brendan speaks with Mitchell about this vision and how he is developing seasteads on the other side of the world.
Well, we're here with Mitchell Suchner from ArkPad, and we're gonna talk about what you guys are up to because there aren't too many groups out there that are actually doing anything. A lot of us are talking about stuff and have some great pictures and stuff along those lines, but there's very few that are actually doing something, and you guys are actually doing something. So, with that little introduction, tell us a little bit about yourself and what your project is.
Sure. Well, first, thanks for inviting me. Thanks for having me on, Brendan. Very happy to be here. I guess, I was telling you right before we started recording that when I first came here, we didn't really have ArkPad and ArkTide as separate groups yet. But now that we do, the name ArkPad actually came from our first design concept, which was the ArkPad. And now that's going to kind of branch off into like the ArkPad C for coastal, or eventually we'll produce the ArkPad D, which is like the deep sea version once we get to that point. But basically where I'm at, what's taking up the majority of my time right now is construction of the first prototype. And we really only made our first post showing off the work site a couple of weeks ago. But I've been on this new island. I'm here in Boracay, which is like a big tourism hotspot in the Philippines. I've been here for almost exactly a month that we've been preparing the site at this point in time for development. And so that's kind of our main, that's going to be our main seastead is the ArkPad seat. That's going to be the main thing that we push for a while. And so that's what we're working on right now.
That's cool. So how did you get started in all this? I mean, where did that drive or that idea come from?
That's a good question. And I guess it really started ironically with COVID, right? So when we had COVID, I was working as a freelance website developer, and a lot of my work dried up and a lot of stuff was getting shut down. And for a lot of people that were working remotely, this was like a big boom time. But the problem was that I was working with these I was making online courses for hobbyists. That was kind of the main thing I was doing. So like beekeeping, like hiking guides of places to go hiking, things like that. But you would take the courses online before you jump into the activities. So, you know, when the lockdowns happened, that stuff dried up, so my work dried up. So the first thing is I have nothing to do. So I'm scrolling YouTube, I'm, you know, just looking for something to pass my time with. And I discovered seasteading probably when I heard about the Thailand seastead. When I heard about what happened over there in 2019. And I was so inspired by that story that it kind of changed the way that I thought about the world. I dug more into seasteading. I dug more into this concept of like these independent or autonomous communities of new ways of like organizing things and stuff like that. And kind of, I guess more from like the political end, it opened my mind in terms of thinking like, how do we do things? Why do we live here? Why do we behave this way? Why don't we build more seasteads? And I got so motivated to get into this that the one thing I wanted to do after that was not go back to working for a bank or working freelance. Was I wanted to get into seasteading, and I wanted to do it as fast as possible, like build a seastead in real life. That was my motivating goal after that.
So you have real no background in any of this. It's just kind of like, hey, this sounds cool. I got to figure out how to do this and move forward.
Yeah, I had kind of like a background in tech, and then I just pivot immediately. Okay, seasteading. I'm doing this now.
Yeah, that's cool. So, but you guys are actually really booking it then for having just started a couple of years ago.
Right.
So what's the evolution from that early inception to where you are today? How did you get from A to B?
Well, so the first thing I did was I got really active on Reddit, and I was just talking with people about different seastead designs, looking at the seasteading wiki, looking at all these different things, and trying to figure out like, okay, how does wave action play a role? Because very early on, I think you tend to realize if you're at the surface, I know if you're underwater, it's a bit different. But if you're trying to build habitats on the surface, wave action is probably one of the biggest limiting factors.
Right.
Wind is a major factor, logistics, shipping, that's a major factor. But when it comes to building a permanent stationary structure, oil rigs they're massive, they're huge. And if you want to scale those down to the size of a house, then the amount of wave action you have to deal with at that scale is absolutely tremendous. So the first thing that went into my mind was, how do we build a seastead that can handle large waves? How do we make it perfectly stable? How do we make it so, you know, I can have a wine glass that's sitting upright, the wine test, right? And so I started just drawing out all these different ideas for seasteads. The very first one that I developed that I thought was decent was just a cylinder. Because the idea is if you take a cylinder and you stick it straight down into the water, up and down, you weight the bottom and then the rest of it's buoyant, that it's going to be the least affected by wave action of almost any other shape that you could have, just a hollow cylinder that you live inside of. It's terrible if you want it to move because it's not going to be easily towed. You can't really like stick an engine on it and go very fast, but it's good as a stationary structure. So anyway, I guess after that, oh, sorry, go.
No, go ahead. Go finish your thought there.
Okay, so after that, I started drawing up these plans. That's, I think, when I started talking with ArkTide and Ocean Builders. I was in communication with them for very briefly. And so they brought me on for a couple of reasons. One, I'm very interested in it, and I started learning the engineering and learning how these things are supposed to work. And two, I was willing to move and relocate to wherever we need to go to build, to start this construction. I was also in contact with an engineer named Andy Diocampo in the Philippines. So when we realized, well, the Philippines has a lot of cheap coastal real estate, he started doing engineering work for us, and actually we started coming with better and better designs at that point. Then I talked to some naval architects in the Philippines. We thought that the most cost-effective thing we can do if we want to build a prototype is probably to set up shop in the Philippines. So I volunteered to relocate. I moved to the Philippines, and I've been here ever since. It's been about 13, 14 months now.
How do you like it there?
It's a beautiful country. And you're always right by the beach. Like
Right.
everything's right by the beach, right? Because you go too far inland, it's up in the mountains. So it's kind of like Japan. It's like the closer to the equator version of Japan, where and also not as wealthy, but you've got like big cities along the coast, and like bays, harbors, and then you go further inland, it's just empty mountains. But you're always right by the water, and I love that because I love the ocean.
Yeah, obviously you wouldn't be doing what you're doing.
Yeah.
So
right.
So let's talk about the ArkPad itself, and what are you making it out of? What's the initial goal? What are you trying to achieve right now, size wise and functionality wise?
Well, the main thing that I'm trying to achieve with this, now that we're focusing on building this here in the Philippines, is we're trying to achieve cost effectiveness. There's a stereotype with seasteading that you have to be a millionaire. It's going to be a toy for millionaires and billionaires to build these rich people floating mansions out in the ocean. And that's not the goal. The goal is that the average Joe can just decide, instead of living in Tennessee or Kentucky, I want to live in the ocean and I want to buy a house there. That's the idea. And so we have this 100 square meter platform, and we designed a house to sit on top of it, which is made out of bamboo. It's a kubo house. It's a traditional Filipino-style kubo house is basically what it's going to be designed like. It'll take some inspiration from that. It'll have somewhat different features. It's going to be producing its own electricity, its own fresh water, its own food, dealing with its own waste disposal at some point in the future. It's got its own freshwater tanks, septic tanks, and is very, very stable in waves above 10 feet tall, which is a lot taller than you get anywhere in this coastal area around the Philippines. Mm-hmm. So that's kind of what we're starting with, is this MVP. Let's start with one house, not a giant structure that can hold 800 people, but a single house for a single family, and make them click together like Legos. So you have the ability to start with one and then build out a community from there. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. And we'll throw some images up of your stuff overlaying here so people can actually get a visual representation of what's going on here. But you're preaching to the choir. That's what we've been saying for a while now. Is like there's always great images of these giant resorts and hotels either underwater or on the, but it's not realistic. Yeah. Sure, it looks pretty and it inspires people, but nobody has $300 million, $500 million to drop on one of these. And you have to lay that foundation and do the dirty work and have something dirty there at first and to prove the concept and build from there. And being modular and being able to lock together is obviously the key way to go, in my mind at least.
I think my fiance's favorite one is the giant floating mantis ray city that's shaped like a mantis that like moves along, and the whole city, the kicker is the whole thing is designed for like oceanic research. Yeah. And I looked into like how many ocean researchers are there that are actually like just studying the ocean, and I think I figured out that like 50% of the world's supply of them would just fit inside that one structure. And I'm like, wait, there's no way there's a market for this.
Yeah. Well, yeah. And that's unfortunately, sure, it inspires people, but at the time it's like, it makes us a laughing stock too, I think a lot of times too. And it does more damage than good. For all of us that are trying to do something legitimate out there. So where are you then right now? Have you started construction? I know you've done some testing and stuff along those lines, but yeah. So how far along are you on that prototype?
Well, I guess started is a strong word. We've leased a property. We've almost completely finished site development. We've ordered all of the materials, the marine grade aluminum, the styrofoam, some of the other things that I can't say because we're keeping some of the design a secret still. But everything's being shipped. It's on its way. Probably our main delay is that unfortunately we bought some stuff from China. I know. And as soon as we order from China, there's this delay, there's that delay, things, logistic problems is probably the main thing. But in terms of like having built an access road out to the beach, having about 20 to 40% of the materials we need for construction, it's all right here. And we've got the workforce just waiting to start pouring the seasteading cement and welding the marine grade aluminum. So we're ready to go, and everything's on its way to the work site right now. The actual labor that's going on that I was overseeing just about 2 days ago over there was we were just filling in some potholes with gravel on the access road.
So obviously there's the hold-ups like that, but when do you think that you're actually going to have something in the water?
2 months.
Okay. Wow. Okay. Very cool. And how big is your team? How many people are with you?
Well, we got 2 civil engineers, our naval architect, our project manager, who's at the site most of the time while I'm here. Then we've got about 5 guys that are on the construction site most of the time. Then I'm not really counting our marketing people. I don't know. We've got maybe. It depends, because it depends on what the construction team changes every day, right? It's always rotating in and out. So hard to say exactly, but like a dozen to 2 dozen. Maybe.
Yeah, it's very cool. 5 years ago, before COVID and stuff like that, any idea in your head that anything like this? Obviously not, but I mean, when you told yourself you're going to be doing this in 5 years, what would you have told yourself?
I would have just been confused, because I wouldn't know what the idea of seasteading is. The idea of moving to a different country and running a brand new company, that would have been exciting to me, and it's still exciting to me now. But it never processed in my brain that the ocean today is what Western North America was 200 years ago. It's the uncolonized, untouched, like enormous natural beauty, natural resources, but there's nobody there. And nobody thinks about that we need to get out there and build cities and build human habitation. We have this huge population. Real estate prices keep going up every day, so we don't have enough land, but we can make places to live. Like, I don't know, I'm getting off on a seasteading tangent, but
no, you're good.
To go back to your question, once I understood the concept, I think I'd be excited immediately, because when I understood seasteading, as soon as it clicked for me, I was excited immediately, and I have not stopped being excited about it.
Yeah, I hear you. You said something in there I was thinking about. So I think one of the interesting factors is, as we've done research over the years, like 50% of humanity lives within like 100 kilometers of the ocean. I think is the math on something like that. So, I mean, you've got all these people that are right there. So, especially as you're doing like coastal, you're starting off with a coastal, you've got this huge untapped market right there to easily ease people into this as well. And once again, it's one of those things where why go far out and build these giant structures out? I'm not trying to dash any other people out there working on projects that are huge projects out there, because we all have our visions and our designs and along those lines. But why sink all that time and effort into something that's going to be such a monumental undertaking when you can easily ease people into this? Because people aren't going to jump on board. The average Joe is not going to jump on board day one. You're going to have to make that, like when I spoke the Seasteading Institute last time, we call it the grandma effect. It has to be as easy for grandma to come visit as it does for anybody else. And until you meet that criteria, it's pointless, in my opinion.
Right. Yeah. And I mean, there's a couple things I can say. It's interesting that the Philippines is kind of a unique country, right? The Philippines is kind of different because it's this big archipelago. They've got about 7,200 islands. So there are actually fishing boats already that people do this as like a regular job. They'll go out on a fishing trip for maybe a week, sometimes as long as 2 weeks. They'll go out 100 miles, almost 200 miles on these giant bonkas, they're called pump boats, and they'll go out there to catch usually tuna, I believe, and they'll bring it back. So the idea of going out 100 miles or 200 miles away from the coast is actually not a foreign concept here. It's not a weird thing at all. Even for, we might have giant vessels that do it, but they have like small little bamboo, like smaller than your house, like vessels like that do it all the time. So even building far out cities over here is probably not that unrealistic. The unrealistic part would be getting something that far away that's also low enough cost that the average person in this country could afford it, because it's not a very wealthy country.
Right.
But with the ArkPad, when we have this this prototype done, the ArkPads that we're going to produce, we will be able to put a sticker price on them of less than $200,000, which I'm very excited about. And I haven't announced this anywhere. I've put this on social media, but I feel perfectly comfortable saying it right now because that's where we're at. Yeah. $200,000 for a floating house that's cheaper than most houses in the Midwest, let alone on the coast. So that's going to be really great, especially in a place like Singapore. And if we could get that price down even lower, it would be popular here in the Philippines as well.
So, talking about some of the other companies out there, Ocean Builders, they've put theirs out there, and it's around that price point for their base model. How obviously there's this very modern / futuristic designs and stuff along those lines. It's a completely different market, I think, than what you guys are going for as well, because of how it's built. Where do you see yourself as far as fitting into that ecosphere? Is there a competition there? Is it a just a completely different market? How do you see that?
I think that there's some overlap, but not as much as you think. I mean, you have like Ford and Chevy, and they're both making cars in America, so they're competing with each other. Ocean Builders, I have huge respect for what they're doing. They're absolutely pushing the seasteading movement forward in a way that nobody else is, and that's amazing. But they're over in Panama, and I'm sure that they're going to keep doing stuff over in Panama. Right now, I'm mostly focused on Southeast Asia, like Singapore, Indonesia are probably going to be the places that we go to next, that we try to get people to buy these in. But I know that a lot of the seasteading movement is in America, so there's probably going to be people in America that might want to order these from us and have them brought over to America. So, I'd love to work with the Seasteading Institute. I do work with the Seasteading Institute, with Ocean Builders. Because I think that there's some things that they're doing that we can learn from.
Yeah, it's a big ocean, and there's plenty of space out there for everybody at this point in time, especially when there's not too many of us out there doing anything too. So, design wise, let's talk about that a little bit, because that's really where I'm all about the design and stuff along those lines. So, obviously you're starting off with your pad with the house on it, stuff like that. What's next after that? You perfected that. You've shown this works. Where do you go from there?
Well, so the most important thing in my mind is to not get ahead of yourself. We need to start small. We need to start with a minimum viable product, and we need to go incrementally from there. So what I think is achievable is us actually creating a deep sea version of the Seastead designed for much larger waves pretty early on, like maybe even producing that design this year, maybe even starting that prototype by the end of this year. And I'm very excited about that. But when it comes to building like a larger thing meant to house more people, I want to keep like the small individual units and keep it modular like that. One project that we're looking at is, I actually just posted this on Facebook. We put this up maybe a few hours ago. I'm not sure if you saw it. It was like our polyculture design. Have you seen that?
No, I haven't seen that yet. No.
Okay, so we just posted that on Facebook today.
Okay,
so
cool.
That's one. But what I want to do is nail down, like, here's how you produce your electricity, solar panels. We've got that. Here's how you produce your fresh water. Food can be interesting because the best way to do aquaculture is not just to do it like on land, like monoculture, right? You don't want to just grow salmon or just grow guso or gulaman. Those are two types of seaweeds that are popular here in the Philippines. We want to grow all of that stuff together. And the polyculture design that we're looking at right now should be able to grow salmon, seaweed, clams, and rock lobster, all as one large floating structure. You can have next to the ArkPad or a kind of a miniature version of it that sits underneath your house. So we want to just go in. Our next steps are just continuing to improve on the basic ArkPad design for many years to come and add more features. So,
yeah, makes sense. Once again, that's kind of our philosophy too. Is why don't look too far. Everybody's always like, hey, well, you could do this, you could do this. Let's just focus on getting something in the water right now. Focus on getting this. Right. We can iterate off that as much as we want to, but let's just get something in there and stop looking 10 years down the road. It's fun to look that far down the road and see what can be, but you don't know what you're going to have, especially as you start iterating on what is out there right then too. So,
right.
So what are you guys building this out of? Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah. So we're using seasteading cement, which is basically, it's kind of a modified form of high performance concrete. But we're using different materials in it to make it less corroded by seawater, to make it more resistant to that kind of corrosion. We're also using an aluminum alloy, which is marine grade. So the idea is you're not going to have any rust, you're not going to have any concrete degradation, you're going to have absolutely minimal maintenance, like maybe once every 3 or 4 months you would just go in and do an inspection, and more than likely there's nothing you need to fix. But part of the reason for us to use a concrete like seasteading cement is because it does lower costs by a lot, and lowering costs, like I've said before, is a very important thing to be able to make this more affordable to more people. In addition to that, I mean, and that's comparing it to like marine grade aluminum. If you compare it to steel, well, then the shelf life is just ridiculous. You know, you can get high performance concretes that will go for 80 years, 100 years. So we want this to have the same lifespan as a house on land. You want to be measured in centuries, not years, like a steel vessel of the same size would be measured in.
Right. And segueing off of that design element there too, you know, you were talking, and you alluded to it a little bit earlier, you know, that's going to be a self-sustainable platform, especially down the road. The big question that you always get hit with is, what do you do about human waste, and how do you guys planning on tackling that? Because that is always, everything else seems that people just brush over, but for some reason people gravitate towards that question, and it's an anomaly on it. How do you deal with it? Because you can't just, especially as you grow, you can't just dump it overboard. So what is your plan down the road, or initially too?
Right. Well, when I talk to people, I usually get 3 responses. It's either something, or I guess really you can just lump it into 2. It's either something about human waste or something about Waterworld or Bioshock. It always falls into one of those 2 categories, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
And Waterworld, man, I'm guilty pleasure of Waterworld, man. When that
it's a good movie.
It was, man. When I was in high school when it came out, and I bought every magazine, every book I can get on that thing before it came out. It came out. I didn't care what the people said. I own that thing. I've seen it so many times. I love that movie. Anyway, I digress.
I probably only watched it 2 or 3 times, but I mean, I do like the movie. I've just had it referenced to me many, many more times than I've watched it. Like every time that, like, we'll go to a conference, we'll go to like some, you know, event, we'll put up our booth, and people, like, within 5 minutes, I'm going to get a Waterworld reference. I can set a timer in my pocket. I know what's going to happen. So anyways,
the answer. So human waste, yeah.
Human waste. Okay, so we're not devising a long-term strategy for this yet for floating cities, but it shouldn't be difficult to have structures that are dedicated to just dealing with human waste. The short term, and even the medium term, I would say, is that one of the spars, specifically the central spar of the ArkPad, has a kind of a faucet that comes out of the side, and this is built into the thing. And it's you know, again, it's all made of stuff that's going to require minimum maintenance. It'll last ideally up to 100 years or longer than 100 years. But the idea is, all you have to do is bring a waste disposal boat up to the structure. You run a hose underneath it about 15 feet to get to this faucet. You open up the faucet and you just drain all the septic out into the waste disposal boat, and then the boat takes it away from there. So if you're 2 miles away from the shore, no problem. It just goes and disposes it like any other waste on any land house.
So it's almost like a reverse RV system, or if you get RV, you take it to a place and dump it. You dump it into a mobile thing and take it, whatever.
Right.
So
yeah. And the waste disposal boats are cheap. I mean, like the Bonkas that they sell around here, you can buy one that can hold. I'm not sure. I was looking at this one. It was about 20 meters. That's like 60 feet long, and they have a very narrow, skinny profile. But it was like $10,000. You know, because the boats that they build over here, for the size, for the volume, and because of the method of construction, they're called Bonkas. They're very, very cheap. So getting waste disposal boats to just go back and forth and take care of your waste costs practically nothing.
Very cool. Security wise, that's something like one of the questions I got on here was, how do you guys, what's your plans? Everybody's concerned about when you're in the coastal, it's not going to be as big of a concern, and maybe it's not something to even focus on at this point in time. But security is always another concern people have, especially depending on where you're at in the world too. So, is there anything besides just your standard home security that you're looking at for this? Is that pretty much how you feel about it?
Yeah, it'd probably be standard home security. I know people talk about pirates a lot, but pirates are not really.
Yeah.
I mean, even in Somalia, piracy's dropped down to basically nothing at this point. And even if you were in an area that's more active with pirates, it's the same thing as being in an area that's known for burglaries or bank robberies. You have one security guard, and it's going to stop everything. So if you had a community of 10 or 15 of these, and it's 2 miles off the coast, you have a single security guard with a gun, and it's going to stop a burglar. That's he just does his night patrol, and you're fine. It's no different than land crime, except it's much more rare.
I had what is question here? Oh yeah.
Okay, I can pull up the question list too.
No, it's fine. You're fine. I'm just going.
Okay.
So the business model. I don't know how much you want to talk about that, but what's your plan? Are you direct to consumer as far as when you get ready to start selling these? What are you thinking about how you're going to try to? Is that what your plan is?
I can't say a lot on that just yet. All that I can say is what we're going to do with our prototype is initially the idea was we wanted to use it for residential purposes. And that's what most of these are probably going to be used for. But let me tell you a little bit about the island of Boracay.
Okay.
So Boracay has dozens, I think it's maybe 60 or 80 different resorts on it. And there's beach resorts, there's mountain resorts, they've got a lot of restaurants and golf courses, even though it's a tiny island, and a shopping mall. And it's crazy because you have cities that have like 30 times the population of this island. They don't have a single shopping mall because there's not enough money. But this is it's like a big tourist hub. And if it were daytime, I could show you my window. There's people like parasailing and kiteboarding and all kinds of stuff right outside. So yeah. So anyways, what we thought we could do initially is we'll build this, we'll turn it into a kind of an Airbnb, and we'll rent it out to people. But actually, because there's so many tourists here, an easier thing to do is to go to a restaurant and say, set up shop here, pay us rent or give us a cut of however much you sell, and we can introduce more people to the seasteading concept, to this floating thing, if you turn it into a restaurant rather than an Airbnb.
Yeah.
So from there, it's probably going to be a matter of talking with resorts that are already located around this island and maybe exhausting those contacts and building locally before we get to the stage where we're going to send them to other places like Singapore. Is probably going to be the big place where you could have actual floating communities and focus on the residential needs, and then we could get a lot of them in the water. But around this island, if we could get a few dozen, that would be a great start. We probably want to do that to prove the concept too.
Makes sense. Yeah, that's smart. And just for reference, how far away is Singapore from where you're at?
It's I want to say about like 1,000 miles.
Okay.
So we're not going to build it here and put it in the water and tow it. What we would do is either build it on the coast in Singapore when we go there, or we would build it here in pieces and then ship that to Singapore and assemble the pieces, probably even more likely, on the coastline in Singapore, which is that's almost certainly the way to go because the cost of labor here is so much lower. We can produce them and keep them without low sticker price.
Makes sense. So you guys seem to have a pretty good grasp on what you're doing. So is there anything what do you guys need?
I act like it.
Hey, you put on a good front if nothing else. But what do you guys need? What can if there's somebody listening to this either in a podcast format, video format, whatever it may be, what can they do to help you guys? Obviously, I tell all those people follow our social media, like that kind of stuff. But is there ways that financing? What are you guys looking at for all that kind of stuff?
We don't need a lot of financing right now, but there's two things that I really want. There's two major things that would help us a lot. The first one is people that want to invest in floating real estate, in these floating resorts, floating restaurants, things like that. People that want to take their money. There's this thing called Lofty.ai where you can buy a $50 share of a house, and everybody keeps buying $50 until eventually you funded the whole house and they turn it into a rental property. And this is done on the Algorand blockchain. We're doing the exact same thing. We're actually working on creating a cryptocurrency where people are going to be able to buy fractional shares, fractional ownership to some degree. I mean, technically, it's more like you're buying a ticket to stay on a seastead, but I can get into that more later when we've actually released it. We'll put that under social media. The first thing I want is people that are interested in financially contributing by owning a night stay on a seastead. and by helping that way. The second thing, and this is more long-term, but more important at the end of the day, is people that are interested in moving to an autonomous floating city. People should reach out to us if they either want to invest or if they want to eventually work remotely and live somewhere in an ocean in Asia and live on a floating city, because that is what I want to see happen eventually. And I'm not saying that ArkPad as a company is going to do that, but it's something that we want to encourage.
Yeah. And really quick, I don't want to spend a lot of time on the blockchain thing. I heard you speak when you were speaking on the Seasteading social a couple months ago. I think it was. You talked quite a bit about it. So explain, because the whole blockchain, I think, is still very confusing to a lot of people because it's still very much in its infancy right now and something along those lines. So just on a real low, for those that may not be familiar with it, on a real low level, explain that to them and how you guys are trying to incorporate that.
Okay, so I'm going to break down the basics of it. So imagine that we are selling tickets to stay. I'll use a regular house, or better yet, I'll use a restaurant as an example, right? Imagine that we're going to construct a restaurant, and there's a bunch of people that want to open up their restaurant inside this restaurant building that we're going to build. So we sell tickets for meals, or if it's an Airbnb, we sell tickets to stay there overnight or something like that. We sell those tickets until someone can afford to build their rental unit or to build their restaurant, and then they have to basically just buy those tickets back and burn up all those tickets in order for them to, to like reimburse the people that paid for the tickets. That's kind of the idea, is that you buy this night stay on a floating Airbnb. When someone comes along and wants to stay on that floating Airbnb, they're going to have to buy that ticket and use up that ticket. And so that's how you would get the money back. That's basically the long and short of it.
Okay. Very cool. Is there anything else that you want that we haven't talked about here that you want to explain or dive into or something like that I've missed or failed to address?
There is, and the problem is I'm not good at. I'm the kind of guy that he wants to get a concept across, and so I'll make a low detail drawing, right? And then I'll have someone come along and add details and add details and add details. We'll turn it into a video or a movie or something like that. I can express myself a lot better visually than I can probably express myself with words. But what I want to say to people is, imagine this happening in stages. Imagine this you have a floating restaurant, then you have floating resorts, and then the resorts turn into neighborhoods. They get bigger and bigger and farther away from shore. This is what I'm envisioning when I'm building the ArkPad. This is the process that I'm envisioning things migrating out. It's not like some guy that goes and puts up a flag and says, this is Peter's stand or whatever. It's like, this is kind of a natural, organic process where people just build and things will come out of it. I guess that's what I want to say in terms of like my vision of what I'm trying to do in running this company. But in terms of what I want to say is coming and what we're going to build, we're going to put out the prototype. We're going to put out a Seastead. We're going to put out separate structures that are even smaller, or even more modular, serving even more specific purpose, like a polyculture structure. So what we have here, and this is our model 1 of a polyculture structure. This design is subject to change, but this is just to kind of show people what we envision having next to the floating communities. You might have a residential area, you might have an urban area, or commercial area, and that's going to be made up of ArkPads. These structures that will be floating on the side, just a little ways away from the neighborhood or the floating city, are basically designed to meet all of the food needs and ideally produce enough food that you would have aquaculture products as a major export for some of these communities, making them autonomous, making them capable of being independent. So in the middle here, you have a fish cage. Below that, you'll have these, they're kind of like cages, but this is like a solid material with a little bit of sand. You got clams or oysters that are resting on top of these platforms held inside this net. So bed, like what you have all around the coast, all around the world. You have a certain square footage for a certain area that you can grow clams, you can grow oysters. But when you have something floating in deeper water, far away from the coast, you can actually multiply the space that you have, especially to grow shellfish, because they don't need sunlight. And so you could have 4 racks of shellfish growing, you could have 8, you could have 12, and it could actually go down pretty deep, right? So on the one hand, you've got fish, they produce the fertilizer that helps the seaweed grow, that helps the shellfish feed, that makes them grow. Then on the outside, you've got the seaweed, and I can switch this to a different view. Then you've got the seaweed, so you've got your greens, you've got your shellfish, you've got your fish. We're now looking at making a different version of this, which is going to look slightly different, where we can actually introduce lobster and rock lobster. So you'll be able to have different kinds of shellfish, not just clams and oysters, but also lobster, crabs, things like that. So this design is actually going to be even lower cost than an ArkPad. It's going to be have a much larger footprint. It's actually significantly bigger, 4 or 8 times bigger, but it's going to use less materials because a lot of it's just netting, and it's going to be very, very cost effective. This thing we could start exporting even sooner than we could with the ArkPad, and it's going to have immediate commercial value. So this one I'm actually pretty excited about too.
Very cool. So I've seen similar, giant sea nets out in the ocean, stuff like that do that. But is there anything that does everything that this is doing? It seems like it's like adding a bunch of different stuff into one. Yeah.
Yeah. This is like your seaweed farm, your kelp farm, your clams, your oysters, and your salmon all in one. Everything else is separate. This is the only one that does everything, and we're going to design it to handle significantly larger waves than what those other aquaculture machines basically are designed to handle. So this is going to be kind of more oriented around taking care of the needs of seasteads or floating communities, but also because it's going to be more flexible and capable of producing more things at the same time, I think it will have more commercial value right up along the coast.
Very cool. Yeah, I've watched the different, the articles and stuff like that, especially the last several years, about this growing need and the growing aspect of sea farming in different aspects. And I think tapping into that, especially at this point in time, where it's still, once again, like we talked about the blockchain in its infancy, it's still something that is just now taking off, and jumping on board with that early is a very smart move.
Right, and especially when it comes to polyculture. Because a lot of people who work in aquaculture are familiar with polyculture, but like I said, there's really nothing on the market right now that does actively combine everything in one. It's actually, I'm working with Shannon Lim has been kind of informing us like how we can better this design, how we can make this better. And he's really an expert in polyculture. So if you want to know more, talk to him. But having fish like nearby the seaweed and nearby the shellfish, like I said before, it actually boosts their growth. It makes things grow faster. And fish, to begin with, is already the most dense thing that you can basically grow in terms of calories. Like a net that you fill with salmon, and you keep those salmon well fed, and you're growing salmon in a certain area, the calories per hectare of that are over 100 times what you can get from corn, wheat. It's much, much higher. Yeah. So aquaculture is a lot more calorie dense than agriculture is.
Yeah. And the funny thing, and people make fun of me, is I hate seafood. Like there's like no type of seafood. I have a policy that if it goes in the water, it doesn't go in my mouth. That's why I tell people, they're like, you want to live underwater, but yeah, you hate seafood. I'm like, I will tell you, man. It's maybe it's I think I'll have to get used to, I guess. But yeah, I have been seeing that the protein value and just the health benefits alone to a lot of this stuff is just ridiculous and much better for us. Once again, just people don't know about it too, I think. And there's also you see it, as long as the problem is seeing it in its natural form versus what you get served, and sometimes it turns people off to it as well too. So there is that.
That's a really big problem with sea cucumbers. Yeah. You don't want to see a sea cucumber. It is not appetizing. Those things look disgusting. And I think most of them don't even taste that good either. Like I haven't eaten any, but I know they grow them here in the Philippines. But what I have eaten is guso and gulamon, and those are like the 2 most popular seaweeds around here. And it doesn't sound great. It's really good. Yeah. It's delicious. It's like these little green pearls that it kind of has a similar texture as some rice. There's not like a pop when you bite into it, but it's kind of like squishy. It's like a soft rice, and it's good. It's great in salad. It's great by itself.
Interesting. All right. I mean, I'll give it a try.
Yeah.
But anyway,
That's the spirit.
yeah. So how can people, like, if they want to follow, obviously your website, they can go there. But what other avenues is the best way to follow you guys, get in touch with you, or find out what you're doing?
Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and of course, we post on Parler. Anytime we have videos, we're going to post them on both YouTube and Rumble. So if you go to our website, then you can see a lot of information about the ArkPad. But we don't have a blog. There's no active blog on our website. So if you want to stay up to date with us, go follow us on our social media. That's the best place to do it.
Gotcha. All right. Any closing thoughts or anything before we sign off here for today?
I don't have anything else that I want to say about what we're doing, but I do want to say that I've noticed there's a lot more activity around seasteading in general. There's a lot more people that I think are getting interested, and I think that, a lot like how we might be where the cryptocurrency community was in like 2010. I think we're at the very beginning of something really taking off, and I'm excited to see it happen.
Very cool. Well, Mitchell, thank you very much for taking time out of your evening to talk to us about this. I'm super excited. When we air this could be happening in a couple of months or so. So who knows? You might already have something in the water by the time this airs.
I think we will.
Yeah, I'll have to do a follow-up or something like that point in time. But yeah, absolutely. So thank you again. We look forward to seeing what you guys are doing.
Okay. Thank you, Brendan.
Mitchell from ArkPad is back with an update on the progress of his seasteading project, with a Q&A about how crypto is being used to help fund his project.
Hello, everybody. I hope that you're all having a great day, great week, whatever it may be. But yeah, we've got Mitchell with us this morning from ArkPad. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you, Brendan?
I'm doing fine. We're going to do something a little different here. I think that, Mitchell doesn't do too many live streams. So this will be fun and different and interesting. But we're going to do a little questions here. We're going to talk about progress that not only you've been working on, but we'll do a little selfish plug here for ASC as well, where I'm at it. But mostly we're going to talk about ArkPad and what they've been up to, because there's been a lot of stuff going on and it's exciting.
It is.
So yeah. So how you been doing? How's life? How's the Philippines treating you?
The Philippines is treating me very well. It's very pretty. There's beaches everywhere. There's cheap, good food. I like that. I can't complain. I've been here. I came here a little over 2 years ago. Originally, the ArkPad was our only prototype seastead, and as you guys probably know, that's in the water now. We're going to be adding some stabilizers. We're going to be adding the solar panels very soon here, and then it's going to be going up on Airbnb, or actually we might be working something out with the Boracay administration, the tourism department, where we'll host some kind of events on it or something else. It's kind of up in the air what exactly the prototype is going to be used for, but it's already gone through its first small storm, which was kind of a test for it, and it passed with flying colors. So it's cool. Very, it's proving to be very, durable, strong, corrosion resistant so far, but it hasn't really been in long enough for us to know. But I don't think it's going to have any issues at all with corrosion. There's zero steel. It's all marine grade aluminum and cement. So yeah, that's doing pretty well. And we have several other projects that I can talk about today. Yeah.
Now we got images here. We're going to be showing in videos and stuff, and some of the stuff you're just talking about right there, we're going to get into. And as somebody that I've been following you guys for several years now. And we've actually done some past interviews and stuff like you guys have transitioned over the years and stuff like that. So it's cool to see where you come from and where you're at today. And I think that anybody that's been following you can say the same thing. And so yeah, it's good. Let's you want to just get into it then? And
well, you want to show, maybe let's show where the ArkPad is first, because that's a big update, and then I want to talk about the other projects after that. Can we show off some of this is already on social media, but why don't we play it for people?
Oops, let me get back here.
Yeah, so here's a picture of me up on the ArkPad. You can actually see, so when there's not a storm happening in the Philippines, usually the waters are very, very calm. It's actually a very tranquil environment. You don't get these huge waves all the time. There's not a lot of surfing. There actually are areas of the country where you can surf, but in this particular area and in most of the interior islands, the waves are small enough that you don't really need to worry about weather conditions a lot of the time. So you can see behind me here is the Visayan Sea, and then I'm actually standing on the second floor of the ArkPad with the several people down below me that were just putting in furniture and things like that. So yeah, that's what this image is. I can show some videos as well.
Yeah, if you want to go ahead and show those off if you want.
Sure. Let me pull it up. Here's the first video where you can see the ArkPad from shore. Is it going to play?
There we go.
There we go. And it's out there with our boat. This is when I think we had some guys out there inspecting it. They were doing a stability test. I forget exactly what it's called, but it's some kind of a test to see, how much it's going to tilt when you move around different weights of the platform. And generally, what we're finding is it's of course a lot more stable than a boat by comparison, but it's designed to be. So we knew that already.
So how much square foot is that?
It is
4
100
meters.
square. It's 100 square meters. We didn't meters. So the platform is 100 square meters. The interior of the house is 65 square meters, and then the floor on top of the house is another 65. So in terms of living space, especially once we have the second story built, it'll be like 65 on bottom and 65 on top. So that's roughly, I want to say 65 square meters is like 700 square feet per floor.
Okay.
I think something around that.
Okay. So not too shabby.
And then I got another video here. Now this is during its launch phase. So when you're launching, it behaves a bit. I'll let it play first. Oh, there we go. That's better. So when you're launching it, it behaves a bit differently. We actually have the floater rings brought down on the spar a little bit. When it's fully launched and in the water, you're going to raise those floater rings up. You can see we've just got some wood pegs holding the floater rings down. So now that it's already launched, those floater rings come up. And the cross bracing that you're seeing connecting to that central spar, that gets pulled tighter, and so that makes it stronger in large waves. So this was like during the phase where we were first launching. This footage was taken almost a month ago already.
And so what kind of, so something like that, it looks like, obviously we're in a boat, so it's rocking a little bit, but when you're on the thing, how much, rock do you have as far as when you're on it?
When you're on it, so rock coming from the waves is, honestly, I couldn't feel it. Like, I can't tell that it's rocking at all when it comes to the waves. When you have people on it and they walk from side to side, you'll definitely feel it move, but that's going to change after we add these small stabilizers on the sides. They're
interesting.
If you deploy one solo, it needs stabilizers. If you connect 2 of them together or 3 or 4 of them together, it doesn't need any additional. It just stands on its own. So, because we only have one right now, we want to have these extra kind of buoyant pillars on the side that we call stabilizers. And once those are on, you won't be able to really tell that it's moving at all, whether everybody rushes to one side or whether there's a big wave. It'll be not undetectable, but really hard to tell that it's moving.
And so is that the goal, is that you can attach like 4, 6, 8, however many you want together to build a bigger whatever you want to do?
Yeah, because every seastead that we're designing, of course, we're building it with the idea that they can all snap together, that they can be expanded by connecting. So if you want double the floor space, you build 2 units, you build 3 units, you build 5 units, until you end up with a floating community or a floating village or a small floating city, something like that, right? Because the idea of like building permanent human habitation out in international waters, like that's seasteading. You need a lot of people to do that all at once,
right?
Or at least gradually over time. And of course, the same thing is true with the other project that we had, the Hexafarm, which is also in the water. But I'll get more to that later, because we have. It's something we're going to be expanding on with the Hexafarm as well. Maybe we can talk about the main thing I want to talk about here today, which is the cryptocurrency platform.
Yeah, and so that's called Stead, right?
Yes, that's called Stead.
So what exactly is Stead?
Okay, so Stead is firstly, it's a cryptocurrency. It's a token, which is collateralized by real world assets. So if you imagine real estate, so there, this is getting into the cryptocurrency sphere a little bit, which a lot of seasteaders are familiar with crypto. There's some overlap there. There's a thing called RWA, which is tokenized real estate. where they take a house, they'll buy it, they'll create 100,000 tokens, and then sell those 100,000 tokens. And every person who holds a token owns 1/100,000th of that house. So if you own 100 tokens, then you own 1/1,000th, and so on and so forth. So basically, what we're doing with Stead is we created a DeFi platform, a decentralized finance platform, where you can take floating assets like floating houses, fishing boats, fish farms, fish cages, things like that, things that would go in the water, marine assets. You can crowdfund those through the sale of Stead tokens of this cryptocurrency, and then the people that buy the cryptocurrency now gain value from the real world asset, the thing that is floating in the water that's going to make a profit. And of course, the people that are operating that real world asset, which in the white paper we call them the operators, they gain the benefit of crowdfunding an asset that goes into their company. And so then now they have that asset, they have to operate it profitably, they have to buy back and burn Stead tokens that were initially created to fund that sale. So it's kind of like a crypto-based crowdfunding platform, if that makes sense. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I think my question on all that is, you hear a cryptocurrency, and for a lot of people, it's still very new and they don't understand it and stuff along those lines. So I think this definitely, the people in that space get it and they're all about it. But for those that don't, it's like, this is just another one of the billion cryptocurrencies out there. So where does that value come from for those people as well? As like, what can they use that cryptocurrency for, or, if that makes sense?
Right. Yeah, that's a good question. Okay, so let me explain what a cryptocurrency is first. A cryptocurrency is basically, it's an entry on a ledger. It's like a public ledger. So if you have a guy who owes a debt to another guy, let's say it's $100, and then he writes it on a ledger and puts out in public, like, Jimmy owes John $100. Everyone can see it. So Jimmy can't go in and erase the $100 debt. He can't change it, or else everyone will be aware that he's changed it. So that's called, the way that this is implemented with cryptocurrency is called blockchain. It's basically like a recording of how much money is in every person's wallet. It's usually called a wallet. So they take the balance that everyone has in their wallet, they create a ledger, or like a big data file that says, like, this guy transacted 10 coins to this guy, and this guy sent 20 coins to that guy, and so on and so forth. And then they send that information out to everyone in the world, or every person who has a copy of the blockchain on their computer. They update their ledger to reflect that new transaction. So the way that this benefits people in the case of something like Bitcoin is, you can track how much Bitcoin each person has, and so you can say that like, if I say I have 100 Bitcoin and I want to show that to people, I can prove it. So if I say that I own the Seastead, or that I own 100 shares of this Seastead, then I can also prove that. So basically, it's taking the technology of like shares and stocks and things like that, and making it so that anyone in the world can access that without needing to go through a third party. So, for example, if we're in the Philippines, you can't really sell stock in a marine company. That's not. It's technically allowed, but there's so much regulation involved that you wouldn't really be able to do it. And I think in a lot of countries, you wouldn't really legally be able to sell stock in certainly like experimental technologies or emerging technologies like Seasteads without jumping through a bunch of different hoops. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Now, I think that maybe part of the thing is so you almost need to look at it more of like a stock instead of actually like a dollar or something along those lines. And
Mm-hmm.
I think the term currency sometimes makes people think it's something it's not.
Yeah. Well, that's actually a really good point, and this is something I've talked about with people in the past, in the last few months. The way that I see it is, there are cryptocurrencies that are designed to be currencies. They're designed to be things that people trade, and the value is completely subjective.
Mm-hmm.
And then, especially with the advent of smart contracts, this is a thing primarily that came about because of Ethereum. Ethereum created smart contracts. Smart contracts created the ability for basically every person to make their own crypto. And so this is why there are so many cryptos these days, is because it's actually very easy to make them. A lot of cryptos really are just stocks. Like they get treated like shares in a company, because it's like one small group of people will say, this is our business model, this is what we're gonna do, this is how it makes money, and then they will sell tokens specifically to help people get in on that business model. That's really, it's a lot like a stock. Now that's not what we're doing, actually. What we're doing is different, because what we're doing is, ours function more like tickets. So when you have a stead token and it gets minted or it gets created out of nothing, the people that are raising that money in that crowd fund, let's say that they use it to buy an ArkPad and they want to put it in some popular tourist area and then rent it out on Airbnb, they themselves don't legally own that seastead. They don't own it until they've done a lease to own program on it. So they're leasing it. The way they're leasing it is they have to buy back and use up those stead tokens. So the stead tokens technically are more like tickets. So it's kind of like, I hold 100 tickets to use the ArkPad for 100 days, and then, because I hold this company that's actually using the ArkPad, that's renting it on Airbnb, it's more like they're subleasing it at that point, because they have to buy the tickets from me and then use those tickets to continue their lease on that structure. And so it'd be the same if you raised funds on a fishing boat or a fish farm or like an underwater thing in the case of Atlantis Sea Colony, whatever the thing would be. The idea is you're going to crowdfund through the platform, and then you're going to rent to own the thing that you funded. You don't own it until you've burned all of those, until you've used up all of those tickets on the lease. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense to me. But I think you explained it very well. I think that's a very clear, concise explanation there. I think it should answer most people's questions about it. If not, they can always comment, and you can always hop back in, and comment on that. But yeah, that's pretty clear. Moving on, I think you've already addressed a lot of it, but how exactly does it work?
I think I have addressed that.
Yeah,
Okay.
pretty much.
So let me make it even more concise. I'm going to do a step by step. Let's imagine that we want to build a fishing boat. So you got a random fisherman in the Philippines. He wants to build a fishing boat. I can break this down really simple. He's going to go to us. He's going to say, my fishing boat costs $100,000. I need money to buy that. I can't afford it right now. He's going to apply to raise funds on our platform. We're either going to approve or deny. We're going to say, like, no, we don't trust you, or, yeah, you seem like a good fisherman. You caught a lot of fish last month, so we're going to let you fundraise here. If we approve him, we're going to take the boat, the construction plans for the boat, pictures of a similar boat so people know what it's going to look like, a contract that he signs that says, once I have this boat, I don't own it, but I'm going to use it to make a profit by, fishing on these days and this month, and then, pay this month, pay X amount in rent, basically. So now that it's on the platform, on the marketplace, people can go in, they can mint tokens, they can buy stead tokens, which kind of creates a new supply of stead tokens. The money they pay to do that goes to the fisherman. The fisherman withdraws the money and buys the boat, and then the boat sets sail. The boat, he's not owning it, he's now renting it from us, from the stead platform that ArkPad is kind of in control of. And so he is going to pay rent on that boat by buying back that stead cryptocurrency and then burning it or destroying it in the process. So basically, everyone that contributed the $100,000 to fund that tuna fishing boat or whatever kind of boat he wants, he is going to end up buying back $120 or $150 or $200,000 over X number of years. So in that sense, it's kind of like a mortgage. It's kind of like a decentralized mortgage. Like, here's the price of the house, and then after X number of years, when you pay it off, it's going to cost X amount extra. And so that's kind of all figured out and made public right at the point when the sale goes live. So I think that's a pretty good step-by-step. And so you can imagine this for any asset, right? This can be a floating house, a fishing boat, something underwater, something on the beach, because there are actually other crypto platforms that have done a similar thing where they're just doing it with standard real estate, with just, actually, I talked with one company. They were doing it with high-end luxury real estate in major European cities like London, Paris, Berlin. And I talked to the guys that were doing this, and I said, how much are you guys renting this property out for? And they said, oh, we're not renting it out. We're just allowing people to invest in high-end real estate but we're not actually going to rent it out. It's going to sit empty. And I'm over here. I'm thinking like, why is it going to sit empty? When like, wouldn't it make more sense to just buy rental properties? Because you're going to get a better return on investment from a rental property than buying like $100 million mansion that you can't ever resell. Like what's the point of buying the $100 million mansion? And at the end of the day, it's just hype. It's just status. Like, hey, I own a small part of this $100 million mansion. But I don't actually think that's the most efficient use of funds. You know what I mean? Like some crypto projects, they focus a lot on hype and like, look at this $100 million mansion that we bought, but it's not always the most solid business plan. Is just my perspective. I don't know if you noticed that about crypto projects as well.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think because it is so new, there is still so much being developed around it, and it's still getting figured out at some aspects too. So it's something interesting to watch, and those that can capitalize on it while it's still in its earlier stages, I think are going to do very well.
Yeah, I think so. And that's one of the things that sets apart what we're doing from what these other projects are doing. Because what we're doing is we're saying, in order to fundraise, you have to have a business plan. You have to have a real world asset, so real world collateral, right? We're not just creating a cryptocurrency and saying this has a value of $100 million because we said so. We're creating it and saying it's backed up by the value of this boat, by the value of this floating house, by the value of these things. And more importantly, those things have to be actively generating profit all the time. Like if we're going to fund a fishing boat for you, you have to go fishing. You have to actually raise the money. And every month you have to make a payment to prove that you're being profitable. And if you're not, we're going to take that asset back. We're going to give that boat to somebody else, and then they're going to operate it instead. So we're putting in a lot more work to act as a safe haven for people's wealth compared to what honestly the majority of crypto projects are doing. This is all about like, do you have real value? Do you have real profits? And do you have some physical brick and mortar, or I guess in this case, wood and fiberglass, but do you have something that actually brings value to the table?
Right.
Yeah. So that's the main thing. There's actually a second thing. There's one other thing here as well. Yeah. We implemented a mechanism into the Stead cryptocurrency called the base price. So what that means is when you go to buy a new Stead token or mint a new Stead token, we call it minting because when people are participating in these fundraisers, it's creating new amounts of this cryptocurrency. It's generating, like, it's minting new coins basically, right? So the way that it works is over time, the basic cost, the base price or the base cost to create a new token goes up, which means that 6 months from now, it goes up by about 0.9% every 30 days. So 6 months from now, it's going to be about 6% more expensive to create a new token compared to what it was 6 months prior. So the longer you wait to buy these tokens, the higher the price is going to go up. And that also means the longer you hold on to them in the long term, the higher the price is going to go up, because nobody can create new tokens for the same price. They have to pay more money than you did. So that's another thing to kind of incentivize people to buy early on.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
And I think you've already kind of addressed the next question as well with that one there, as far as giving a real world example, which you just really laid that out. But I didn't know if you wanted to go into that anymore as well, or you feel like you've pretty much exhausted on that one there too.
No, I want to address the first project that we're going to actively fund with the platform, because I don't think I mentioned this yet, but the big launch of the Stead tokens, we had a small launch that was back in February. As of today, actually, I think it might be about to happen here the next few minutes as we're talking, we're going to be launching the Stead cryptocurrency on CoinStore. CoinStore is one of the biggest cryptocurrency apps that you can have on your phone in Asia. It's really popular in like Indonesia, India, Vietnam, Philippines. A lot of people, especially in Asia, also South Korea, they use this app to buy crypto, kind of like how people use Binance in America to buy crypto. So we're going to be listing on there. We're going to have something called an initial exchange offering, and we're going to basically, you can buy at a 10% discount for only the next 3 days. And so that's, again, another reason that I wanted to come on here and talk about that. But what we're going to use those initial funds for that we raised during the sale is going to go to the Reef Resort. And we've made a few posts about the Reef Resort, but I don't think there's a few things that I haven't shown off about it yet. So can I talk about the resort we're building first?
Yeah. Let me get this out of the way here.
Yeah, here we go. So this is the hexaform that's already in the water, and you can see. Actually, you kind of can't see it because the screen's a little bit small, or the image is a bit small. But if you zoom in, you can see like we had a double rainbow that appeared that day when we were out there. So I really wanted to get. Yeah, there it is. I wanted to get an image of that. We put this on social media. I don't think anyone noticed the double rainbow in the mountains, but it's very. We have a really pretty location. We have a really pretty spot, and this is actually the old spot. So the new spot is even nicer. The new spot is still by the mountains, just like this. We've got a coral reef that we're next to that's very secluded. There's not many other people that are nearby to it. So we're going to have kind of like a private coral reef scuba diving area. We're actually a little ways south of the giant clam sanctuary. I don't know if we're allowed to do scuba diving there, but I will definitely ask the government. And we're nearby to a bunch of other stuff. Can you pull up the map? I can show this on the map here.
The map? Yeah, let's see where it's at here. Give me 1 second.
Yeah. So Davos City. So this is the major city in the south of the country. It's called Davos City. That's where the international airport is. The big long island is called Samal Island, and then the smaller island there is called Telakud. And if you go to the next image, it'll kind of zoom in. So there where it says Kaputian Beach Park, that's nearby to the area that we were granted by the government recently. Zoom in a little bit more. And that red X right there is where we're going to be building the floating resort. So that's the reef resort. That's the exact location where that's going to go. Now, I don't think I've ever shown this map on social media before, have I?
I've never seen it before.
Good. So this is the first time for everybody. So we can officially unveil. This is
there you go. Yeah,
right there. Yeah.
So how far offshore is that?
This is about 200 to 300 meters.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's less than half a kilometer. It's really not that far. Maybe it looks kind of far because of where the map is. But what I really like about it the most, honestly, is that kind of shallow area right next to you. You can't really see it because we're still zoomed out too far. But next to the red X, a little bit to the right, that's just a really long coral reef area. And straight up to the north, where you see the much lighter blue water, that's all corals. And there's like a bunch of coral reefs up there, and there's the giant clam sanctuary. If you go to the next image,
I was going to say, that's what I was saying. I think it's on this next image here.
Yeah. So this is all coral reefs through here. There's a lot of coral reefs through here. So this is one of the best places in the country for scuba diving. And this is we're going to be like less than a kilometer away from this, so we can just take a boat out there and yeah.
I guess the only question would be protection against all that kind of stuff. How are they protecting it that much where you don't have that much access to it or not? And
yeah, so the one that's giant clam sanctuary, I don't know the exact status if scuba diving is allowed, but if you go out a little ways, you see all those smaller reefs kind of like dotted around the area by the Wishing Island. Those you can just access. Those anybody can dive on. So there's a bunch of coral reefs that you can just freely go out there and scuba dive.
Nice. Yeah, that's exciting. That's really good. I mean, that right there, I think, obviously the waking up and on the ocean is an appeal to itself, but you have those extra amenities per se, which brings more marine life too by having that coral reef. So there's going to be that as well. But also, you're able to go snorkeling or diving off of your floating house. How great is that?
Yeah, it's really good. Actually, when we were out here on a boat, we took a speedboat out here. We were like looking for a good area to request from the government and be like, we were about to have a meeting with the mayor. And when we were out there, the exact spot, very near to that spot that they ended up assigning us to it, we saw a big pod of dolphins.
Wow.
I don't know if it was huge. It was like 12 or 15 dolphins. They were jumping out, they were doing backflips and all kinds of stuff. I really hope they're still going to be there when we start building.
Sure.
Like we can just feed them fish. We can encourage them to stick around and have a little pet dolphin sanctuary going on. And I think that's considered a good luck charm in the Philippines as well.
Okay.
Dolphins.
I know you had a video on the for the hexaforms. Did you want to show that?
Oh yeah. First, can I show, and maybe should I show the solar panels? We just started installing solar panels. I want to show that.
Let's go ahead and
Yeah, because that's relevant.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, there are other floating houses that are in this area right now, but I've said before on social media, I think that they're made of bamboo, so they don't have air conditioning, they don't have electricity, they don't have a septic tank or anything like that. We've got all of those things, and yeah, primarily we want our electricity to come from solar because we're very much off grid. So in the last picture you saw, they had the power wall and the batteries set up and everything's, this is all the controls for the solar system. And then in the next picture, you can see they're running the wire across. So that wire is not going to be there when we build the floating resort. It's going to be in a different location, so it's not so obvious. But we've already got power in both of those buildings now. And I think that construction, and there's the panels. And then construction is going to start right after this big sale that we have going on right now for the crypto. Once the sale is done, we'll start construction on another between 5 and 10 more units.
Very cool.
So yeah, and last thing I got, you want me to show that video now?
Yeah, if you want to, yeah, go for it.
All right, let me pull it up. This is not really important at all to the construction plans I've been talking about. I just want to show this off because it's fun. It won't let me do it unless I remove this. Okay, now it's going to let me do it. I just wanted to show this off because the fish are kind of fun in this environment. These are rabbit fish. They're very, very friendly. They come right up to you. So that's it. It's
Nice.
like a fish spa. You can just put your feet in, put their hand. And if you hold some seaweed in your hand and you put it down, they'll really crowd around you.
Very cool. Yeah, that's cool. I'm sure that might freak out some people, but
maybe.
Yeah. But I guess we're talking about, you want to take some more about, since that's what we're seeing really is the hexafarm here, and to people who don't understand really what that is, do you want to go into that a little bit?
Sure, yeah. So the hexafarm, if you guys remember on social media over the last 2 years, we've put out that it started off as a polyculture structure. So it started off as a structure that was going to be able to grow fish, and then outside of that, shrimp in separate cages, and then lobster in another separate chamber, and then seaweed. So the goal was fish, shrimp, lobster, seaweed. And it kind of morphed into something that we can use to further advance seasteading more directly, or living on the water more directly. Because what we realized is that there were already, and these tents, we've modified these white glamp houses you're seeing behind me. Most of this stuff is commercially available. It's really off the shelf stuff. It's been customized for a sort of marine environment, but it was very easy for us to take these hexagon-shaped fish farms, to take 6 of these glamp houses. These are glamping tents, really, with just extra insulation added for air conditioning, and snap those into place. And so we could easily create a walkable, traversable, floating village type thing that you see behind me here in the concept art. And that's exactly what we did. So we did that with a hexafarm that we put in the water. It still has the fish growing in it. It's got milkfish and rabbit fish that are both herbivores, so they get along very well. The ones you saw swarming my wife's hand were rabbit fish. We do have lobster in there, and we're adding the shrimp next week. So what we've got now is we basically got under the water, we have a farm that grows different types of seaweed, and above the water, we have a resort. And so this is why we're kind of marketing it as an eco-resort. And this is one of the reasons that the local government really jumped at the opportunity to welcome it in. We actually had the guy who was the director of the mariculture park go in and practically give a speech to the rest of the local government about like why we need to bring this into the mariculture park. And we've got another group in the Bureau of Fisheries. They want to buy 2 more of these for the north of the island. And we're still talking about that with them, and government moves really slowly, so that's not going to happen anytime soon. But regardless, it's been popular. Just the aquaculture structure itself that grows all the different types of seafoods, that's been popular. When we turn it into a resort, we bring it in for tourism. How much more popular is that going to be? I think a lot, because all the people we've talked to so far have been very interested in staying, even though we haven't finished setting up the electricity yet. So we sold them no, but we have a lot of people wanting to stay even without electricity.
So I guess, where do you see, I mean, obviously, we're American based here. I think a lot of people may be watching more be that, but where are you seeing a lot of your interest coming for? Is it coming from Asia, or is it coming from, do you have a place where you're seeing more interest than other?
So right now, because we're kind of laser focused on creating this platform that will allow people to crowdfund, to crowdfund marine infrastructure, including seasteads. We're trying to focus on where do we set up our keystone project, our reef resort, our first step towards making seasteading more popular and successful. And so we're looking at Samal Island and also to a lesser degree Boracay and saying we want to see a successful implementation here, and that's going to make it more popular everywhere else. So if we
Gotcha.
show a lot of success, right? So we want success over here in the Philippines, then we can turn around and go to America and say, hey, look, there's this really successful thing that we proved in Asia. We proved the market. We proved that not only is seasteading safe, seasteading is technologically possible. You can keep a population out here for an extended period of time. I mean, I'll be living out there. I guess that the tourists would be just coming and going briefly, but
Yeah.
you could stay. You could get a 6-month rental if you wanted. So, so the idea is, let's prove seasteading technology. Let's prove that right here in Asia, and then once we have the proof that it's safe and affordable and profitable for investors, we can bring it anywhere after that.
Yeah. And I think the nice thing, obviously, you can attest to this, is building it, outside the United States. Something like that is, first off, it's going to be cheaper at first, which is usually the worst part, is that upfront capital to be able to build and design anything is that upfront capital, where it's more cost effective to do it outside the United States, and regulations as well too. I mean, you got all these different things that obviously there's a reason for those regulations and those prices and stuff. But if your capital and your upfront, if you can build those outside the United States, and get that R&D done at a lower cost, that's definitely puts you ahead of the game per se.
Yes, it does. And with something like the Hexafarm, even with all the housing attached to it, it's not even that big of a concern in terms of cost, because you'd be surprised at how cost effective this floating housing is. It's really, nothing compared to coastal real estate. It's a lot cheaper. But in the Philippines, if you can prove that what you're doing is like eco-friendly, like you're producing seafood, you're growing coral reefs, or you're doing something that benefits the marine environment, especially because it's an island country, then it makes the regulations are basically all in your favor. The regulations are like, yes, develop new technologies, do something green, put up solar panels, great. If you do all of that stuff, they're very, very friendly towards it. In America, I feel like we could still build it pretty cheaply, but we'd have to jump through so many hoops to get the government to agree. And then you go to an island country like this, and it's like, oh, this new tech, this is great. We welcome new tech. We want to see more of this.
Yeah. I think that's why you see there's other, companies out there, organizations out there working on different seasteads, and most of them are not in the United States. And I think that's a big reason for that too.
So the U.S. is really overregulated, honestly.
Yeah. But that's a whole different interview right there, talking about that one there. But yes, I agree. So I guess why would you choose crowdfunding as a way to advance seasteading?
Sure, good point. So the platform we're building, the crypto platform, the whole thing is all about crowdfunding, right? It's about, let's get everyone together to support this new prototype. We're going to make it profitable. We're going to prove the technology, what have you. The main benefits of crowdfunding are you're dispersing risk to the largest number of people. So it's not one guy that has to throw his life savings into it. We're spreading out that risk, but we're also allowing everyone to get in on the ground floor to see a new technology take off and benefit from that. So, like what people are trying to do with all these, if you go on Reddit, if you go on Facebook, there are so many other seasteading technologies that have not yet been implemented at really any kind of scale, even a small scale. And if they were implemented, they might work, and they might even be profitable if used, especially in tourism, right? Because seasteading itself is fundamentally good at tourism. Building floating anything brings in tourists. And so I think that's something some seasteaders have even missed out on that. They've been thinking like, we need to build a seastead so we can make a microchip factory, so we can make a, do this with it or that with it. Build a seastead just to have a seastead. Like, if you advertise the fact you have a seastead, you're going to bring in tourists because people find that stuff really interesting. Seasteads are pretty, are unique, they're popular, and we're seeing that already over here with so many people wanting to come out here. But we're not done with setting up the electric. Right. We will be. So, anyways, I think. Sorry, I'm going off on a tangent. I apologize.
You're good.
Yeah. My main point is, if you want to build a prototype and you want the prototype to pay itself back to you, you should probably focus on tourism, in my opinion, because all you need is a functional seastead, and it will make money just by being a functional seastead, because that's good for tourism. So anyways, going back to crowdfunding spreads out the risk. Crowdfunding allows lots of different people that are interested in seasteads but don't have the capital to build one, to get in and help something take off and be kind of a part of that project. And I know that, before I was with ArkPad, when I was just looking at seasteading from the outside looking in and not really part of a company, I was thinking, man, I really want to build one of these, but like, how am I ever going to be able to do that? So this way you'd be able to contribute directly. And so, I think that's the main point, right? Crowdfunding is good for prototyping things. And so that's why we want a crowdfunding platform.
Yeah. And I think that the nice thing is, having been around for the internet for most of the maturity of the internet, crowdfunding's been around forever, but now with the reach of social media and stuff like that, it's so much easier to get people onto that crowdfunding platform and to notify you. In the past, it was so hard unless you were just adamant about that thing. You didn't know how to crowdfund it. You didn't know anything about it. But now with social media and with doing live streams like this, and there'll be a VOD afterwards, it's going to reach thousands, if it goes viral, millions of people, and that can point them towards, hey, let me crowdfund this thing. And I mean, really only takes, with ASC, it was like, well, when we're looking at architecture and engineering and stuff like that, $100,000, we only need 1,000 people to pay $100 each. It's not that much money. And same thing with this, you could do, if you're reaching 100,000 people, $1 a piece, and it's done type of thing. So it's like we say, it's for the cost of a coffee, you can invest into the future type of thing. And so I think that it gives people some skin in the game per se by putting some money behind it. They're more interested when money is put behind something that they're passionate about.
Yeah, and people get a lot more interested in theoretical technologies when they see them in real life, like operate even at a small scale. Like, it's all about getting a prototype. Once you have a prototype, things become a lot easier after that.
100%. Yeah.
So we want to use this platform to help other people get their prototypes as well. Sorry, go ahead, Mark.
No. I say because anybody now, especially with AI and stuff like that, can have a pretty image to show off and say, like, here's what I want to do. And there's a dime a dozen of those until you actually get something in the water, or in our case, under the water. They're not gonna. I mean, it's all talk, and so that's always the struggle. And so it's awesome to see companies like yourself that have actually gone and have something out there in the water, because now you know what your money is going towards, and you know that they're not just talking fluff. So.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's also what we want with this platform is we want, when crowdfunding is going to occur, we want blueprints. We want a contract that someone's going to sign. It's that a business model included with that contract that says, once I build it, I'm going to use it to do this thing. And this thing is going to make money by, doing XYZ, probably tourism in most cases. We want to hold people to account when they spend crowdfunded money as well, because there have also been historical examples of people raising money in crowd funds. They just walk away and don't use it for what they said they were going to use it for, because there's no contract, or they never had a clear business model, and you want to avoid those things as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the thing that a lot of people are going to be interested in the crypto aspect of the thing, but a lot of other people are interested in where you're going to go expand after this.
Sure. So once we are done building Reef Resort, which is going to be an ongoing project for many years, we're going to keep slowly, steadily expanding it for years and years. That's the plan. We'll probably look next at Boracay, which is where we have the ArkPad. Because keep in mind, the Hexa farm is at Samal Island. The ArkPad is Boracay Island. They're two different islands.
And how far apart are those?
Well, they're in different provinces, so
Okay.
they're different political jurisdictions,
Gotcha.
basically. Now, the thing is, in Samal Island, the government loves what we're doing. In Boracay Island, they still like what we're doing, but they're not like actively pulling back, regulations, like giving speeches in favor of us. So I really I love what's happening with the Reef Resort, because the government's so enthusiastic about helping us to get it built, which is awesome. So anyways, again, going off on a tangent here. So where are we going after this? We'll focus on the floating resort in Samal Island and more ArkPads in Boracay Island. Then, actually, I wrote it down here. What are the next steps I want to do? So after that, we are going to work on a few other technologies that we've only talked about a little bit in our social media. One of those is the lithium extractor. Now I know that we only made, I think, one post about this on our social media so far. We're developing a machine that I'm doing this with my hands, but in reality the machine's going to be very, very big. It's basically a machine like an engine of some kind, where you put it in the ocean and it generates battery grade lithium. And so if you look at electric vehicles right now, like what Tesla is doing, what some of these new Chinese companies are doing, building their own EVs, electric vehicles, the amount of lithium that we're going to need for the electric vehicles that are continuing to grow and starting to become a huge part of the international market for vehicles, for cars, we don't have enough lithium currently. Like the reserves are not there. The active lithium mines are not there yet. 99% of the world's lithium is in the ocean. And we're one of the only companies, I think, in the world right now where we set up a chemistry department just to research this one technology on how to extract lithium directly from the ocean and extract it in a form which is pure enough to put it directly into batteries with no processing whatsoever. Just use it in the battery manufacturing process. And right now we have a prototype for that technology. That prototype is working in laboratory settings. Once we think it can work at a larger scale, that'll be one of the other projects that we will fund with our Stead crypto crowdfunding platform.
And really, I mean, because of the advent of electric cars, electrification of a lot more than just cars, boats, planes, etc., coming down the road, that could honestly be, I mean, your bigger moneymaker there, and just all the rest is fun.
Well, the way I see it is, if it goes down like that, then that technology can be the backbone of like a whole floating village or even a whole floating city in international waters. And now you've got the economic base to get all those people out there in the first place. So that's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think that's smart. To try to backbone it around some kind of a business, because that's gonna also helps offset some of those costs as far as, because people can be finicky as far as when they're there and stuff along those lines. But if you've got a steady revenue stream coming from a business venture, it definitely helps. Yeah. And certainly lithium in the next 20 years is going to be quite a business venture, quite a very beneficial one if the market goes the way a lot of people are saying it'll go. Right. Did we want to show off the last image you got, or you want to move on to our last question first? What is the last image? Oh, is it the concept art for the Reef Resort? Yeah. Okay, but let me preface this. This is a work in progress. This is not complete yet. I hesitate to show this in public, but let's go ahead. It's not done. There we go. Okay. All right, so here we go. So let me explain what we're seeing here. Now you already saw the images behind me, right? Where you got 6 units and then like a little solar platform. What we've done here is we've scaled up the hexafarms. So this is like an alternative design for the hexafarms. So instead of 6 units max in the 6 cells, you could have 12 units. You can have 2 houses in each of the units, and then we took the platform, the solar panel platform, we quadrupled that in size. We made that 4 times bigger. And what we found is that if we have that much space for solar panels, we basically have eliminated the need for, because we have so much extra battery capacity for it as well, we would eliminate the need for a backup generator. Now, we'd still probably have a backup generator, of course, just in case, but I don't think if you had this much solar panel space in the resort, you would not have any need for a backup generator. So that's kind of what we're going for here. This is a scaled up version. You can see in the background there's like a little floating water park. If you've seen those big inflatable water parks in lakes before, that's again something that none of this is a promise, none of this is a guarantee, but this is, I just want to show the image of this is what we can achieve, this is what we can build within the next year or so if things go our direction. And what I think is interesting about this is just a hexafarm. This is even taking into the whole ArkPad structures that we showed earlier on. They're not even included into this. This is just hexafarm itself. So yeah, this is just the hexafarm. We got a couple boats, we got a couple jet skis, we put some dolphins under the water, and then those little round things. Now that actually is being designed, and so we are
working on the prototype of those round aquariums you're seeing there. What we have here is basically a big saltwater aquarium, a saltwater tank that we're going to put between the first 2 hexafarms, and either made out of acrylic glass or some other type of transparent material. There's a few different materials we could use here, but the idea is to create a big tank, have the bottom be mesh or like a netting, so that we can allow regular saltwater fish. We don't need to do any cleaning of the tank. We don't need to do any high level maintenance, because we basically leave the bottom open to the actual saltwater environment, and we can take tropical fish that are just around the coral reefs, around these areas, and we're allowed to put them into these tanks as long as we're not harming them. And so you've kind of created like this section of the ocean. It's like you've lifted it up with this aquarium, brought it above the surface of the water, put benches around it, and now you can see into like a slice of ocean right in front of you. Yeah, I don't know if you can even zoom in on that so you can see it better.
I don't know if I can or not. I don't think
Maybe
I
you
can.
can.
Yeah, no. But it's crazy because I just saw a video the other day of somebody doing that in a lake where they had some cylinders and they put them above the water and put the water up so the fish would swim up in them and stuff along those lines. So yeah. It's really cool.
Yeah, so we're planning on that. Again, none of this is a promise. I just want to preface that, but we're definitely planning on doing something exactly like that, but at a larger scale for the reef resort.
Yeah, very cool. Now, last question we've got for today, although we have had a couple questions come in from the people watching live, I think we'll get to here at the end as well. But how can people buy Stead early?
That is a good question. Since the sale is happening today, and I checked, it should be in 1 hour from now. Since the sale is going to be happening today, it will go on for 3 days. It's called an initial exchange offering. So what's going to happen is there's a limited supply of Stead tokens that can be purchased within the next 3 days. People can buy them at a 10% discount. At the end of those 3 days, then the token is officially listed on Stead. So you can buy an unlimited supply. It just goes up on the market, so anybody can buy it. But the 10% discount is gone, and then you have to buy it for the normal price.
Sure.
So if you want to get in early, if you want to buy it now, both because of the discount and because of the fact that, as I mentioned before, with Stead, the design of the crypto is that every time, as time goes on, when new tokens are minted, the cost to mint new tokens goes up and up and up, and that's built into the cryptocurrency itself. You can't negate that. It forces the price up over time. So definitely the best time to buy is right now. The place to buy it is CoinStore, which is the company, the crypto exchange that we're listing with, and if I can provide a link to people, they could download the app right to their phone, even if you're not in Asia, and you could buy it today.
Yeah.
So let me do that. I apologize. I wanted to have this here.
Yeah, you're good.
Oh, you know what? It's just coinstore.com, actually. People can
let's-
type it in, and the app is right there.
I'll just throw that in there.
Yeah. Do you want to go to it? Could you screen share maybe? Just go to the website.
Let me get this up here.
And I'm willing to bet if you look down at that little scrolling bar at the bottom, it'll probably mention our listing here. I was going to say, if you look at that little scrolling bar at the bottom, I actually just saw it go by. There's a link to Stead. Yeah, do you see Stead there?
Right here?
Yeah, it's right there. Yep, it will be active in 1 hour. Oh, cool. That's the holding cam. There's a few different programs that are running with it leading up to the launch, but the launch is today, and then on Friday is the kind of like the regular price launch. This is like the discount launch.
Gotcha. Okay.
So yeah, anybody can make an account, anybody can sign up and buy, and that's why I wanted to show up here today and just talk about this early ground floor opportunity.
Well, very cool. Questions out here from the people out in the chat.
Sure, go ahead. Now I'm only seeing 2 questions in here. Do you want me to read these off, Brendan? I'm not sure if you heard me.
Yeah, there's just those 2 out there.
Okay, you want me to answer these right now? Because I only see the 2.
Yeah, if you want. I mean, if you want to.
Okay, sure. So Tamia.
Yep.
Here we go. Here's Tamia. Okay, actually, they're both from Tamia. So Tamia said, can we still buy the ArkPad crypto coin? So I think at one time we were considering giving it a different name, but Stead that I'm talking about here is the ArkPad crypto coin. Like I mentioned before, the big launch day on the CoinStore exchange is today. So if you want to buy this crypto coin, you should download their app. You should go on, it's CoinStore or coinstore.com. You should go on there and buy it today, because it is currently available. It's either currently available or it's available in 1 hour. I need to check here. But by the time you see this, well, you're seeing it live. So, but you can download the app right now. You can buy it right now, and you'll get it at the best price. And then, of course, as we start rolling out and expanding the Reef Resort, that's going to boost the price of the crypto as well. There we go, coinstore.com. There's the links for you.
And then the other question was, basically wasn't a question, just a statement about the lithium roof pulling it from the water.
Yeah, so this is an interesting point, because this is going off on a tangent away from crypto. This is going more towards chemistry. And actually, some of the most fun meetings that I've had in this company, I know meetings are the most fun thing you can have, right? But no, some of the most cool stuff that we're working on right now is probably with the chemistry department. And I've not said a lot about it in public because it takes a lot of testing and a lot of peer review, but we're not evaporating seawater to get the lithium. We're doing something completely different. It's actually like an electromechanical mechanism that isolates lithium ions and will target those ions to extract them from salt water directly without needing to put in all the energy to boil the water or to evaporate it. It just targets those specific ions and plucks it out of the water, and it goes straight into the machine. It's a really, really cool, complicated, advanced technology. And I will say it's advanced because it is very advanced. It's very cutting edge, but it's not what you think it is. It's a completely different thing that is orders of magnitude more efficient. And again, there's nothing like it that currently exists because it's a brand new technology.
Very cool. So, I guess, do you have any closing remarks or anything you wanted to cover that maybe we haven't talked about today that you think people might be interested in and maybe want to know more about?
The day. Let me check my notes here. Was there anything I skipped over?
I don't think so. I think you covered pretty much everything that I had.
Yeah, I think I've covered everything. The main takeaway from all this is I just want to let people know. That's why I'm going out here today. I want to let people know that we're launching our crypto. It's going to be specifically to benefit seasteads and the seasteading movement. If you want to be a part of that, if you want to help us push forward and improve profitability in the process, please, I'm asking you guys, of course, it's your choice, but if you want to, download CoinStore, make an account on CoinStore, buy the token, and be part of the stuff that we're building.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, with that, I think we'll wrap her up for today. Let's say if there's questions, definitely drop them in comments and stuff like that. And Mitchell, you can get back with them. And we will go from there. But hey, thank you again for doing this. I think this was very informational. I think this is exciting again to do these every once in a while, just to keep people, for one thing, to keep people up to date, but also just to give you that outlet to glow about your project and your baby here and what's going on there too. So.
And I've got so many. I do miss these. I want to do more of these live streams again in the future with a bunch of different people.
Yeah, they're fun, especially when the internet's working.
Yeah.
But anyway, all right. So hey, thank you everybody. Thank you, Mitchell.
Thank you, Brett.
We'll go from there. All right. Take care, everybody.
Well, have a good day. Everybody, take care.
Let's wrap things up with a short AI-driven explainer video about seasteading based on information taken from the president of the Seasteading Institute, Joe Quirk.
All right, let's jump right in. We are about to unpack the absolutely wild, untold story of the modern seasteading movement. It's this incredible tale of huge ambitions, shocking political betrayals, and even, get this, an international manhunt. And we're hearing it all from one of the key guys right in the middle of it, Joe Quirk.
And that's the promise, straight from the source himself. He's telling us this isn't some boring explainer on technology or political theory. No, this is the behind-the-scenes drama, filled with backstabbing and intrigue that, he says, has been kept under wraps until now.
Okay, so before we dive into all the chaos, let's just make sure we're on the same page. What is seasteading? Well, the core idea is pretty simple, but it's also incredibly radical. It's about building brand new societies out on the ocean, completely free from the laws and control of any existing country. This is the dream, right? This is what's driving this entire story.
So our story really kicks off with the movement's first huge attempt to make this dream a reality. The stage was set in Honduras, and believe me, it started out looking like a massive, massive win. And you can't overstate how big of a deal this was. We're talking about the sitting president of a country who had actually campaigned on creating these special zones. He even promised to fly to San Francisco to announce a seasteading zone, they called it a Zedstead, right alongside the movement's leaders. I mean, this was it. This was the peak of political legitimacy they had been working for.
And then, just like that, it was gone. The whole thing just fell apart. This quote from Quirk, it really says it all. That promise of a partnership, it just evaporated overnight.
So what was supposed to be this triumphant, world-changing announcement turned into a complete ambush. The president gets caught up in a scandal back home, pulls out the day before. He orders all his officials, don't show up. So when the Seasteaders arrive, they walk right into what Quirk calls a pitchfork mob and eager journalists, with zero security, just thrown to the wolves.
For Quirk, this disaster wasn't just a failure, it was a lesson. And he says he learned two big things. First, something about the psychology of mobs. But the second lesson was much, much harder. When these big political deals fall through, the politicians just walk away. It's the people who actually believed in them, the ones who put their trust on the line, who are left to pay the price.
But after that complete disaster in Honduras, the movement didn't just give up and go home. Nope, it pivoted. They set their sights on a new place that seemed, culturally and geographically perfect. French Polynesia. A whole new chapter with a whole new story was about to start. And this is where you really see the power of a good story. Quirk explains they didn't just go in and pitch a tech project. They totally reframed it. They tied it to Polynesian history, calling them the first seasteaders. Just think about that for a second. That one idea, that one story was so powerful that local politicians loved it, they embraced it, and it led directly to an official deal with the government.
But just as they hit another high point, they got completely blindsided. Again. Only this time, the attack wasn't some local political scandal. No, this was a coordinated international media campaign that just came in and completely hijacked their story.
So you have this battle of stories going on. On one side, you've got the Seasteaders narrative. It's all about empowerment, pioneering spirit, But on the other side, you get this much more gut-level story spun by their opponents. We're talking explosive claims, comparing them to nuclear testing, calling them colonizers, and even spreading these bizarre rumors about tech billionaires drinking vampire blood.
And this quote, well, it's Quirk's really blunt conclusion from that whole mess. He realized that in the court of public opinion, things like facts and evidence, they just don't matter as much. The story that wins is the one that hits you emotionally, the one with clear good guys and bad guys. And let's be honest, a story about vampire blood is just way more memorable than a story about economic policy.
So, after two absolutely crushing political failures, the strategy changes big time. Two volunteers, Chad and Nadia, they were just fed up with all the endless talks and betrayals. They decided to live by a new motto: stop talking, build something. It was time to take matters into their own hands.
And that's exactly what they did. They used their own money, built the world's first modern seastead, just a single floating home, and they put it out in international waters off the coast of Thailand. This was direct action. It was meant to show everyone, not just tell them what was possible. They even put out a documentary to celebrate what they'd done. But that celebration was, incredibly short-lived. I really want you to think about this question. Imagine you've just achieved your life's dream, and then suddenly your face is all over national television, and the government announces that what you did is a crime punishable by death. What do? Because this is the exact nightmare Chad and Nadia suddenly found themselves in.
I mean, just look at how fast this all went down. In March, they released their celebratory documentary. By April, just 1 month later, the Thai government is citing a law that threatens the death penalty for threatening national sovereignty. And by May, an international manhunt is on. Their lives were in very real, very immediate danger.
And the number of people they went after just kept growing. In the end, 11 people, including pretty much everyone who just appeared in that documentary, were charged with this capital crime. The stakes had gone from a political project to literally a matter of life and death.
Okay, so after everything we've just covered, you would think the movement would be toast. I mean, completely done for. But Quirk argues the exact opposite happened. He claims that all these catastrophic failures didn't actually kill the idea. Paradoxically, they made it stronger, more resilient. He has a word for it: anti-fragile. You can actually trace the whole crazy journey. The political betrayal in Honduras, it led them to Polynesia. The media war there, that's what sparked the direct action in Thailand. And that terrifying manhunt, well, it forced them to the other side of the world, where they ended up finding a new partner in Panama. Every single crisis forced them to change, and somehow it opened up a new door.
In this quote, it just perfectly captures the heart of Quark's whole argument. He sees these repeated killer blows not as setbacks, but as the very things that force the movement to adapt, to spread out, and ultimately to get stronger. Each failure weeds out the people who weren't serious and attracts people who are more resilient, making the whole thing tougher.
So what's the ultimate lesson from this entire saga? What's the final takeaway? For Quark, it's this. The engineering, the legal paperwork, the political deals, none of that is the most important part. At the end of the day, the story, the narrative, that is the true foundation. That's everything.
And this is his powerful final thought on the matter. Governments, angry mobs, media campaigns, they can destroy buildings, they can threaten your life. But what they can't do is destroy a compelling idea once it has taken root in people's minds. A story, he believes, is tougher than any army. Which, of course, leaves us with the one big question. After all the betrayals, the manhunts, the failures, the future of seasteading doesn't seem to depend on concrete and steel, but on the power of a narrative. So, can a story, all by itself, truly be enough to build a new nation on the sea?